Please welcome Xendit Product Lead, Dexter Zhuang, Saleswhale 6 Cents Head of Product, Nguyen, and Gojek Group PM, Marketplace, Deepika Murthy.
Hi, everyone. I'm Dexter. I'm really excited for everyone to be joining in this session today at 9 in the morning. This is kind of atypical in Singapore to see a full room, at least a room that's filling up and going to be full, hopefully. And yeah, we're going to be talking about product-led growth today. We have a combined about 12 years of experience across a bunch of different industries and types of companies here with you today, from 6 Cents, Saleswhale experiences to Gojek experiences. And yeah, we're going to get into it. First, I want to do maybe just a couple of minutes of introductions. So giving some time for everyone to just quickly share a bit of their background. And then we're going to go into the heart of the content. And that's going to take us to about 30 minutes. And then we're going to save the last 15 minutes left for any Q&A. So there's microphones next to you guys. So if you have any questions, please go up to the microphones and just ask the question. So it'll all be live questions. There's no there's no tool for Q&A right now. Cool. So quick introductions. I'm Dexter. I'm a product leader and advisor. So previously I was at Xendit for the past 3 years, focused on product growth as well as other parts of our product team. And then before that, I was at Dropbox.
Hi everyone, my name is Pugh, and I'm currently the head of product at Saleswhale / 6 Cents. So Saleswhale was a startup based in Singapore, but we just got acquired by 6 Cents, which is a Series E company. And our journey with product-led growth is pretty interesting because when I first joined Saleswhale, it was a sales-led company. And then I kind of brought product-led growth into Saleswhale. And now we got acquired by 6 Cents, which is a sales-led company. And now we're trying to do product-led growth again. So I think it's a pretty interesting journey so far, and would love to kind of have a conversation with you all on like how product-led growth can be adopted by B2B startup and then by B2B enterprise.
Hi everyone, I'm Deepika. I'm currently at Gojek leading marketplace products, pricing and allocation. My journey with product-led growth started with Wiki, which is a Rakuten company where I was before Gojek. Wiki moved from traditional marketing to product-led growth, and it also went from ad-based revenue model to subscription-based. So we looked at all parts of the journey and essentially converting free users to paid users and retention and things like that. I also did a couple of Reforge courses. I think a lot of you may be familiar with those, and that's where most of my learnings come from. Thank you.
Great. So without further ado, we're going to get into the heart of the content. We're going to talk about mistakes that we've made throughout our journeys and share with you, hopefully, some candid, errors that hopefully y'all can learn from and avoid yourselves, and then also some winning strategies and tactics. So we'll start with Deepika first.
I'll mostly start with Wiki, and I'll add on some things that we do at Gojek. So for Wiki, when we started off, we looked at all parts of the funnel and figured out where is high reach and impact, right? Where are most of our users dropping off, and how can we get them to stay? And what we noticed very early on is Wiki didn't mandate registrations. So you could just come in, not sign up, and watch content. And it was anyway ad funded. So there was no real motivation to sign up. There was no incentive to do it. And then when we started pivoting to subscriptions, then there was an additional step. So if we started putting content behind paywall, but then they had to, and people don't like being stopped from like their critical scenes. And then at that point, they need to do their whole registrations, email verification, then sign up for a trial, put in their credit card. So a lot of steps. So depending on how patient they were, like we were losing a ton of people there. So we started moving a lot of them to mandatory registrations earlier on without them needing to pay for it. And that was like the huge win, because once they were registered users, we could target them better. So we had more information, ads could be targeted. And then when we wanted to sign up for trials, it was more seamless. So that was one of the focus. And trials, we experimented a lot with trials, like 7-day trials, 30-day trials, and I think getting the sweet spot, 14-day trials, was critical. And through various experimentation and data, we came back to 7 days. So I think 30 days was long enough for people to finish the whole series. And then, so they got their fix, and then they're done. So 7 days worked for us. The other things that we did was, what else can people do? Like, how do you keep them from coming? How do you get them to come back? And how do you also get them to spread the word? So if they enjoyed a show, they would talk about it, but they wouldn't necessarily say, go watch on Wiki, right? So they would say, oh, I mean, maybe they would mention, oh, I watched this on Wiki, maybe you can check it out, but that's about it. But how do we sort of further create more highly engaged experience within the product? So Wiki came up. So if you're familiar with Wiki, there are already subtitles because it's mostly Korean and Asian content. And most of the audience is outside these regions, so they don't really know the language. So Wiki gets it subtitled, crowdsourced subtitling. So that in itself is a huge community. So they already had a community going, and they'll leverage that to build something called a watch party. So where people could engage scene by scene. So you're actually watching it with a group of people. And apart from, they also had something called timed comments, which was similar. So there's subtitles and there's timed comments, and people found timed comments hilarious. So we further built upon timed comments and made it like a watch party so that it was real-time engagement, because timed comments is something that you put when you're watching and someone else is putting it when they're watching, so there's no real conversation going. So watch party was like a huge hit. So, and it further got, like, you could organize it with a group of friends, and especially during COVID, like where we were all stuck in our houses, this was great. So that was one of our growth products, which was highly engaging and did well. And lastly, we essentially invested a lot in personalized recommendations, made like all touch points data-led. So if you're on Facebook or Instagram, and if you see a Wiki ad, it would be personalized based on your interests. So those were other things that were wins for Wiki. Yeah. So when you first start product-led growth, you just want to use data for everything. So we already had a bunch of emails that was getting sent out, like recommendations or new shows. And email as a channel was easy to manage, easy to send out. So no one really questioned why we were doing emails. But then when we started investing more in making our emails personalized, and then we did A/B tests. Okay, like how does like recommendations from a third-party service but versus something in-house, how would it perform? And then you use email as a platform to test. There's not enough data because nobody opened them. Like there were very few open rates. And then people are like, and my data scientist like, it's not stat sig. I cannot say whether this worked better or that. And that was a huge learning. So evaluate your channels before you make them intelligent, right? So otherwise you won't get anything out of it. And the other one was you feel really bad about people who leave your platform, right? So someone's like highly engaged, was subscribed, they canceled and they left and they went away. And that number builds up over time. So when you're purely looking at your funnels and saying, what's the reach? And you're like, oh, this resurrection bucket has millions of users. I should target them. But then these are people who've possibly like moved on, right? So for whatever reason, they're gone. So investing a lot of effort on resurrection, it doesn't really yield results. It again depends on how recent, like if you're focusing on someone who's left your platform 1 year ago, the chances of getting them back is very less. So recency matters. So just because there's a huge pile of people there, like in terms of millions, it doesn't mean that you focus on that pool. So really thinking about what's the confidence levels on getting them back and things like that before investing a lot of efforts. I think that was also a learning for us. Moving on, I just want to touch upon Gojek. So at Gojek, I do pricing and allocations, which is finding the best driver match. So my team does that. So the way we use product to drive growth is depending on, so we work on all different markets, Singapore, Indonesia, they're all different. Some are more supply crunched than others. So the way we use product initiatives is where do we deploy dynamic pricing, right? And what's the North Star for your ML algorithm, right? So that essentially drives directly what your growth objective is. So do you need to price more for driver retention or customer growth, right? So if you need to price for customer growth and supply is not an issue, then you would price lower, right? And there are also these pockets of time. There's peak hours, weekdays, weekends. There are all sorts of combinations. So choosing the right objective would get you a long way in using product to directly leverage what growth means, and depending on what stage you are in and which market it is and what you want to do. Yeah. So that's essentially a learning from Gojek that I want to share. Yeah, happy to take questions later on. I'll pass it to Tu.
All right. I think when Dexter invited me for this session, right, I thought it was pretty interesting because Dexter used to be a PM at Dropbox, which is a company where they build product first, and they got a lot of sign-up, and it's super viral. And then they have to think about, okay, how are we going to monetize it? And they have to add a sale layer on it. And then I started in a company where we have a sale-led model first, where we never have a program where people can sign up for our product. We hire a bunch of fresh graduate SDR and ask them to spam everyone on LinkedIn. And it did get us to $1 million ARR and get us Series A, right? And then when I joined, I brought in product-led growth. And in that kind of sale-led environment, it's like a totally different challenge. So when people talk about product-led growth, I feel like they just kind of sort of like sum up the experience of the first category of the company, which is you have a product. How do you add in sale layer? How do you do pricing maybe? On how do you make sure that your product leads is converting better than your sale lead? That kind of stuff. But not a lot of people talk about in a sale-led environment where you already have a sales team. You already have a marketing team, you run conference, you have revenue, right? But then your cost of acquisition is super high. And now you heard about product-led growth and you think that, hey, if I open free sign-up program, people can just come in and sign up and pay for the product and our sales and marketing, we can just, I don't know, like reduce the headcount by 50% and we go all good to go, right? So they thought about that, but in my experience, I haven't seen a sales-led organization successfully deploy product-led growth. And I thought it's pretty interesting because I think it's still an experiment that happened in a lot of sales-led organizations. And a couple of things that we did that sort of like a win, but a lot of things that we did that didn't turn out to be successful as well. So kind of just want to share that during the session today. And I think maybe Dexter, with your experience in a sort of a true product-led growth company like Dropbox, like we can have a conversation on like what works and what doesn't, right?
Sure.
So maybe a little bit about Saleswhale. Pretty much the problem we were trying to solve was marketing department, especially demand gen. You guys generate a bunch of leads, like you sponsor event like this, and you go to event like this, which is super expensive. And then you also have a marketing team that write a lot of ebooks and run ads, and then they generate a lot of leads. And sometimes those leads just sit on your CRM, right? And then you kind of like set up a bunch of meeting with sales team and say, hey, have you followed up with that lead? Have you followed up with that lead? And then you just have to rely on a salesperson to sort of like email them or call them to close them up, right? So what we are thinking is, what if we give you like an SDR, but it's an AI, right? And you can tell the SDR to work 24 hours per day, 7 days per week, and the SDR would never complain, right? And whenever there's a hot lead, the SDR would write an email, send the email to the lead. When the lead replied, the SDR would also reply, never forget about it, and then update to you what's the progress on all of that without you chasing them and like, set up all of those like SLA cadence with your sales team. So like, wouldn't that be nice that marketing team have controls to convert their leads into sales opportunity? So that's kind of like the problem we want to solve. And we basically build an AI to solve that on the email channel, right? And at first, we sort of, the way that we got to our 1 million ARR and got Series A was, like I mentioned, we hired a bunch of SDR to sell our AI SDR. I know it's a little bit ironic, but it works. And then once a customer coming in, we sort of, we didn't have an onboarding program or anything. We basically asked our customer success team to use a product for our customer, right? So our customer success team would set up everything in our products and sort of even advise the marketing team on how to write good sales outreach email. You'll be surprised on how marketing team don't know how to write sales email. And then it works very well. And then when I first came in, I saw that, we do have revenue, but then that 1 million ARR is sort of like distributed across so many different industries. Like we have people from automotive, we have people from recruitment, we have people from tech, and then each of them would have like different feature requests for me, right? And then a lot of them would churn as well after we spent so much money acquiring them. So I remember I went to this product-led growth conference in San Francisco, and it's organized by OpenView Capital. And they have a bunch of reports that they collected the data on the benchmark number of the ACV, CAC, as well as time to value of each of the company, right? And I look at that and I compare it to the number at our company, and I said, we could go to the product-led growth angles. Like, we don't have to be enterprise only. Plus, I look at the capability of our team, and we kind of feel that we don't have the advantage to sell to enterprise. Because if you want to sell to enterprise, you need to be able to build a relationship. You need to be able to sort of like we call it like relationship threading, where you talk to like multiple different stakeholders in a company, you do die and why. And also COVID happened, so you can't really do the die and why anymore. It's gonna be even harder to do Zoom threading, relationship threading over Zoom. So we decided to double down on product-led growth. And what that means is we have two hypotheses, right? Like the first hypothesis is we believe that the customer that we're selling to, they can actually activate the product, and they're actually the kind of customer who would research and will ask people around about what kind of tools could help their problem. And they have the power to activate the product by themselves. And the second hypothesis that we have is once they activate the product and when they see like just the smallest unit of value, like in our case, the smallest unit of value we can give to the customer is when they see the AI book a meeting with the leads, right? Like we call it the aha moment. So we believe that when the end user see that aha moment, they have the budget to purchase our platform. So the end user have the power to activate the platform, and they have the power to monetize it, right? So how do we test that hypothesis? So I remember that when I sort of talk about it, our head of marketing team is super excited. He was like, yeah, let's just like have a button called free sign up on our website, right? And it will solve all of his top of the funnel problem, right? And then I was like, it's not gonna happen that way because number one, we haven't built onboarding in our product yet. If our customer if we just open like our product right away, people are just gonna sign up and then they're gonna get lost because they don't know what's gonna happen there. And then we're gonna lose all of them. And the second thing is we haven't sort of figured out what is it that drive people to our website. Like if you don't have a lot of people coming to your website consistently, like if you just rely on Google ads or like, you know, other channel like event, which is a very one-off growth channel, then even if you put like a free sign up button on your website, it's not gonna magically see your growth just gonna happen, right? So what we did instead was we kind of like did an experiment where we built like an onboarding on Figma, and then we just announced people that we have free product, but we don't have it yet. And then we have a type form where people can just sign up for that free product, and when people sign up, we just book a meeting with them right away. And then we kind of show them the Figma onboarding that we built. And we can see where they get stuck and what kind of value props that resonate with them and what kind of customer that we should bring in, right? So we sort of identify what's the positioning that we should build, what's the ICP customer we should target, and how we should build onboarding. And we kind of play it to our marketing team, sales team, product team, engineering team, and that process really helped people to realize that, hey, there's a way we could do product-led growth. And it also helped to assuage objections. I got a lot of objection from sales team. Like I feel like product-led growth, a big part of it is just about convincing salespeople to believe in product people. And that's not easy. I don't know what's happening between product and sales, but usually like we have a little bit of frictions. But sort of just showing sales team that, hey, I actually can help you with your pipeline, right? Like if you are short on just 1 or 2 deals this quarter, I can bring you 1 or 2 very hot account, and I already do the work for you. Like I remember when I first test that, we pre-select a few accounts that we think is pretty hot for sales team, pretty ICP, and we research everything about that account. Like we kind of go to LinkedIn and research everything. We even wrote the outreach email for salespeople, and we kind of show it to them, and we said, hey, you know what, like you're not gonna meet your quota this quarter, but there's these 2 accounts that I done all the SDR work for you and all the research work for you. It's just have someone to call and close them, right? And then they really see that, hey, product-led growth is not about removing sales from the equation. It's about enabling them to work more efficiently and enable salespeople to like have more pipeline, have better pipeline and close them at a better rate. They are a little bit more receptive. So post that experiment, we actually deployed the onboarding. And then we also kind of like use our research data to build free tool because we realize there's a lot of needs from people that we cannot build inside the product, but we can do a hackathon and we can build a free tool within 1 week. And that free tool gives us a lot of leads because sometimes like marketing team have like a bunch of manual problems, for example, writing email. And then we build like a free email writer where marketing team can just sign up and just like generate a bunch of email that they need. And with that free tool, we get all the email that we get the free sign up from. We kind of nurture them a little bit, and then we give it to salespeople. So not only will we be able to convert the free sign up that coming to us, but we be able to like give marketing and sales new lead as well. So I think that's kind of like the biggest win. And in retrospective, at the time when we built the free tool, it gave marketing team a way to launch the product. It gave marketing team something to talk about, right? Because you're gonna run out of idea if you're just gonna talk about, I don't know, thought leadership or build like ebooks and stuff. And people now they care more about actual use case rather than thought leadership. They don't care about why they should do something. They care more about how do I actually do something, right? So when we kind of build free tool, we give marketing team a way to build a lot of use case around that, and we organize our marketing team in the way that they do like actual launch, product launch as a marketing event. And that's sort of help us to increase pipeline without spending a lot of money on ads. Like, in fact, when we measure the conversion rate from our free tools, we are like, oh, we shouldn't sponsor an event anymore because we should just hire 1 engineer and build free tool. And that probably give us more quality leads and sales revenue versus going to event. Although I think event is great, like I love this event. But a lot of other events, right? You just have a booth and you just have people coming by and you give them free sock or something and you got people email, but then after that you email them and none of them respond and you're like, well, like what is this event ROI, right? So yeah, so I think that's probably the biggest lesson and biggest win for us. Mistake and lesson. Maybe the next slide. Oh yeah, so this is PLG Grow Loop, which I already talked about. I think we can talk quickly about the mistake. So I kind of talked a little bit about the friction with sales, right? And eventually we kind of ironed it out, but in the beginning, because we are a little bit hacky and our sales team keep giving us objection on product leads. Like they keep saying, oh, product leads are not converting. Like, why don't you open the product for people to sign up for free? If you just give the lead for me, I'd be able to use my charm over a Zoom call to get them to sign a contract, right? So they keep saying that. So we kind of like get into this hacky mode where we want to show that, hey, we can close a deal with product leads. So what we do is when there's a product lead coming in, we create a bot that is a persona of our CEO. And then the email, we're just going to use a bot to send the email to the lead. And we also just use our CEO LinkedIn to add the lead on LinkedIn and just like send them a message and basically move them to a meeting for a salesperson, right? And then we also run a bunch of SQL on the background to get all the product data about the lead to determine whether the lead is actually a really good lead for us. For example, when people sign up for our platform and they start implementing Salesforce and they start running the first campaign, we know that they pretty in itch. They already invest a lot of their resources to activate the product. So we use that kind of data to personalize the email, to also sort of like run the sales script that our CEO take to pitch the product. And we were able to close 1 or 2 deals. And we showed that to sales team and we thought, hey, we're pretty smart, right? We already like closed the deal. This should work for you guys. You should do the same. But somehow salespeople don't adopt that. And I feel like it's because they felt like we're not considering them as part of the revenue motion. And I think this is kind of like a psychological reason as well. So I think part of the learning that I have is we should probably bring salespeople early on and like include them as part of the process so that they can actually give us input on how we do sales, how we do qualifications, and eventually when we have more product qualified lead coming in, they'll be more open to take it and actually run the pitch with it because you cannot run founder-led sale for too long. Eventually you have to scale. And if you antagonize salespeople, it's going to be super hard to like get them on your same page again. The second thing is, I think a lot of people thought that the moment that they build onboarding and open free trial and free sign-up, their product would just go viral. But in my experience, it's super rare. I think it's only the top 1% product could have that factor. Maybe like Slack, Notion, or like Figma is super viral, right? But actually it took them 5 years to build the product in beta. Like they didn't open the product to anyone. They have only 5 customers, right? And when the product is really good, that's when they open it and they have the marketing loop. So I think when we build marketing loop for a free sign-up product, we shouldn't expect it to just like go viral immediately 3 weeks after we open up the product. A lot of people run product hunt and thought that it's going to solve the problem, right? But it's take way longer time for especially marketing content to really take your company to the next growth level. So kind of like just want to set the expectation for the team so they continue to invest in that. And same thing for word of mouth speed as well. Not a lot of product has the natural word of mouth speed. Like we really focus on that because we believe word of mouth loop is something that is like reflect your true product value. So if you're a product leader, right, and you build a product, and people don't talk about it after they're using your product, I think there's a lot of work that you need to do there. Because you always constantly have to rely on sales and marketing to push for their product growth. But if your product is super good, people are just gonna talk about it, right? And Reforge have this formula when they calculate word of mouth coefficient. I thought it's pretty interesting to measure as a new product matrix. Like previously, we just measure NPS, which I think is a little bit outdated because there's not a lot of action you can do with NPS. But word of mouth is something that we're trying to calculate to see whatever we're building, is it gonna get viral or what else that we can build to make the product super viral. Because when you have a viral, like a natural viral product, it's gonna be super easy for sales and marketing to capitalize on that. Yeah. So yeah, that's pretty much the learning and lessons, and happy to have any conversation with you or any question from the audience.
Great. Yeah, we'll have time for questions at the end, right after this. So yeah, the microphones are near the front of the room. So if you have questions, please come to the front of the room when we get to the takeaways. So I'm just going to talk really quickly about some mistakes and lessons learned from Xendit and Dropbox. Xendit is a B2B payments player here in Southeast Asia. We raised our Series D last year, and then Dropbox is cloud collaboration SaaS. So I'm going to go first into a couple of the mistakes from the Xendit side. So Tu talked a lot about adding a product-led growth motion to sales-led growth motion. So when I first joined Xendit, we were 100% also manual onboarding, sales-led growth motion. I joined in 2020, early 2020 during COVID, and we saw a spike in small merchants actually coming onto our platform. So Xendit, as a payment gateway player, saw merchants from all different kinds of sizes in industries coming onto the platform, but there were so many of these small merchants coming onto the platform that we also wanted to serve, but that overwhelmed all of the sales reps. And the sales reps couldn't handle all of that load, and that was causing tension between product and sales, which is why then we decided to implement a product-led growth motion and transition to also adding an automated kind of self-serve onboarding flow in order to free up sales reps, right? And the sales reps could then focus on the higher value accounts and close those deals, and product and the self-serve onboarding flow could then handle the rest of the merchants. Now, along the way, there were a lot of challenges, and I'll share with you just a couple of the different mistakes that if you as a founder or as an operator are implementing a product-led growth motion to keep in mind. So one of those challenges was more around setting the foundations for legal, compliance, and risk. And especially in the fintech industry, this is particularly important. So for SaaS founders who are trying to go into fintech, keep this in mind, is do this work before you actually start the product development process. Talk to your compliance people, build the compliance framework. That's going to take a while. Also write your legal contract, and then potentially approach the risk vendors that you need and get those actually set up ahead of the time. I'm sure there's plenty of risk vendors here you can talk to. So do that work up front before you start product development, because those are going to be inputs into your product design. So that's one. A second thing is just reiterating the point around the interfaces between product and sales. You really want to do the work up front, like Tu said, to bring salespeople along in this conversation, and ideally kick off the whole projects with them. One of the things that we observed is that as a product team, we really focus on product flow. So we were like, okay, let's just focus on the dashboard and the point at which users sign up and then onboard and then start using the product. That's all we care need a software, right? That's wrong. So what sales rep also cared about was the marketing website and all the leads that were coming in through the contact us form or through email or through phone calls. And so you have to come up with a set of workflows of what sales reps need to do with those potential self-serve customers or prospects. So make sure you have that set of workflows prepared. And then the third thing that I'll just mention is the interfaces between sales and operations teams. This was really critical, and we were a little bit slow to get this one right. And some of that is still in progress, because what happens when you have self-serve customers and they start using the product is they start having a lot of requests for human assistance. In the case of payments, they might want to update their payment settings. They might get their account suspended because of fraud and be asking what happened to my account, right? And typically the sales reps for larger accounts might be a little bit more involved in actually handling those kind of questions. But in self-serve customers, we had to align then on who was going to be the PIC to actually then respond to these customers' requests, and who was the decision maker, right? And is the decision going to be handled by sales or be handled by ops or customer success? And if you decide that it's CS that's going to be handling these kind of decisions, then you have to train and also empower your staff to do that. So those were some quick mistakes from the Xendit side. Before Xendit, I was at Dropbox, and that was a totally different type of product-led growth set of challenges. Like Tu mentioned, Dropbox started off more as a self-serve, primarily self-serve driven business, and then scaled out into larger accounts and enterprise. So one of the challenges that we faced when I was there, more focused on kind of like the prosumer set of the products, was slowness in monetizing our free users as much as we would have liked. We felt like we could have done that a lot faster. And here's a few reasons why we didn't, I feel like, monetize as quickly as we wanted to. One was that we had all these different teams that had a very different understanding of the customer profile. So we had all these different customer profiles. Sales and marketing had one, product teams had one, growth product teams had one, and they didn't quite intersect. And because of that lack of common understanding, then it was very hard to create a holistic kind of customer journey that we could align on and send the same consistent kind of messages throughout, or even upsell the same products. So that was one challenge. Another challenge was that we saw that communication tools being integrated is quite important. So we saw that our sales marketing teams were using Marketo, Salesforce, the tools that sales and marketing teams typically use, but then the product team had a whole native stack for sending emails, SMS, push notifications, and they didn't talk to each other very well. And that actually slowed us down from actually implementing a lot of the upsells and conversion kind of tactics that we wanted to use from a product-led growth point of view. So that became a blocker. And then the third thing that I'll mention here is we had a lot of free features. One screenshot that you can see up there is the offline folder feature. This was actually free for a long time in the mobile app, and we were slow to monetize that because of kind of gaps within the organization between the product team and pricing and constructing new premium upsells for these users. Now I'll talk a little bit about some of the wins from both Xendit and Dropbox. So on the wins side at Xendit, after we implemented the self-serve onboarding flow that I mentioned, we actually spent a year and a half doing all these different iterations and trying to expand that. One of the things that we did was we shipped a instant activation flow, which at the time for payments in Indonesia was one of the first to market. And we were quite proud of that. So the reason why we did this was because we wanted to shorten the time to go live, and speed is one of the main kind of value propositions for a lot of payment players. So we were able to successfully reduce that time to go live for merchants by implementing this kind of instant activation KYC flow. But there were numerous kind of challenges that we had to resolve as part of that. One is going back to what I said about legal, compliance, risk, KYC. We realized that we had a lot of these processes that were undocumented. And I'm sure all of you have this. They're undocumented. They're tribal. You just talk about it in one-on-ones. But actually, we had to write all of that into code and actual SOP documentation so people knew what to do across a large number of people. And that really helped us implement a better automated KYC and risk decisioning set of systems, both in terms of the product side and also in terms of the people side. The second thing that we did was we really focused on the operational flow to make sure that what happens in terms of edge cases. So if we are doing an automatic kind of KYC tool to verify like identification, identity of these customers, identity of their businesses. Then what happens if the card looks fraudulent, or what happens if there's issues? So we had to create a whole kind of playbook for our KYC and operations team to handle those cases. And then the last thing we learned is that it wasn't enough for merchants just to go live with this platform, but it was more important for them to get value from their payments, which as a payments player, that's pretty straightforward. But what we learned was that merchants would go live, and then they would not be able to access or enable any of these payment channels that they wanted to do without also talking to either the sales rep or to kind of go through a longer operational process. So we made that a little bit easier by putting it on the dashboard, and then eventually making a few of these like 7 or so payment channels available as soon as someone signed up and went through this instant activation flow. On the Dropbox side, I'll share 2 wins. One was more around in-product upsells, and the other one is more around onboarding. So for in-product upsells, the context was that I was working on the prosumer side of the business, and we learned that space was one of the best triggers for us to actually upsell our customers to prosumer plans. That's primarily what people tended to care about. And when people ran out of space on the Dropbox platform, then we would then prompt them to get more space. So it was quite a simple trigger, and then we played around with a lot of dimensions of that. So it's like how quickly they ran out of space, or also even before they ran out of space, when they were like 80 to 90%, using their quota, then we would also send certain kind of triggered messages. That ended up driving nearly half of the prosumer subscriptions at that point in time. So that was why I'm putting it here as like in-product upsells were one of the best vehicles. The other great kind of vehicle for driving upsells was more around premium features. So an example, on the mobile app, which I worked on, was more around automatic camera uploads, where we, instead of you needing to upload your files manually, you would be able to do it automatically. And another feature was the offline folders feature that I shared earlier. That was also a premium feature that drove quite a good chunk of upsells. So that's the in-product upsells. On the onboarding side, one of the things that we tested a lot was around how do we shepherd users towards specific kind of high-value features, especially premium features that they could start using immediately during their trial. This was really important because there was a lack of awareness of a lot of these paid features. So I just mentioned automatic photo backup. Like most users never even tried that feature because they had no idea it existed. So we actually tested a flow where for users who started a trial, especially if they were during a new user kind of sign-up flow, they started a trial, then we would actually prompt them to adopt the automatic camera upload feature. And we saw that led to an uptake in the feature itself, but also downstream engagement actions. Like another action they had to take to get more value out of Dropbox was syncing with their desktop. So we actually saw a spike in people who then sync their desktop and mobile app after they engage with this feature. So that was an example of how prompting a high-value feature actually led to greater stickiness with other features. So that sums up some of the wins and takeaways.
We could do Q&A. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we'll skip the takeaways part, and we'll open up to any questions from the audience. So can you please actually come up to the mic?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, do you want to go first? Or? Okay, is this working? Yes. So you were talking a lot about the tension that you had between product teams and sales teams and marketing to kind of bring that product-led value. Yeah. I guess the customer doesn't really care which team delivers what matters most. I suppose if you were to take some of the learnings from those mistakes and successes and you were to start a company today, what would you do differently?
Yeah, I think I would mandate product-led role to be the first principle of the company, and I would only hire people who believe in that. So I think that would make things way easier if I start a company. But I think when you start a company, it's easier, right? Because you bring in what you believe, and you choose the people that believe in it. I think the bigger question, the challenge is, let's say you join a company. They are sales-led. They have good product mode. They haven't built the product so that end user can use it efficiently. And they have a sales team that's very good at selling. They have a marketing team that's very good at conference and events. How do you change them? How do you continue to help them to grow, but grow efficiently, right? Because what I think is pre-2022, all investors care about and all of us care about is just grow at all costs. We don't mind spending money on conference and give sales team wine and dine budget. You can fly your, customer to the next game and then close them there. Who cares, right? But now people care more about rule of 40 and efficiency. So how do you solve that, right? And I think of it more like a lot of people think like, oh, product-led growth. I'm just gonna read some Reforge course and download some case study and bring it to the whole company, and we all gonna just implement it, right? I think of it more like a series of experiments with like different milestones. And if you want to bring sales and marketing to that, you need to show them some win early, like even just small win, right? Like I talked to the founder of Topline yesterday, and he's kind of tell me like an interesting way to push product-led growth to an organization, and I thought it's a very interesting way, which is you don't want to tell sales and marketing that, hey, we are becoming a product-led organization now. Product gonna dictate everything you do. Like it's just gonna make the head of product job super, super difficult because you just create enemy for me. But what we do instead is, hey, we got like 1,000 account in our CIM, and we have like 30 salespeople, and maybe you're like emailing and reaching out to like, I don't know, 30 account top, and we have like this 970 account, right? What we gotta do is just gonna use the data to do all the grunt work for you and prioritize maybe 10 account that like you should focus on for this quarter. And you don't have to do anything. We just give you this 10 account, right? Let's test it together, right? And if we win this, you earn the commission. I don't get bonus. You earn the commission. So yeah, they will be like totally on board because they don't have to do anything and they have more commissions. So I guess to answer your question in summary, if I start my company again, I would only hire product-led growth people or people who believe in that. But if it's a like bigger organizations, I think it's in the beginning, it's good to understand what's sales and marketing challenges. And I'm very surprised that sometimes sales and marketing don't get along, but they actually share the same challenge. It's just, yeah, it's a very interesting problem to solve. Yeah.
The one thing I'll add to Tu's comments, which I've agree with a lot of her comments, is also consider when you start product growth, if you already have a sales-led motion, then just kick off with kind of like a skunkworks cross-functional team from the get-go. So you pretty much embed like maybe one sales rep like 50% of their time or something to kind of be a partner to this cross-functional team that's dedicated to making product-led growth a success, whatever that KPI or metric might be.
So my question is to all three of you. So basically, when do you decide to take credit card while sign up? Like you mentioned trials, right? So is it okay to give them free trials without even taking credit card, or when do you switch that? When do you turn that switch on the other side, saying that, okay, boss, you'll have to give me the credit card even before you access my platform for a trial?
We actually experimented with that, and what we noticed was it's best to take it during trials, but notify them before you charge, right? So once the trial is up, notify them. So there's transparency and there's trust, and then there's no friction. So if they really did not intend to cancel, then it moves from trial to paid. But also, like a lot of people, when they're putting in their credit card during trial, they're worried that if they forget to cancel, they'll get charged. So transparency around that, and also if they dispute it, we refund it.
So
yeah,
kind of a money back guarantee for a.
Yeah. So if they come back within 1 or 2 days and they say I forgot to cancel, we would refund it.
Okay. And is it okay to do it for an early stage company which is just starting out probably? Or is it not a very good factor to build trust?
I would always say trust comes first for all stages. But yeah, I think without trust, it would be hard to like build a long-term company.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. I have an assumption that I would like to ask you. For the country with the low labor cost, so I think the customer they don't have the DIY culture, they have to try to test the product by themselves and then do the sales payment. They rather pay someone to do the all setup, all configuration, right? Do you see the same success across the country with high labor cost and low labor cost?
Interesting. Yeah. I think if I got the question right, it's about what if for certain industry, people don't like to use software? They rather pay someone else to use the software for them, and they just, I don't know, read a report to see the value of the software they're using. So in that case, the question is, do we see the difference of product-led growth implementation in a country where it costs more to hire people to use the software versus in a country where labor cost is cheap, you hire an intern to use the software for you? Sort of. Is that the question? Do you want to take it? Dexter?
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
So I think that brings up a great point, which is different industries and also different market segments are going to have different amounts of kind of like digital literacy, and your tool at the end of the day is still a product that has a digital experience to it, and so their digital literacy is going to be a factor in their adoption of that. Is product-led growth still going to be an impactful experience for them? I think it really depends on how simple you can package the product-led growth kind of like onboarding flow into kind of like a bite-sized experience. Like with Gojek and Tokopedia, like it's definitely possible for users to onboard on the mobile app and then be able to sign up and kind of like set up all of their tooling. But then for a more complex kind of like enterprise piece of software, like where there's a lot of configurations that they need to set up to begin with, that would be more challenging from a product-led growth point of view.
Yeah,
No.
I think we can take the last question.
Yeah. Okay. So I think it's really nice to have the perfect world where you can actually have salespeople do the key account management and product-led growth get you the numbers. But when you're starting up, I think it seems to be a natural process for the founder to start reaching out to a lot of clients, and then by default you get into the sales-led growth.
Yeah.
So the question really is, would you advise a company that's in very early stage to focus its workflows and everything you talked about today on product-led growth and say that actually from the start it's possible to do it? Or would you say you need to reach a certain ARR and scale to do product-led growth?
Yeah. Yeah, this is a very good question because sometimes I wonder if we have done product-led growth earlier at Saleswhale, what would happen? Maybe we will still become a bigger company, who knows, right? But I also believe that in the early days, you have to do product-led sale because your product is a new product. Your company, no one heard of it. You're just going to have to exhaust your friends' network, family network, VC networks to get the first few customers in, right? And maybe some of those customers, you're going to have to fire them eventually because they're not the good fit, but they give you the MR you need to have traction and to test your hypothesis. So I think you can avoid that. But if you have this kind of like product-led growth principle in the early day, what you do is you bring those customers in, but you start observing right away, the way they use the product. And you start thinking of onboarding in the early day right away. And you don't think like, I'm just going to build a feature in the back end and then my CS team going to call my engineers and like turn it on, turn it off, whatsoever, right? So I know that like in the from 0 to 1 is super hard. So I think what's super important is just to find product market fit first. But when you have that first product-led growth as a first principle, it's easier to sort of like guide your product and sales and marketing team to like think about how do we scale and how do we grow efficiently. And then you don't have to go through the agony of, oh my God, like I have so many different customers wanting many different things and I have a bloated CS team and growth is not happening because I need to keep hiring more salespeople. Right.
That helps. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, I think we're wrapping up. So thank you everyone for attending this session. So glad to see it fill up over time. And have a good rest of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please welcome SaaStr CEO and founder, Jason Lemkin.
Woo! Thank you everyone for coming. I know there's so much good stuff, so many we've got, between the super brain dates and the stages, we've got up to 5 pieces of content going on at the same time. So choose your own adventure. There's so much good stuff. Thank you for coming here. If we had a venture AMA before this, a little bit of the content will end up being redundant. So if you heard that and you don't want to hear any more from me, just leave and go to something better. But it's great to be here. I did want to thank folks. We have 1,139 attendees registered for today, which is pretty cool, from 32 different countries. We had almost, if you were here last night at Lava, we had almost 600 folks go to the top of the Marina Bay Sands. And we'll see, I think it'll get more and more crowded during the day. We had about 600 folks check in by 9. So this is pretty cool. A list of countries. I appreciate everyone's support. I know 87,000 of you asked why we're not in Bangalore. It's a fair question, a lot to think about. I'm still learning. We wanted to do this in 2020. There are a few geo-pandemic issues that made it take a while. I'm still learning. I think my learning on the ground is this is great. You know, we had planned, we'd hoped to have maybe 600 people. So 1,139 is certainly exceeding our expectations. In terms of Singapore versus others, we're still learning, but certainly the highest concentration of founders are in India, like without question. But Singapore it's easier to plan here, it's easy to get here. We have the HubSpots and the Asanas and the Salesforce here, a lot of VCs. Sydney's great too, it's complicated. I'm just learning it's complicated. That's just learning complicated, but it's great. We've got folks from everywhere, and thanks for everyone that traveled. We're grateful, and it's pretty cool to be here. So I kind of wanted to just summarize a little bit of what's happening in SaaS. We did SaaStr Europa in Barcelona over the summer in June, and I kept telling folks things are still pretty good. And then in September, things started to get just harder for everyone, and I was still showing folks in September things may not feel good, but under the hood, a lot of the top SaaS companies are still growing at epic rates. Where are we in 2023? I think we're strange days. These are just strange times. And this week, I put together these 3 quotes, and then I'll hit the punchline on the next slide. I just kind of wanted to summarize where I think we are in 2023. These are 3 investments I made. These are my investor updates from last week, okay? And let's look how different they are, but then I'm going to show you, well, it's going to be a pretty weak punchline. But then I'm going to show you the punchline. The first one is, it's not over, but it's going to be our best Q1 ever already, okay? So only in February, it's already going to be, and this is a calendar company, so in March, already going to be Q1 ever. Historically, Q1's soft for us, but it feels great to get a big win from time to time, okay? That's one. The second one is, our top line growth has really slowed to a drop in NRR. Like, business is good, but NRR is down. Like, we've seen this with Twilio and other public company leaders, is there's pressure, and NRR is coming down. The third one, tough month for the sales team, minus 1% growth. Like, really, really tough. What's the interesting thing is, one, all 3 were on fire 12 months ago. All 3 were growing at about the same rate. Actually, all 3 are kind of the same thing. Now, these aren't, you try not to invest in competitors, but I would say, if you didn't know these companies very well, you'd look at all 3 of them and you'd say they're kind of similar. Like, they're kind of all kind of selling to the same ICP. They're sort of doing, now they have different verticals, okay? It's very different, verticals are different. The first one is in an area of B2B commerce that's doing really well, okay? Another one is an area of sales productivity that's struggling, but they're not that different. The software, the features, they're not that different. And so it's strange that all 3 were growing at, triple digits 12 months ago, okay, or maybe 15 months ago. Let's call it 15 months ago. And then we have one all-time great, one slowdown, and one shrinking. These are strange days. We can talk about what this is. This is not a downturn. This is some sort of reset to where we were in 2018 and 2019 before this crazy behavior from the pandemic. It's a reset, but it's producing really strange days. It's producing folks who think this is the greatest downturn since the late Middle Ages, or when Venice fell, right, due to the change in trade, or Babylon became less important. Like, they think some founders literally think this is the greatest downturn since the Depression. Others think it's tougher, right? People that have been around, that's what I think. And others are having good times. The distribution is very different. It's strange days. And I want to talk a little bit about that and what it means. But if you're trying to get your handle on where we are today, it has to be strange days, because The COVID boom in SaaS ended up being an illusion. It was a head fake, okay? Like if we talk about Zoom, Zoom was almost the fastest growing to $1 billion in ARR ever. It wasn't faster than Slack and a few others, but it was almost the fastest growing to $1 billion in ARR of all time. And then it went from 1 to 4 in 1 year. 1 year, Zoom went from 1 billion ARR to 4 billion, okay? And produced over $2 billion in cash, okay? That could never be sustained. Like, let's do our compounding math. Could it ever go from 1 to 4 to 16 to 64 to 128 to 256 or whatever the math? It was mathematically impossible. None of this could last. We were not going to be locked up in our apartments without leaving the house for 20 years. It was never going to happen. It was all a head fake. And we saw it first if you look at Shopify. Shopify had a similar acceleration to Zoom, but it only lasted a quarter and a half. In e-commerce, it only lasted a quarter and a half because stores reopened. Okay, maybe in Singapore it's a little bit different, but in the US, pretty much everything, all stores reopened in a couple months, and so Shopify's like crazy growth by the end of 2022 had returned to normal, and actually it started a deceleration faster than B2B SaaS, and then it came back. We're not all there in B2B, but these are just strange days with very, very different impacts. And personally, the bets I'm making, and what I think is by the end of this year, we'll be through strange days. We will have been through this crazy reset from a crazy time that made no sense. But when I literally just saw these 3 different emails last week, it was crazy from companies. CEOs are all friends. They're all kind of doing the same thing. And the impacts are just wildly different. And I tried to summarize, when I did this slide over the summer at Barcelona, like basically all the cloud leaders were still doing well. Let's fast forward to February today. It's mixed, right? So I picked a couple to show just how different it is. So Cloudflare, 42% at 1.3 billion ARR. Cloudflare is one of the top public companies that has seen 0 deceleration, okay? It is growing as fast as ever. ZoomInfo, now ZoomInfo is interesting because so many folks, especially in the States, maybe less here, but so many folks in the States are in sales and marketing productivity software, right? And so Zoom is the public comp. Salesforce does a million things. It does Tableau, it does Slack, it does enterprise. But ZoomInfo is a lot like, the most like SaaS companies that do sales and marketing. That's a pure play, other than maybe HubSpot. They've decelerated a lot, but they're still growing 36% at 1.2 billion ARR. So slow down for a minute. If you're doing sales and marketing software, and ZoomInfo added 36% at someone help me do the math, that's over 400 million of net new it's adding. So I love ZoomInfo, but go compete with them and get a little bit of that. They're adding 400 million. You can't add 4 million if you're competing with them. You can't add 8 million, right? And then Monday's seen a little bit deceleration, but for folks doing SMB or collaboration, right? Monday's still growing 60% at 600 million, right? It's adding 360 million? Sorry, I get a little tired. It's early. It's adding 360 million in net new bookings, growing 60%. So cry me a river if you're selling collaboration software and not growing, or SMBs. Like, look at these. Having said that, all of them were good 15 months ago. Twilio, rough time, right? One of my favorite SaaS leaders, iconic products, iconic APIs, iconic B2D, but tough. Did their second round of layoffs. Growth has slowed to 21% at 4 billion. That's still adding over 800 million a year, though. 21% at 800. But NRR has slowed. The most important thing that happened to Twilio that Jeff pointed out, and they pre-announced, is that their NRR, which had been consistent for years, fell 10% for the first time. So that's a hit. And then there's a few that are having a true COVID hangover, right? Salesforce is very mature at 31 billion in ARR. I mean, that is by far the biggest pure play in SaaS. Its growth has slowed to 19%. We've got activist investors circling. Still, though, 19% of 31 billion is still adding about 6 billion of new revenue. But Salesforce is in its toughest time in our known history. It is the toughest time. And Zoom, again, one of the greatest CEOs we know, and Eric Yuan, but it couldn't be sustained, right? You couldn't grow that fast. Now, Zoom actually, in my opinion, Zoom got no benefit from the COVID pandemic. It's felt like it was the greatest benefit. But in the end, all it ended up doing was pulling so many years of growth into the present that it left one of the greatest companies of all times with a very mature product portfolio. Zoom struggled because it had to have second and third products years earlier than it ever would have needed to. Zoom would have been much better hitting $1 billion, just growing 50% or 60% every year. We would have a higher stock price and less drama. So what do? We get 7 anemic growth, but it's not Zoom's fault. Zoom ended up seeing like our biggest COVID beneficiary. It's actually going to be our biggest COVID loser. I think our biggest COVID loser, because this was 10 years of growth pulled forward into a year, and now they're stuck. 7% it's just a crummy place to be for a great company, great CEO, great product. and we can't do anything about it. So it's segregating, but we're not all like this. Look at the top group. And so this is kind of like those 3 startups I talked about. We have winners, middlers, and losers today. So this is what we're going to continue to see this year. So be very careful. My one advice here is be very careful about one-off stories and be very careful about one-off advice. Someone that tells you the world has ended is not necessarily going to give you the same advice as someone above the fold here at the top. Get 3 pieces of advice. Get advice from all 3 of those types of peer CEOs and startups, and get advice from 3 different types of VCs that maybe have a Cloudflare or a Monday in their portfolio, not just ones that's struggling. Make sure you get all different advice, and if nothing else, make sure you know who your comp is. Like, I really think in today's world, it's really important to understand it's great. Unlike, even when we started SaaStr, everyone has a public company or 2 that's like them. You must be like Asana. You must be like Monday or Cloudflare or Datadog or someone, right? Or pick someone that's the most like you, or Freshworks that's gone public, and say, look, challenge yourself. If Freshworks, I should have added Freshworks to this slide, but if Freshworks is at like 600, 700 million, growing 30%, why can't I grow 31% or 32%? Challenge yourself. If these big mature companies, if you're like them, why can't you grow faster? Like, I know there's excuses. I know your sales team says no one wants to buy anymore, and and the sky is falling, and the marketing team says they need more budget, and there's endless excuses. But you need to have some external validation. Find your comp and challenge yourself to do better than one of your comps in this market. And ask yourself why you're not. Be honest and ask yourself why you're not. Because the world has not ended in SaaS and cloud. It's just strange days. So I wanted to highlight this in maybe the next few slides are obvious to a lot of you, but I do think in today's world, founders and executives have to understand the public markets far better than we used to. When I was a SaaS CEO, I never checked the stock market. I didn't care. I didn't have time. I just wanted to hit my growth plan for the year, okay? I wanted to go from 1 to 3 or 3 to 6 or 6 to, I didn't care. I didn't care what anybody was trading at. I had no idea what was going on. It just didn't make any difference to me. I put all my savings into index funds, and I didn't care. But we've been on such a crazy wild ride that the public markets affect all of us. They affect fundraising, which we'll chat about all day, and which we chat about in a prior session. They affect your burn rate. They affect buying patterns. And so if you haven't seen it presented this way, what happens? Well, what's crazy on this slide, if you haven't seen it this way, is actually cloud stocks peaked in November 2021. Okay, that was when it got the best. Now, actually, cloud stocks look backwards, right? Because it takes a quarter to report them, and so they're always looking backwards in time. So in many cases, the real momentum, that COVID boost ended early 2021 for most stuff, maybe in e-commerce in 2020, but it took a couple quarters to show up because we kept buying the software and buying the software. So it peaked in November of 2021, and by the end of 2021, unicorns started to slow. They started to slow. And the 5th investment I made is a company called SalesLoft. It sold for $2.5 billion on December 31st, 2022, 2021? What year? I get confused on this slide. Yeah, 2021. It sold at the very end of 2021, December 30th, 2021. And as that happened, the discussion was, well, will they pull out? Will the deal not close? And so this $2.5 billion acquisition ended up happening in weeks. And there was only one condition on the deal, that it closed by December 31st. And then look what started to happen even at the end of 2021, right? It started to fall. And interestingly, it took 12 months to go from the peak to the bottom of public company SaaS prices. It literally took 12 months. That's breathtaking. So from November 2021, we hit our all-time peak. November 2022, we hit our all-time low. That is a rate of change that we've never seen in SaaS. It's a weight of whiplash. Just as the 1 to 4 in 1 year for Zoom was something we've never seen in our lifetimes, we've never seen deceleration in the public. Never. This has never happened because this peak was crazy. And so really, if November was the peak of 2021, we're 15 months now into this reset. Okay? We're 15 months in a process that's probably going to take about 24 months for us to fully work through all the craziness we've all lived through and how it hits the public market. But what is interesting, if you don't follow it, is we have seen a rebound. And we talked about this in the earlier session. We're not back to where we were in 2019, let alone 2021, where we're never going back to 2021. But as of a couple days ago, we're up about 20% this year in SaaS and cloud stocks. Yesterday was a bad day. last week was better, but we're still up about 20% from the lows, okay? And we'll talk in a few minutes. We're not even back to where we were pre-COVID, but we are off the lows. Things are better than they were in November 2020, but we have reset to a new world. But it is a slow rebound. I did this little survey on LinkedIn, and we're coming back out of the nadir, the low point of November 22. Are you feeling better 2 days ago about 2023 than you did at the start, than you did in January? 1,043 votes. Well, 60% of you are feeling better. I didn't ask you if you're feeling great. That would have been a different survey. But I did ask if you're feeling objectively better. 23% about the same, 18% feeling worse. But most of you are feeling like even if things are better than they were at the start of the year, and it's early. BMC is, I don't know when BMC was founded as an enterprise software company. I think it was founded in the 20s. I'm joking, but maybe in the 70s or the 80s. But this may be the first IPO as the IPO window kind of reopens. And so we're seeing that we are bouncing off the bottom. And to some extent, for things to function, especially venture capital and all the things that come out of it, you need some stability, right? Going up so crazy created 1,000 unicorns, but it also created a very unstable environment. Plummeting so quickly in a year created an unstable environment. A gentle reset, at least it creates stability. People know how to invest calmly. They know what valuation should be. They know how to run their business. So we appear to be reaching this period of stability and people feeling more bullish. It's possible it's possible this is what they call a dead cat bounce. They were bouncing off the bottom, but we're just gonna bounce right back to those lows. But I don't see it. I don't see it in the growth patterns. I don't see it in how the Cloudflares and the Mondays and the Zoom Infos are growing. I don't see that that's gonna happen. I think that was our bottom and that we are slowly going to something new. And so if I kind of had to summarize all of this, for folks, I think founders need to understand multiples. And we talked about this in the earlier VC session. But it's something, I never understood as a founder. And frankly, as an investor, I never really paid a lot of attention to it until recently, which was multiples. Multiples for years in SaaS were sort of mediocre. And a multiple is how much is your revenue worth in the public market? How much does it trade? And you can see here on Bessemer's Cloud Index, it's one of the best places on the internet to track it. You can just go to cloudindex.bvp.com, and the BVP session, I think, was right after this one in this room. And you can see, again, it peaked at like 23, 24x revenue for the top SaaS cloud companies. A few were crazy, like Snowflake. I think Snowflake hit like 100x. And that kind of justified the crazy 100x unicorn valuations, because if Snowflake was trading that way, why can't my startup trade that way? But overall, they peaked at about 25, and now we're down to like 5 to 6x on average, which is low, and 8x for the best one, which we'll chat about. But this is sort of the energy for venture, the energy for startups. What's your revenue worth? Because startups, and SaaS in particular, is weird. We're trying to turn revenue into cash. It's kind of weird. I guess it's obvious. We're not actually trying to turn profits into cash. We don't make money as founders and executives by dividends in SaaS, okay? Maybe a few of you do. Dividends are pretty rare, okay? Like that works for IBM and a few other folks. What we're trying to do is take revenue with high multiples and sell those shares. Either sell them on the public market, sell them in M&A. And so when that revenue multiple is high, everything works great. If we can take $1 of revenue and turn it into $20, that's magic. It's magic. Right now we're turning $1 of revenue into $5, $6. It's not so magical. It's sort of tolerable, right? And the big takeaway, and you really should track this, is that we're up from November 2022, and that's why you're seeing an uptick in venture activity, an uptake in optimism, but we're still below 2019. We're still below 2019. We're not back to where we are. And look again, if you're a founder and you've only been doing this for a couple of years, look at this peak. This peak was insanity. We're never going back to this insanity. And it may happen, maybe there'll be some other crazy externality that will happen, but unless the externality happens outside of a Figma or two, we're not going back to this peak ever again. But do this. We're still below, and I wrote high multiples are startup oxygen, but we need this. And if I had to summarize all of this, if you track this, when will we be back to normal, right, in SaaS overall? I'm going to argue, I would suggest when the best companies are worth 10x or more, so it's 8x today on average for the top ones if you look at it, we need about 20% more growth in multiples for everything to start to work, okay? And for folks that have been doing SaaS for a long time, at least kind of US Bay Area style, we always, like there was basically, everyone raised it until the good times, 2019 on, everyone raised it 10x ARR. Okay, that's what I raised as a founder. That was pretty standard, okay? And seed doesn't work because sometimes you don't have a lot of revenue, but you'd get to 10 million, you'd raise it 100 million, okay? HubSpot IPO'd at 800 million valuation, 900 million on 100 million in revenue. That was the way it worked. And then stuff got bigger and folks could fundraise on 15x and 20x valuations. But if we're below 10x, it just starts to break, right? I mean, if you're doing 50 million in revenue and you can only fundraise at 5x, 250 or 200 million, you can't raise that much money, right? Let's say you're at 50 million and you can only raise at a $200 million valuation and you sell 20% of your company, you can only raise 40 million. I mean, it's a lot of money, but it's not that much at a $50 million run rate, right? So we need this oxygen. And we were starving for oxygen in November 2020. If you want, I did a great YouTube session with Excel, Iconic, and Salesforce Ventures at like November. They were just, everyone was crestfallen because the market was broken when we were in this plummeting thing. Now we've bounced off the ground, but multiples are not quite high enough to make everything work normally yet. They're getting there, and I personally think we'll be there at the end of the year, which I'll show you in a minute. But watch this. When the best SaaS companies routinely trade at 10x, what that means is everyone thinks they work at one of the best SaaS companies, or you're trying to. The whole point of a startup is to try to do something great. So folks that believe in you will pay these higher multiples, but at 5x, 8x, we're still going to struggle. And so this is a pretty ugly chart I made, but I was trying to take this, what's the bet? And we're all kind of making bets. And you'll see, this is why all the tweets and the internet advice is so confusing. If you want to be a crazy bull, you can chop off the top, like this crazy COVID peak, and you can say, hey, we're going to get back to where we were before COVID. SaaS is good. Like Cloudflare's adding 500 million a year. Everyone's adding hundreds of millions a year. Like, let's go back to 15x type multiples, which we can chat about. Maybe it won't quite keep growing as it did, which was crazy, but maybe we'll stay high. That's aggressive, but I actually think everyone that's a Debbie Downer today, I'll talk about this in a minute. I wouldn't bet against SaaS. SaaS is still growing at epic rates. And the things that makes, even though, yeah, there's CFO scrutiny today, there's issues, people are buying so much more business software every year than before. It's crazy, and I'll show you the numbers in a minute. I wouldn't bet against SaaS. So there is a strong argument that we may well get back to at least where we were in 2019. Maybe this arrow doesn't go up to crazy levels for multiples. I wrote the new normal, which is kind of where we're at today, which is better than November, but not great. But things get a little bit better. And then there are a lot of Debbie Downers on the internet that are doing DCF analysis and looking at interest rates and going back to the 1600s and the 1200s and looking at things. And they will tell you, and I'll show you in a minute, that SaaS is still overvalued. It's still too high. And so the Debbie Downers are all going to tell you the market for SaaS stocks has to fall further. They're also going to tell you, hey, none of these companies are profitable other than the Microsofts and Adobes and Googles, and they're kind of right. We could talk about that. So there's a bunch of Debbie Downers that are going to tell you everything's overvalued. But I've been doing SaaS since 2005, and every year they've said it's overvalued. Okay, so like I'm not that guy at the bottom line. But you will hear it on the internet. My bet is we're going to be between those two blue lines. If I'm colorblind, I think those two lines, which is that, again, multiples will go up about 20 to 30%. Everything we'll be able to raise 20 to 30% more money, spend 20 to 30% more money. Things will be better. Whether we'll really get back to the trend line of pre-COVID, I don't know. I'm hopeful. There's reasons to be optimistic, but that may be too aggressive of a bet. But this is what everyone's trying to read these tea leaves today, now that we've kind of bounced off these lows. And so just a couple ways to look at this, just because it's so important. Here's the on the right, JP Morgan just put this up in one of the reports. They didn't go as far out as I would have liked, but they went back, oh my God, to the 80s. Certainly back to the beginning of SaaS. And the average IPOs at 8.2x revenue, okay? And you can see the crazy .com peak, which probably most folks in the room don't even know what folks are talking about. That was the Netscape era when things were crazy, and if you think things were crazy in 2021, they made no sense back then, but you can cut that one off too. But then you see this crazy COVID peak at 18x, right? And the real issue is that some folks still think this was normal. Some founders still ask me, when are we going back to those days? When are we going back to 2021? They don't get it. They've only been in market for a few years. Look at the slide. We're never going back. We're never going back to that peak. It was an anomalous thing that seems to happen about once every 20 years or so, maybe more often, and maybe it will happen in another 20 years. But don't plan on it. don't plan on us going back to public companies on average going public at 18 times our revenue. But as this, and again I updated, as the top folks are at 9x, once this crosses 10x and higher, I think we will see a return to normalcy. But the Debbie Downer will be like, the Debbie Downers again will say, hey, we're overvalued. It's been 8x since 1980. And we're at 9.2x for the top today. That's the argument, it's overvalued, but I think we're on path there. But here's what folks need to realize, just a summary. If things stay the way they are today, ventures, normal, you'll see all the top funds here today, the Sequoias, Bessemers, all of them, Lightspeeds, they're all here. Everyone's investing. But late stage rounds will end up getting done usually at $500 million valuations, billion-dollar valuations. There's no more room for unicorns in today's world, okay? Because if you're going to go public and you're going to be worth $2 billion, if that's the world we live in, that's still a lot of money, folks. Even if you raise it $1 billion, the investors can't make enough money. If you raise it $1 billion and there's some dilution in the IPO and some equity issue, you don't even double your money at a $2 billion IPO, which may take you 2 or 3 years to get all your cash out. That's a crappy investment for investors. It's okay, you can make money at 2x, but it's harder than you think because there's downside risk. The IPO might go down as well as up. It's very hard to make money at 2x, and so unicorns are in hibernation now if these multiples stay low, right? The second point, which founders, maybe local founders aren't as insane as they are back in the Bay Area, but even $50 million rounds are going to be rare. And everyone thought they would earn a $50 million, $100 million big Series B in 2021. But if you think about it, if late stage valuations stay at around 500 or higher, it's hard to raise much more than 50 million. Like there's only so much of your company you can sell at these valuations. So these even 9-figure rounds will stay very scarce if we stay here. And we're already seeing this third point, which, and again, these are US numbers, so take it with a grain of salt. You know, in 2021, $10 million would be like an embarrassment for a Series A. You wouldn't even do a press release. You'd be like, oh my God, I failed. Like that's all I could get was 10 million. I raised 6 million in my Series A back in the day. Now you see them in TechCrunch. Now you see them in Strictly VC. You see it again and again because this is the reset, right? They're back. The bottom line is everyone has to get twice as far and half as much money as at the peak. That's a simple thing. So anyhow, that's the reality. Twice as far and half as much money. We can chat more about it today. But the last point I'll say with all the Debbie Downers, if multiples go up even 20%, people are going to be feeling pretty good again. The math will start to work. So and I think this is what's going to happen, even a modest rebound of another 20% in multiples is going to take stress out of all this, and things will return to a good new normal. But no matter what they say on the internet, no one knows. It's not all interest rates. It's not all Ukraine. Okay, there's a lot of factors going on. I don't think everyone thinks they know. I don't think all these brilliant people know. Or they wouldn't have invested the way they did in 2021. So to kind of wrap it up, this is the big question, but I wanted to hit one last point. And this is the latest Gartner report. And you can be a little bit critical of Gartner. You can say Gartner changes their numbers a little bit over time. But there's no one that talks to more CIOs than Gartner. There's no one that talks to 1,000+ CEOs every friggin' quarter than Gartner. So while as a founder, I was a little skeptical of Gartner. Over the years, I've fallen in love with it because you need some objective data, even if it's imperfect. Gartner's latest prediction in January 2023, this is not a year ago, this is now, says that enterprise software buying will go up 9.3% in 2023. Now that's up from a low point in 2021. No matter how it looks, that's up. And whether it's 9.3 or 8.1 or 10.4, it's a lot. It's not negative. It's the highest growing segment in enterprise IT. And it's going to take total enterprise, this is just enterprise, this isn't even SMBs, up to $856 billion. And that's adding almost 80 billion. If they're adding 80 billion, there's room for you guys to close a couple million. There really is room for you to close a couple $1 million if they're going to add 80 billion. Is a lot of it going to Workday and Salesforce and, of course. But there's so much budget. This is not shrinking. It's under scrutiny people were drunk soldiers in 2021 in the way they spent. They spent everything for digital transformation or productivity. Everything's on break. Everyone bought 30 apps they didn't end up needing, okay? And it sucks if you're one of the 30. It's not fun. But this is fuel. This is fuel. And this is why if you bet against SaaS and you're a Debbie Downer and you think multiples should be lower and you're doing your 27-year DCF discounted analysis and assuming interest rates will go up to 11.4% in the US, you're nuts, because this is so much, not only percentage growth, but think about the amount of money. Think about the amount of money. And this is so much more money. If you've been in SaaS for a while like me, if you've been in SaaS for 5 or 6 years, the fact that SaaS spend has almost tripled in that time, it's a force of nature. And it doesn't always feel like it. Every deal's hard. I personally don't believe any of us need any more software. Generally speaking, I believe most businesses survive. They survive. Okay, they will survive without your piece of software. We love everything. We love our Figmas and we love our HubSpots that are speaking here today. But the world didn't end before Figma. It's better. It's better. Don't get me wrong. But we somehow managed to ship software in volume before anyone here. But this is a force of nature. This should make you bullish on what you're doing. This should make you long-term bullish, and it should kick you in the ass a little bit if your woe is me. Okay, if your woe is me, for most of you, things are still harder than 15 months ago, but get a reference check, find your public comp, and understand what's happening. The buyers are still there. Having said that, and then I'll kind of wrap it up here, I don't want to say that it's, notwithstanding those numbers, it is harder. And if you look at the left, this one I grabbed from Tom Tungus' latest post, he's good with the data. Look, here's the slowdown in AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud spend. Like, it's still, the amount of money being spent in cloud, your jaw will drop. I mean, good God, your jaw will drop about spend. But it is not increasing. There is pressure here. So you can either be a Pollyanna and say, my God, look at the amount of hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars of new revenue being spent on cloud infrastructure, or you can be a Debbie Downer and say it's tougher. I mean, it's up to you how you look at it, right? Snowflake on the right? Is Snowflake still growing 100%? No, but this epic level growth of 67% year over year and quarterly, actually it is still over 100% over 2022. It's still epic, right? These are still epic growth, but it's harder. It's hard. There's almost nobody that it isn't harder, but times are good for SaaS and cloud. So that's my summary. Learn a little bit more about multiples. I continue to learn and evolve my thinking. Personally, I think things will be about 20 to 30% better by the end of the year. The spend's there, but don't bank on it. You're going to have to go twice as far and have as much money. So I know we started early today. I know a lot of you already did a lot. Thanks for coming. A quick reminder, if you're getting kicked off, in the middle we have brain dates and networking. It's great. There's so many great topics. If you haven't signed up on the mobile app or whatever, just go to the brain date booth. You can meet so many great folks. A lot of folks come to SaaStr events now and they just do brain dates. They just do one-on-one, one-on-fours, one-on small groups. We try to do very specific topics that you really want to dig in on and get to know great speakers and your peers. If you're new, you see we've got 3 stages, 2 over there, this one coming. We'll go all the way till about 5 p.m. on the stage. I'll do, if you want to hear more from me for some crazy reason, I'll do a final AMA here until I pass out if we want to kind of just wrap up on questions from the day. And then we'll start off on happy hour at 4 in the day. So anyhow, thank you everyone for the first SaaStr APAC. I'm so grateful you're here. And let's go forth and conquer. Thank you.
Please welcome WATI co-founder and COO Bianca Ho, Vymo co-founder and CEO Yamini Bhat, Multiplier co-founder and CEO Sagar Khatri, and Sequoia Southeast Asia Managing Director Abheek Anand.
Hey guys. Hi everybody. Good morning. This is pretty exciting. Like one of the first sessions in the morning, the first SaaStr APAC event. We are thrilled to have you guys here. My name is Abheek. I work at Sequoia. I'm going to be the person who speaks the least over here, but my job is to make sure that I introduce the amazing panelists that we have on the screen over here with us. Actually, maybe before I start introducing them, I want to share a little bit, like some anecdotes to set context for you guys about what makes this panel, in my opinion, very diverse, very interesting, and hopefully relevant for a lot of folks in the audience. All three of the founders over here, Sagar, Bianca, Yamini, have built very fast-growing global SaaS companies. That's what's in common with them. But what's even more interesting is the ways in which they differ. All of them are building businesses for global markets, but they're building businesses for different segments. For example, Multiplier has a business that scales across SMEs all the way up to enterprises. WATI is very SME focused. And Vymo is very enterprise focused. Vymo is a vertical SaaS product. WATI is a horizontal WhatsApp for Business API product. And Multiplier helps businesses hire globally. And that's really the topic of this conversation this morning, which is how do you build and scale global cross-border teams? So I'm going to kick it off a little bit with Sagar, who's really in the thick of things from two different perspectives. He's got a team that spans many different markets, including co-founders who are in Singapore and outside. But more importantly, he's got several hundred customers who he helps scale global cross-border teams by helping them hire, by helping them maintain compliance. So he's got a very unique perspective, both from a SaaS founder's perspective, but also as somebody who works with people who sees many of these challenges in very different forms. So Sagar, maybe I'll kick it off with you. Like, do you want to talk a little bit about what are some of the most common challenges that you see, both for yourself, but more importantly for the hundreds of customers that you guys have globally?
Abheek, thanks for that question. And hello everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm Sagar, co-founder and CEO of Multiplier. I think as Abheek rightly pointed out, we have a global and distributed team ourselves. We are roughly 400 folks across 45 countries and 60 nationalities, right? So definitely a problem that we've gone through ourselves. I think if I break that problem down into 3 or 4 points, the first point that I would love to touch upon is finding the right folks. Second is employing them, and third is onboarding them, right? If you talk about finding the right folks, today we live in a world where talent crunch is a real problem, right? We are sitting in Singapore, and if I have to take example of Singapore, in Singapore we require roughly 100,000 software developers every year, but we only produce 5,000-6,000 of them, right? So talent crunch is a major problem that affects organizations big and small, right? There's a Korn Ferry study which talks about that by 2030, there'll be a talent shortage of 70 million skilled talent. That will lead to a revenue loss of roughly $8.5 trillion. Now that's a big number, right? It's bigger than the combined GDP of Japan and Germany, right? So finding the right folks is very important, and hence we've always found areas where you find the right type of talent. For example, if you're looking at developers, you can look at India, Vietnam, Indonesia. We have our own developer team between 15 countries, including Serbia and Egypt and so on and so forth, right? If you're looking at marketing talent, if it's digital marketing talent, you can look at India. But if you're looking at more brand and creative talent, you can look at Australia, UK, US, and so on and so forth, right? So that's about finding the right folks. The second biggest challenge is more about employing, right? So when you talk about employing people, there are 2 areas of concerns. One is regulatory challenges, right? If you have a team only in Singapore or only in one country, it's quite easy, right? You just open your entity, get the right payroll folks, and so on and so forth, HR, COPSEC, and so on and so forth. But the moment you're operating in multiple countries, that problem really magnifies, right? So you have to have entities in every country. You need to have paid up capital, payroll people, HR people, tax people, COPSEC, and so on and so forth, right? So it becomes important to have a solution at place where you can scale easily, right? And the second problem on employing is cost and time, right? I used to work for a company before starting Multiplier, and it took me 8 months to open a bank account in a developed market like Australia. If developed market, and you cannot start business until you set up your entity and a bank account and so on and so forth. So if a developed market takes that long, you can imagine how long it will take in a developing market. So cost and time challenges are the other type of challenges when you talk about employing. The third bucket and the most important bucket, or the most important challenge that I face as a founder today, who has a team in so many countries, is onboarding and maintaining the right culture, right? When you have people, when you have diversity in every shape and form, it becomes extremely difficult to maintain that culture, right? So, and when you talk about culture, there are 2 points that I would love to touch about. One is, how do you get the right folks, right? One of the things that we've realized is churn problem is always an acquisition problem. If you are not getting the right people, if the people that you are getting don't see an inherent benefit in working remotely in a distributed setting, it would be very hard for them to succeed in your organization. The second point is about great onboarding. I mean, I cannot emphasize enough how important onboarding is. So one of the areas that we've realized that you can succeed at onboarding and getting people onboarded faster is decentralizing onboarding. Right? If I'm sitting, our biggest market is US today. If I'm sitting in Singapore and I create an experience where everything happens through Singapore, we are not going to be successful. So how do you create senior leadership positions in each market where, when you hire somebody in Latin America, you have the local setup there to onboard them in the right manner. The third important area is creating the right culture, which is defining what your company stands for. For example, at Multiplier, the culture that we try to create is of 3T: trust, transparency, and thoroughness, which is we like to have trust as the currency to do business at Multiplier. We love to onboard people who work via trust, give them full autonomy to operate without getting in their way. We love to have a transparent culture. Everybody in the company knows what Sagar is doing, what Sagar is failing at, what Sagar is succeeding at, and so on and so forth. And thoroughness, where if you do not have the luxury of going and patting on somebody's back because you're not in the same office, how do you create a culture where when somebody raises their hand and I'm going to do it, they actually end up doing it? So it becomes very important that you create a culture where accountability and responsibility gets taken very seriously.
Yeah, so you talked about hiring, you talked about onboarding, you talked about culture. I can imagine these are common challenges across Vymo and WATI as well. What are any ways in which you guys see things that might be different? Is there anything else that you guys are seeing? Because you guys have very different businesses. Bianca, maybe you want to start that off.
Yeah, so I think that those are really good points, especially like with the hubs. We are remote first, and then we also have a hybrid kind of working in Hong Kong. I think that's where it's very interesting to see there's like an in-office culture and there's also the remote culture. But I have to say, like most of that, like the codifying the culture, calling things out when it works and when it doesn't work. And also, if you say in WATI, zooming in and zooming out is one of the very key kind of cultural behaviors that we see people do. And when people do that, you should call them out and say, hey, you did a good job, and tell them very specifically rather than like, hey, you did a good job, right? Something like too generic. And helping to enforce that, we also have something called Cultural Star that we kind of celebrate. Everyone across the globe can nominate anyone for anything very specific that they have done, and we go through that at Town Hall. The other thing I wanted to kind of double down is also the transparency part. Ken, who's my co-founder, he writes a global newsletter. We also do like a town hall every week to keep everyone posted. And it's also that transparency, like we share quite a lot of data into kind of how we're doing, what we're doing well, what we're not, and everyone is aware. I think though, there are a few things that you need to pick and choose, what roles you choose to be closer to you, and all of that has to be pretty much in the same time zone, just because you don't want people to kind of burn out too badly. But also, I would say if there is some very like local knowledge that's important, you have to hire it locally in the market. Comparing to like go to market, I would say CSMs, SDR, BDRs, you can hire pretty much like locally. However, for maybe like finance, which you needed to work with a local auditor, that's really important to be in market, right? So I would say like you need to also make those choices. Although kind of talent is quite global, but then there are some roles that can be more independent, and some roles that has to be more collaborative, and you should kind of opt for that, a mixture of that.
Yeah, I guess Yamini, you and I spoke last night, and one of the things you pointed out was how one of the core cultural values that you guys have is customer obsession. Now, unlike Sagar and Bianca, your customers are very different. You guys are 400, 500K ACV, like very large customers, financial institutions.
Yeah.
Now, you've got a customer base. How many countries is your customer base across?
It's about 8 to 10 different countries, yeah.
So it's different countries. These are very large organizations. You're focused on customer obsession. How do you build a team that actually can succeed when your customer base is so diverse and so well entrenched in their markets?
Yeah, it's interesting. So just for context, I'm one of the co-founders, CEO of Vymo. Vymo is a sales engagement platform. We are a vertical SaaS company. We work exclusively with financial institutions. We started in India, started going international from there, right? It's interesting that this is the first panel after Jason at SaaS in Asia. This would not have been the topic of the panel in the US, in Bay Area, right? Because there is no need to go global until you are hitting 100 million. So, but strangely, we start on this side of the world for all our natural reasons, and then we have this ambition to be global, and some of our largest markets are out on the West. So suddenly, literally you cross $1 million and you're asking questions on global distribution and global culture, et cetera, right? So it's a very, very pertinent questions for companies coming out of here. We can't escape that. I think I completely agree with what Bianca and Sagar shared. There is a couple of pre-context and post-context I would like to add to. The number one thing while expanding globally for us has been that when you're going from your host market to all the new markets, it's very easy to start hearing things like, Japan's culture is different, they buy differently, or US, here is what works, and hey, you know what, because you're doing $500,000 in Asia, but when you go to the US, it's such a big market, why don't you go with the 50K ticket sizes and build a different GTM motion and start doing inside sales over there? You get a lot of that advice on why don't you do something different in these markets, right? I think one of the first tenets for us has been your global expansion is not easy. The first logo will be very easy because you've built a great product which has amazing product market fit. There's someone who looks similar outside. They'll be automatically, you'll find some inbound, you'll get your first few customers, and you'll assume that you have global product market fit, right? And that'll be easy. It makes you start believing that therefore maybe you should do things differently or it's automatically going to work. But number one, do not underestimate the friction it'll take for you to go from that one logo to 10 and from 10 to 100 in these markets. Do not underestimate. You'll have to do a lot of nuanced stuff to make it happen on org building, on culture, on scaling, on every single function, product, like you'll have to have nighttime support. Every single function will go through friction and stress, right? So do not add additional stress by trying to do a different segment, for example. If you're enterprise, don't go mid-market. If you're mid-market, don't go enterprise, large enterprise, right? Do not create friction for yourself. Do not try to avoid to the extent possible creating friction in how you go to market also. Try to have that consistency so that when you're getting, as a company, when you're getting to the next 2-3 stages of growth, you are consistently talking the same language, talking to a similar kind of ICP, pitching the same product for the same problems, right? And therefore, you have some sense of sanity across these. You don't want to increase anymore, add any more layers to this, right? So that's the prequel to things you need to think hard on because there's going to be a lot more friction than you expect, right? Now, therefore, the culture thing comes into play. How do you actually, you'll have to give up on a few things and care for a few things that will matter more in achieving this kind of scale and consistency across these markets, right? And that's why culture plays a very big role. I was telling Abheek about one thing. Vymo is a new category. We created this category. There was no Gartner quadrant. There was no Forrester Wave until last year, which is like 7 years into our journey and 4 years of working with analysts. And we were able to create a category called Sales Engagement Platform, right? Where Vymo is a strong leader and ranks better than the CRMs, et cetera. And that has been, to be able to create a new category, for example, one design principle we had as a company was customer obsession. I'm pretty sure Netflix says customer obsession. I'm pretty sure Slack has customer obsession on their values. But it's very important to relate to why it matters for you. Customer obsession for Vymo is super critical because we can't copy a competitor in our category. There is no competition. We have to learn from the end customers. So every single person in Vymo, including engineers, do spend time with customers to be able to build the intuition on what matters most to them, and therefore can independently, 500 people living in 8 different countries can independently come to the same design choices required for you to scale, right? And therefore values think very much in the context of what are you willing to give up to retain when you're faced with hard choices, when your team is faced with hard choices, when you're not present on the ground with them, right? And that's basically what you build into your culture as values.
Yes, I heard a couple of key topics there, Yamini. One is sort of product market fit, ICP. You hinted a little bit at sort of go-to-market, making sure that you're in the right segment. We'll cover all of those topics in a couple of questions now. But for the audience, guys, towards the end, we do have a couple of mics up here. So if anybody wants to ask any questions, maybe in the last 10 minutes or so, thank you. At least we have one lined up. Towards the last 10 minutes or so, please just walk up to the microphone and I will call on you guys and you can ask our panelists anything you want. I want to switch gears a little bit and move to product because, clearly that's where things start. And especially when you're selling into global markets, you've got a global team, you've got a global customer base. Even figuring out what the right ICP is takes a little bit of time. Who are you selling to? What is the go-to-market motion? I'm going to start off with Bianca right now. Bianca, you have customers in what, 60 countries?
Yes,
something like that?
78.
70 countries. 78?
Yes.
Amazing. And you're building that product out of Asia, Hong Kong, Singapore. How do you even decide what your ICP looks like? Because I would imagine a customer sitting in Brazil is very different from a customer sitting in India. How do you decide what to prioritize, what products to build, and therefore what kind of a team do you need to make that product strategy successful?
So what we think of is there's like core and kind of strategics, like experiments that you should be running. So core for us is Asia. This is where WhatsApp is the biggest. And I think it's also, we are operating in a market, and I mean specifically with WhatsApp, we help them to sell, market, and support their customers better. And that need is very global. Like I would say, and it's also, we work with SMBs, right? So as there's SMB in every other country. So I think that like our market kind of like decided our kind of like product can be very global, and we only need localization in languages in terms of our product. Obviously you also need kind of like content and everything to kind of follow, and also CSMs to speak the same languages, things that kind of speak to that specific kind of segment. But I think because we chose WhatsApp, which is a very global product, we can kind of do it that way. In terms of prioritization, we kind of think about it there's the core and strategics that you're kind of running a few experiments on. And I think one thing that we're very conscious is it's different for every country how they buy a product. And I think that is something you need to put into perspective, because say like US is very okay for like self-service, whereas there's like India who's always like, give me this phone number and call me in 10 minutes, right? So it's very different, right? Like, so it's also, like you shouldn't fight the wave. Like you should always kind of go with like where the wave is and figure out like, what can I do to make this wave riding easier? And I would, strongly recommend going against the tide for all the other reasons with like so much friction. So I think the other thing that we kind of look at is also go to market and product fit, right? So like, again, going back to how people have been buying products, and obviously there is a certain kind of cultural element to that, and how do we fit our kind of go-to-market, marketing, and all of that kind of with that kind of go-to-market motion. And on top of that, obviously product needs to support the local languages. How they use it is very easy. So I think that's the core, it has to happen regardless.
Got it. So you start with a very strong core and you build on top of that. You go where the customers are, where they're pulling you, but not necessarily force a product down a market that may not fully be ready for that.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Sagar, you guys have a very interesting take on that as well, in that you sell to customers, but you also help them navigate local market nuances. So you're almost a bridge between a very diverse set of customers and a very diverse set of markets. Like, how do you guys think about what features are important, what segments to go after, what corridors in your case to go after?
Right. I think that's a very interesting question. I think as Yamini was talking about, she didn't have a benchmark to build against when she started building the product. In our case, Abheek, I think we've gone through a full journey of how the product has evolved. Today, we have customers in 30, 40 countries across mid-market, SME, startups, and enterprises. I think when we started selling, one thing that really helped was we had revenue and customers before we had product. Very similar to Yamini, we did not have benchmarks or competitors to build it against. So we, my co-founder, Amrit, comes from sales background, and we had 10 or 20 paying customers before we, even started handing product in their hands. So that taught us what kind of actions users are taking, what are they calling us for, what are they sending emails, what is the content of the email, and so on and so forth. Because we took such a first principled approach in building product, when we actually launched it, it really took off, right? That is one thing that really worked out, right? Second, I think, I don't know if Jason would agree, but I think gone are the days where the product talent only resides in Valley. We are obviously biased because it's our product. I think, just for your information, what we do is we help companies employ talent globally in 150 countries without having to open your legal entity and so on and so forth. We onboard people on our entity. So I think, gone are the days where the talent and the best product only came out of that limited space in Valley. I think we are biased, but we claim to have the best product in the market, and obviously users love it. We have great ratings and so on and so forth. So building product from the first principled approach really helped. What also helped is, because we are a global team, our product, what we call EPD, our engineering, product, data, and design team, is also based in 16 countries. So when you have such a distributed team, you get to hear opinions from folks across every time zone. And ours is more of a bottom-up motion. Obviously, we have enterprise customers, but we don't go top-down. We still go bottom-up for enterprise customers as well. So that has really helped, right? Now, the next step, when we had product market fit, and then we started expanding our product, the local nuances became very, very important. For example, if you talk about US, the penetration of HRIS or HRMS products is massive. So there we really needed to, and US is our biggest market today, there we really needed to think about integrations. So integration became an extremely important feature there. But when you talk about APAC, the software penetration in general is very low. So here we had to build out those HRIS features as well and give it out for free so that customers can use our product. So, that is more about how to think about your product in terms of different geos. Now, when we are talking about going more enterprise mid-market in top-down motion, for them compliance becomes key. So do you have SOC 1, do you have SOC 2, do you have GDPR, and so on and so forth. But I think I totally agree with Yamini that in the initial days, focus was very important, but not now that you have pressure to grow faster, it becomes important that you start tapping every segment across geo and customer segment.
Yamini, you guys have obviously a very different customer base, very different ICP. Again, as you think about what products to build, I'm sure you're getting pulled in many different directions, right? Banks in Japan will want something very different from, I don't know, insurers in Europe. Like, how do you decide where to draw the line? What is the ICP? And how do you expand the ICP over time? Have you guys expanded ICP over time? And what does that look like?
Yeah. So for us, why did we even become a vertical SaaS company, right? So it was a new category. We had said we are going to improve sales productivity, and people have spent already millions of dollars. Large enterprises spend millions of dollars on CRM and assume that sales productivity is going to move as a result of that kind of visibility on data, right? But salespeople don't use their CRM. You don't have any sense of what activity has led to what kind of outcomes. That's the problem we were trying to solve, right? So for CXOs who have already spent millions of dollars and years of energy into making a CRM work, while they understand now that this is not possible, it's still a very big leap of faith bringing in a startup to solve, especially in a large enterprise, right? And especially, so our vision was always to go global, right? And we knew that the bigger your sales team, the larger the problem. So then roughly we knew that we would be in the greater than 100,000 USD ACV segment. So we would go towards larger and larger organizations, potentially the like top 20 banks, top 20 insurers globally, et cetera. Now, once that became obvious, and the first choice we actually were forced to make was even going vertical, right? Because we did not start, when we raised our Series A from Sequoia Capital, we were actually not a vertical company. We were like, that Series A led to so much inbound. We onboarded so many different kinds of customers. But then you realize that pharma products are not sold the same way, medical reps do not engage doctors the same way globally. CPG products like food products and consumer goods are not sold the same way. HUL itself or P&G itself doesn't sell the same way in emerging versus developed markets, and even developed markets are different based on the infrastructure, right? So then, to be able to show that on top of an average $2 million CRM ticket size, Vymo can create value, and you have to pay us more because we are actually solving the problem for you. We needed to be, product-wise, we needed to say, hey, let's pick a few sales models where we can see this end-to-end, because a pharma rep doesn't sell the same way as software is sold, right? So we need to nuance ourselves to those sales models. And because that meant we pick a few verticals, we then had to decide which are the verticals, which one have massive TAM. I think one of the subtle things that Bianca hinted at is you need to have a massive market when you're trying to go from a smaller country to a global market, right? WhatsApp is a global product and a platform which enabled them to really follow in the footprints of wherever WhatsApp took off in business, right? So similarly for us, we said financial services because even for Salesforce and Gartner and Microsoft, some of the largest enterprise companies, financial services was between 40 to 60% of their revenue base in the enterprise segment. So we were going behind the largest market, and we said we'll be such a great product that instead of having 10, 20% market share in a horizontal category, we'll have 80 to 90% share. And if you look at some of our mature markets, 8 of the top 10 insurers use Vymo. And our net revenue retention is about 150% or so. So we land and we keep expanding and expanding and expanding. And we've had zero retention, like zero churn outside of COVID period on some of these logos, right? So we had to be really sure that the TAM was huge enough and the sales model was narrow enough for us to make. And that combination is what led us to do FS, right? And from there onwards, it became choices on, are we doing enough variations of this to be able to access that TAM globally and show success to them. So ICP largely plays in that zone for us.
Yep. Guys, maybe I'll ask one last question before turning it over to the audience. And maybe, Yamini, I'll start with you. And we talked a little bit about how being in APAC, we are selling global by definition, right? I mean, we have so many countries, so many different markets, so many deep markets. You have to start thinking global from day one, or many SaaS companies end up doing that. We talked about product, we talked about team. There is go-to-market and product GTM fit, if you will, right? And short of you guys being on a flight constantly, which I know you guys do, what has worked for you guys as you've scaled this kind of GTM motion across each of your companies? What are some of the key takeaways that people can take? Hey, 1 or 2 things that have really worked well for us, or 1 or 2 things that did not work very well?
Yeah, so for us, I think it was important to acknowledge the fact that product market fit in general for that segment and the category is one thing, and product market fit in every country is another thing, and you have to budget for the cycle time to do that, right? When you set investor expectations, when you set expectations and KPIs for your own team, because you don't want them frustrated before they've had enough cycle time on success. And once you have, and the nuances on product market fit within a geography are more to the likes of what Sagar and Bianca were talking about, right? It's probably on how they buy. It's probably on local compliance and regulatory stuff, right? But until you get that right, there'll be a lot of friction in the sales process. So you can't deny the fact that that exists, and you can't budget for the timeline in how you set expectations externally and internally on success, right? Otherwise, engineers sitting in head office will start wondering, hey, you know what, is that even working for us? But they need to know that in Vymo's case, it's 2 years of product market fit on regulation, compliance, pipeline, being able to win the first few customers, learning from that, and then saying, here is the logged in version of the product that we're going to sell here, right? After that, there is the GTM kicking in when you have the right talent locally, if you need talent locally. In some products, especially if you're selling to end users, etc., probably you go bottom up and you may not need local talent immediately. But for 500K ACVs in one of the most conservative industries with the largest, most complicated selling process, we needed local time zone talent. Right? And once you are dependent on local talent, recognize the fact that your first hire may not be right. For every 1 person you want to get right, you might need to have 2 in place, right? Then it takes 6 months to build the pipeline. Then maybe another 4 or 5 months to close. If you've got these 2 people wrong, you kind of have to buy extra time, right? So that was another additional 12 to 18 months. And I think the mistake we made was not having that, obviously you're hungry to grow, right? Hungry to prove yourself. You've raised money, and probably in the next 2 years, you'll have to do your second round. But each of these PMF cycles and GTM kicking in was almost a 2-year cycle if we do not make mistakes, and then COVID happens, right? So have the right expectations and understand the fact that these are the leading indicators of that market working for you, right? And you'll have to track the indicators rather than just assuming that in 6 months it's going to, just because you had one logo, you're going to get to 10, right? And set realistic expectations between, external and internal stakeholders.
Very quickly, Bianca,
Yeah,
Sagar.
I'll go for a quick one. So we're SMB motion. We have a much quicker kind of sales cycle. So I think what we've done well is that we've optimized every part of that funnel, right? Like, how do people come in? Is it paid, organic? How do we get more organic? How do we get more people to the demo? How do we find more qualified demo? How do we reduce no-shows? For example, we did a WhatsApp automation, like using WATI for WATI, and then they can actually reduce no-shows by 20%, right? So that's really significant for especially a team that's always on call. So I think it's like, for us, it's like optimizing that funnel, every part and every kind of like lever that you can do, because our sales cycle is so fast, you can see the results much quicker than, like, say, Yamini needed to kind of cycle for a longer time. I think now, like, the thing that we're trying to learn is, if we were to go to a different market or a different go-to-market motion that's different in the other country, how do we budget for that, right? And I think that's precisely what Yamini was saying. Like, hey, we're not for now, not going to 500K ACV. One day, I think Abheek will be really happy to hear that. But, as we kind of go up, then what does that mean for us? Because that's not a muscle that we're very familiar with. So I think that's what we're learning. So
yeah, and maybe quickly, I think the GTM has evolved for us. Maybe initially it was largely outbound founder-led sales. Then once we realized that we have some semantics of product market fit, we started moving to more inbound organic and inbound paid. Today, when we have a sizable business, I think there are 4 or 5 engines that work for us, which is inbound paid, inbound organic, outbound referral events, and so on and so forth. I think what has worked for us, I think we've very early figured out that, hey, this is working, and finding the right talent in the market, as you said. So if you look at your sales talent, it's important that if you're selling to Americans, you have talent in US. If you're selling to the UK folks, you have talent in UK, and so on and so forth. What is focused for us now is, the demand gen part works really well. Now, how do you think about 2-year and 3-year roadmap in terms of your product marketing and brand marketing? I think that's something that we are spending a lot of time these days on.
Guys, I feel very guilty to sort of have this question be so rushed, because clearly this is such a rich topic, and the breadth of experiences the three of you guys have with sort of enterprise customers, mid-market SMEs globally is fantastic. So hopefully folks in the audience get a chance to meet these guys over the course of the day. But I do want to try to turn it over to folks in the audience. If you guys have any questions, please walk up to the mic. Apparently we are live streaming this, so we do need to be on the mic.
Hi, I'm Brian. About 80% of our teams in Singapore, 80% of our customers and revenues in the US. And so what I really struggle with is, like, what time zone do you even have the global call? Or you hire the US sales team. Do you meet with them every day? Do you meet them at 9 p.m., 9 a.m.? Like, how do you make all that stuff work as you're adjusting product market fit, market motion, stuff like that? Any advice you have on that? Do you do the demos yourself from here, 9 to midnight? Do you hire the team there? How do you manage them? Do you have a co-founder move to the US for a year and set it up? Like, how have you thought through that? Because this is the one that just bangs my head around late at night.
What's the typical ACV?
Probably 10,000, 20,000.
Maybe I can take
this.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So I think we had a very similar start. So our first 50 customers, US is our biggest market as well. And all 3 of us were based in Singapore at the beginning. So let's say first 50 to 100 customers, it was all founder-led sales, outbound reach out, late night demos. And once we realized that the Americans are confident paying to a Singapore company a huge chunk, which has only existed for a few months, we realized that time to scale, and hence we started hiring leadership in the local markets. In my humble belief, it will not scale if you don't end up hiring in local markets, because they just feel more comfortable buying from them.
And did you manage the US team at 9 p.m. at night or 9 a.m. in the morning? How do you make that work every week or every day?
Very good question. I think there has to be a slight change in
thought there, you don't need to manage. As I was talking about decentralization, hire a VP of sales in US and let them manage. So the thought process that you need to manage the sales team is something that we don't believe in.
Okay.
Sitting from here,
Yeah.
Please.
Thank you.
Hi. Here we go.
Yeah.
I'm Alex. Sagar, you touched on an interesting point about integrating with the rest of the ecosystem and the priority that the US requires because of the development of the range of partners. What is your experience of creating cases to prioritize between different regions in the world? The US is a very complete and very advanced ecosystem with a lot of integrations that are required. If you come to APAC, often you end up having to have one key integration for a specific market because that player is not necessarily a global player, or the integrations you already have with US players is not necessarily relevant to all markets you're targeting in APAC. How do you make a case to prioritize those integrations, and how do you calibrate between a big market like the US, which is going to generate a lot of cash long term, versus India, which is like an incredible opportunity, but then you have to integrate with that guy that is so important for you locally?
Right. Maybe I can start. So, Alex, thank you for that question. I think it's a very, very important question. I think in Singapore, we have a joke that if you sneeze in US, you can make $5-6 million of ARR. You can die in Singapore and you would still be stuck at $1 million ARR. So, so that answer was not very difficult for us. We've always prioritized US market. As I was saying, the first 50 to 100 customers were all founder-led, doing late-night demos. So what the Americans needed, it was very clear that we had to do it, right? And the penetration of the adjacent softwares in US is very, very high. So we really focused on that. And the integration industry has also evolved. Now you don't need to go and do a separate integration with Workday, separate integration with Rippling and so on and so forth. You have a company where you can just, you can create your APIs and you have a SaaS player who can help you integrate, right? And so then how do you decide what is the right time to think about now spending time in local markets? I think once you have created a solid engine that works for a market like US or UK or Germany or France, which are our biggest markets, then to create more engines of growth, you can start focusing on APAC market. But I think largely if you talk about SaaS spend, US is a very important market. But I think
I look at it differently. I mean, India is WhatsApp's biggest market, and again, I think it has to align with kind of like the software that you're selling, who you're selling to, what are the big markets, and I think yes, generally like US is the biggest market. With integrations, I think a good indicator is like what clients are asking you, right? Like, whether they're asking you on like CRMs or are they asking like e-commerce, like for us, like e-commerce softwares, like what are they asking? And also what type of value do they see? And it's also very true with kind of what Sagar said, you don't need to build out the whole thing, right? They might need it for a certain thing, or maybe you can leverage something like Zapier, Pabbly, another kind of workflow to make that already happen. So it doesn't need to be like fully integrated, right? Like with all the APIs, and they have like new APIs every week, right? Like, so it takes too much of your time. I would say just optimize for a start it and see whether there's value, or maybe are they stickier, and then build out that use case. So I would kind of go that direction.
Yeah, I would say if you have a certain amount of cash to spend to figure out what your growth path will be, you would rather spend it on the largest market. As long as you know that you have the product market fit over there, you'd continue to invest, because then rest is just additional marginal S-curves, right? You don't have existential crisis. It also kind of depends on time to be able to do that. Your board needs to be aligned with you that you will take a little bit extra time but get it right, versus going for quick wins. So it completely depends on whether that is your biggest market with the best product market fit.
And I guess one thing that you could, the risk that you run about not going to your biggest market first is you may not have the right product for a later shift into one of those markets. I mean,
yeah. You'll always burn more money trying to do that later than now, and more energy.
Yep. Guys, we are at time. Thank you so much for attending. I thought this was a fantastic conversation, guys. Lots of diverse opinions. Lots of hopefully very useful thoughts for folks in the audience. Like I said, please come hound these guys afterwards. Yamini, Bianca, Sagar, thank you very much for your time.
Thanks,
Thank
Abheek.
you.
Thanks, guys.
Please welcome G2's Vice President of Asia Pacific, Perrine.
All right, thank you. Thank you, exciting to be here, and I'm excited to talk to you about what's holding up buyers. So we're gonna dive into the software buying process and see the challenges that buyers are having. But really quickly, 30 seconds about me. I'm gonna date myself here. I've been working with technology vendors for 27 years. Most of my experience has been with the analyst firms, but I have some experience in the software side. Last 7 years, I've been working with review platforms, most recently with G2, helping us to grow in Asia Pacific. I live here in Singapore. You see the picture of my wife, my two sons. My two sons seem to be kicking my ass every day. A lot of fun, though. So first off, the good news. And I think we all need some good news. You know, despite the economic headwinds that we've seen, people are still buying a lot of SaaS. Yeah, from G2's data, we've seen that the average mid-sized company last year had 111 SaaS applications. And we're estimating that by next quarter, that's going to rise to 119. So we are seeing, you know, some impact from the economic headwinds, and that the average spend has been coming down slightly. Yeah, we see companies starting off with smaller contracts. Companies are negotiating a lot more aggressively, and companies are rationalizing their SaaS spend as well. Yeah, many people are reducing licenses, seeing what licenses they can get around. So overall, the SaaS is vibrant. We're seeing good growth. I think what we're experiencing right now, the best analogy is a hangover. Probably some of you are experiencing a hangover from the festivities last night. You know, the last 5 to 10 years, we've indulged ourselves. You know, there's a lot of funding, a lot's been happening, and we're kind of experiencing that hangover right now. I've been through 5 economic crises in my life. Going all the way back to the 1998 Asian economic crisis. The great news is they all end, and in hindsight, they're often a lot shorter than we thought they were. So like a hangover, this is going to pass us by, and things are going to get back to solid growth moving forward. But speaking of hangovers, that's 24-year-old me. I was probably hungover in that picture. I was living here in Singapore. This is back half of the 90s. I was a hot mess when I was 24. I was working at IDC as a junior salesperson, and it was 24-year-old me that started on his first software buying journey. So this was the late 1990s. I thought it would be interesting to look at that journey and look at how things have changed between then and now. If you look back in the 90s, first of all, who put a 24-year-old in charge of buying CRM? That was a sign of the times. Yeah, software wasn't that important. Yeah, CRM was new. Like most companies didn't even have a CRM. I got most of my information from magazines, reading magazines in the office, trying to figure out what vendors to work with. Stayed up late at night calling those vendors in the States, because their websites were very rudimentary. No information, hard to learn about their products. And when I called those vendors, what I was asking for was a demo CD. And I got to wait 2 weeks for that to arrive in the mail. Prayed it worked so I could see what this vendor had to offer and how they could help. And then I had a total lack of choice. There literally were 5 vendors that potentially could help us. That's not a short list of 5, that's only 5. So we ultimately went with a company called Goldmine. Very innovative at the time, I think they're still around, but we went with them as a CRM. Guess what? We had to wait 2 weeks for the software to arrive. Those nice shiny CD-ROMs that come in the mail. So in many ways it was a much simpler time. But as you can see, it was a pretty frustrating buying process for us. So we are going to fast forward 26 years. A 50-year-old Chris Perrine is going to try to buy CRM software. And we're going to dive into that today. And we're going to talk, number one, how it's a lot easier to buy software now. But there are also still a lot of challenges that buyers are facing. We're going to dive into that. So we're going to utilize data from G2's Global Buyer Behavior Study. So this is a global study that we do, but we also have information on Asia Pacific, where the Asia Pacific data and insight deviates from the global figures. We're going to call that out so you can see what might be different here in the region. So with that, we are going to start our software buying journey. So first off, for starters, I need software that's easy to implement, I need to get a quick ROI, and I need it to be easy to use. And this has been pretty consistent in our buyer study. You know, year on year, these are the top 3 attributes that are driving buyers' decisions. The thing that's really changed, though, is that buyers want to see ROI, and that's increasing every year as far as a determinant for their ultimate buying decision. We're also seeing ROIs getting condensed. Every year, it's getting shorter and shorter. When the study came out late last year, it's now 6 months. So buyers want to see from signing a contract to 6 months, they want to see positive ROI. And that's a challenge for vendors. It's tough in that tight time frame to show ROI. On average, some buyers have a longer time horizon there, but on average, it's 6 months. And that, again, has been a big challenge for vendors. As a buyer, I am overwhelmed by the sheer number of vendors that have solutions for what I'm looking for, and I don't know where to start. This is a big challenge for vendors. There's so much competition out there in SaaS. If we rewind 26 years, I literally had 5 options. It was simple. 5 options. Who am I going to pick? Who's the best? If you look at G2 CRM category right now, 823 different CRM products qualify for the category. Again, CRM is a big category. It's a bit of an outlier, but most categories have anywhere from 50 to 150 products. So there's a lot of competition out there. And that's a challenge for buyers. Buyers don't know where to start. Who do I shortlist? Who do I research? Who can best serve me? As a buyer, I am struggling to find content to help me choose the right vendors. This is probably the biggest impediment for buyers right now. From our study, the top 5 things holding back buyers, 4 was content. So buyers are struggling to find credible content. They're struggling to find content that's going to help them understand the vendor's offerings. Those are the top 2, consistently have been the top 2. What we've seen moving up is industry content. So these are buyers not looking really for industry solutions. What they want is information on how you serve people in their industry. This could be case studies, this could be reviews, any type of content that helps them understand what people who look like them, what success they have seen with your solution. And that's the one we've really seen skyrocketing up lately. I think as SaaS becomes more ubiquitous, people are looking more at specific industry content to help them make that decision. As a software buyer, I am struggling to trust the vendors that I'm researching. So we saw 2 slides ago, there's a tremendous amount of competition in SaaS. Everybody is saying that they're the best. Fancy websites, interactive demos, they're pushing case studies. It is a big, big challenge for buyers to understand what is real and what's just marketing. So a big challenge here is that you can see only 1 in 3 buyers actually looks at a vendor's website and says that this is the information source that I trust the most. And that's a big challenge for vendors because typically your website is your channel to the market. It's how you communicate what you do, how you add value, but yet only 1 in 3 buyers actually trust that. In many cases, they're getting information from other sources. As a buyer, I've got more stakeholders than ever that I have to manage. So as you can see here, 71% of buyers said that stakeholders are added to the buying process either always or frequently. And that's an 11 percentage point increase since 2021. And again, big challenge for buyers. They have to manage more stakeholders. With more stakeholders comes more opinions. So it's important not only to buy the right SaaS, to buy the right solution, but to really get into this environment of where you're managing multiple stakeholders through that process, not just in buying, but implementing and utilizing the software that you've put in place. As a software buyer, my boss is probably going to change. We've seen a 60% rate of where people are saying decision makers are changing either always or frequently. And again, this is a big challenge for buyers because buyers have to re-educate these new decision makers. And that's really where content comes into it. We said content was a big, big impediment for buyers. Buyers are constantly having to use content to re-educate these decision makers. Why do we have this project? Why did we pick these vendors? Who are we ultimately going to pick? This also has an impact on the length that it's taking projects to get done because of this change in decision makers. But inversely, for software sellers, those sellers are seeing a length in their sales cycles. It's just taking longer to get deals done. And again, that's a big challenge on the vendor side as well. As a software buyer, my CFO and my management team is really pressing me to do a short-term contract. My CFO has seen a lot of software projects not be successful. They've seen software turn into shelfware. And they're really pressing for a short-term contract to mitigate their risk. We've seen through the data 57% of software contracts now are 6 months or less. And again, as we look regionally, Singapore, Australia, New Zealand align roughly around this 57% mark, give or take 1% or 2%. India is the global outlier. 69% of software contracts are 6 months or less. We also see that while pretty much shorter-term contracts have been in the SMB space before, we're seeing this now impacting the mid-market and the enterprise as well. As a software buyer, I don't need to buy direct anymore. I've got options, but where do I buy? This is probably the biggest trend that we've seen in SaaS, looking at alternative channels. On one side, you've got the global cloud marketplaces, the AWS marketplace, the Azure marketplace. They're really starting to provide the early stages of almost a B2C type experience for buyers, that all-in-one shop. But we've also seen value-added resellers. And these aren't the VARs of old, the VARs from 10 or 15 years ago that would just go and implement software. These typically are service providers that are bringing SaaS into their portfolio of products and services to serve their customers better. So again, from a regional perspective, you can see ANZ and Singapore roughly aligned with the global averages that we see. India is a bit of the outlier here. 70% are still going direct with vendors. As a software buyer, if I buy from a third-party cloud marketplace, is that a better option for me? It depends. It really depends on what you're buying. It depends on your organization. But as you can see from the data, buyers are increasingly experimenting with cloud marketplaces. So AWS marketplace, the Azure marketplace. There are various reasons for this. In some cases, it's just easier. One-stop shop. You got someone who can manage multiple software subscriptions. You don't have to go to various vendor websites to manage that. It's all with one party. You see a lot with security as well. AWS, Azure, other marketplaces really focus on security. They have the security standards. They have the compliance in place. It makes people feel a little bit better about security as opposed to dealing with lots of multiple vendors. So this is a trend that we've seen. You can see from the data, big increase from 2020 to 2021. Expect to see that continue to increase into 2022 and 2023 where we are now. So definitely something for vendors to take note of, these alternative channels. As a software buyer, with all these challenges that I'm facing, I can actually still transact pretty quickly, and I can do it with a credit card. So we see 55% of software buyers buying software over $20,000, they can transact in 3 months or less. And actually in the region, pretty similar. It's even a tick higher. It's getting closer to 60%. So we've seen that SaaS is accelerating the buying cycles. Obviously challenges that we've outlined, but people can still transact relatively quickly. And a lot of that has to do with credit cards. 53% of buyers most often now are buying SaaS with a credit card. And the enterprise is coming up pretty quickly as well. 48% of people in the enterprise say they most often buy with a credit card. The global outlier here in Singapore, 35%. We're trying to dig into the data to understand why it's 35%. My theory, here in Singapore, we like to follow the rules. We go through procurement. Whereas if you look at other markets, I lived in Australia for many years, a lot of shadow IT. People are using that credit card to buy software without going through procurement. So we talked a little about the buying journey. What are the challenges that buyers are facing as they go through that journey? Now we want to talk a little bit more about software vendors. What does this mean for you as a vendor? First up is content. Content is number one. As I mentioned, 4 out of the top 5 challenges buyers outline deal with content. Buyers are struggling to find content. The content's not answering their questions, and the content's not going deep enough. I think the main struggle that buyers are having, or better said, the mistake that vendors are making, is that they're writing content and creating content for what they think buyers need to know, instead of really understanding that buyer journey and the content that buyers are consuming. If you think buyers are just going to your website, you're way, way wrong. Buyers are consuming content in many other areas. They're looking at expert content. They're talking to the analyst firms. They're talking to thought leaders. They're looking at customer content, social media, looking at what the review sites say. This is something we call the trinity of content. Vendor content plus expert content plus customer content. Holistically, buyers just view it as content. They are looking at content to help them solve a problem, and they're getting it from wherever they can. But all of this content is very influential in the buying process. So as vendors are looking at this content, you need to really think about content that's going to meet the buyer's need, not really what you want to tell them. And that's a great way to build trust with buyers. And if you build trust with buyers, you're now going to be able to differentiate yourself. Going back to the slides about just the competition in SaaS, that trust is a great way to differentiate so people are looking at you and you can start having that conversation. Number 2, deliver ease of use, deliver ease of implementation, and focus on ROI. I don't think this is a surprise to anyone. I'm probably not telling you anything new here. I think the big change has been on the ROI side. As I mentioned, that's increasing in importance. And buyers are now not looking at ROI at the end of the sales process where they've traditionally looked at it. Many are now looking at the beginning of the sales process. They want to understand the ROI that they're going to get from a vendor. I think vendors have been very weak when it comes to ROI. A lot of vendors have very big picture ROI. This is what we can do. But they don't have the hard ROI metrics, the benchmarks, those ROI success stories. And I think that's a great way, again, to build trust, but really to differentiate yourself in the market is having those in-depth ROI figures and talking to customers about it very early, because again, it is a differentiator for you. Number 3, how can you make purchasing easier? And the key thing here is how do you collaborate with finance? We always say collaborate with finance to make them revenue heroes. Find a way to transact easier, simpler contracts, different payment options. How can you take friction out of that purchasing process? Great example of that is something that we've done at G2. Our finance team last year took our 12-page contract, made it 3 pages. I can't tell you what an impact that had on our business. Less legal reviews, less red lines, deals get done quicker. We don't have deals dying at that legal stage, which sometimes happens. A much smoother process. Customers are happier, our sales team's happier. It's just a lot easier to work. So definitely advice is partner with your finance team. Make them, as I said, revenue heroes. I can tell you, if your finance team feels that they helped you win a deal, they will be the happiest people you've ever seen. I mean, they're dealing with numbers every day. When they win a deal, they are ecstatic, smiles ear to ear. So think about how you can really partner with them. Number 4, look at those alternative channels. This is a way you can really juice your SaaS growth. For me, I think it's one of the biggest trends I'm seeing in SaaS. If you rewind again 26 years, 24-year-old me, channels were all the rage in Asia Pacific. That's how software vendors went to market. Very few people sold direct. SaaS has changed that. We're traditionally selling direct when it comes to SaaS, but we're now seeing the channel emerge. Those channels could be, again, the global cloud marketplaces. They could be VARs. I think the biggest tip there is really understand who's influencing your buyers, who's working with them. Is it the AWSs and the Microsofts of the world? Is it individual vendor marketplaces, the App Exchange, the SAP store? Or are there VARs you can partner with that are going to get you into new industries and new countries? Another G2 example here, we've started working with agencies. So again, agencies have a seat at the table with CMOs. They're doing a lot of demand generation efforts. We've partnered with them because number 1, they're getting us into new customers, but probably more importantly, they're getting us higher up the value chain. We're at the CMO's table thanks to that VAR, and they're pulling G2 into those conversations. We're seeing new contracts, but most importantly, we're seeing bigger contracts. So definitely evaluate these global marketplaces and understand how that can add and really juice the growth that you're seeing for your SaaS business. And to wrap it up, key takeaways, 20 minutes of a presentation, the 4 things that you should remember from what I've gone over today. Number 1, SaaS is still growing quickly. It's growing fast. Yes, we have economic headwinds, but it is still growing. But it's an increasingly competitive marketplace, and it's going to continue to be competitive. Buyers can't find good content. That's what comes out in the surveys that we do. They are struggling on content because there are just so many competitors out there. They are getting bombarded with content. I'm sure all of you get tons of emails from BDRs asking you to evaluate their solution. Imagine if you're a buyer, a CMO, a CRO, a CFO. These guys are getting hundreds of messages a day from people. I know people that have had to reconfigure their email to exclude BDRs sending them messages because they're just overwhelmed. So look at the content and find that as a way to differentiate yourself. How can you stand out? How can you build that trust? And then focus on measuring ROI. This is something that software vendors, I really feel, don't do very well. You've got the top line details on ROI, the big picture. Go deeper. Get those ROI figures, the hard ROI data you can share with customers and prospects, and sharing that at the beginning of the sales cycle, not waiting for the very end when someone says, hey, when's this going to pay itself back? Last, look for ways to take friction out of the buying process. Work with finance. Like I said, and please feel free to use the term I used, revenue heroes. Make them part of that process. Make them understand that the impact they can have by making that process easier, more simplified, taking the friction out, and you'll see the magic happen. So with that, I'd like to thank everybody for your time. I really enjoyed putting this together. It was interesting for me to go through all the stats. I hope you've enjoyed it as well. And we've got about a couple minutes here for Q&A if anybody has any questions on that. Okay, great. We're going to start here. And if I can ask you to come to the mic so it gets hit on the recording for everybody.
Hi, Chris. Thanks for the great session. 2 questions for you, please. Sure. Question number 1, all of these parameters that you spoke about and the obstacles and so on and so forth, is that for a typical deal size of 20,000 or is it, in what range are we talking about?
Yeah, so these definitely would be the averages. I think typically when we do the survey, roughly anywhere from kind of 10 to 25,000 is where we see most of the results coming in. Some will be a little less. There are obviously some that hit a little bit higher, but I would actually say 5 to 25K is probably the sweet spot where most of the responses are coming in.
Got it. And in all of these surveys, you spoke about content, trinity of content, and all of these things. But did any of your buyers ever point out that the AE that they're talking to also plays a key role in their decision making?
Yeah, that definitely comes through. The quality of the AE and the information that they're getting from the vendor. I think it gets back to content. So I would look at that twofold. There's the AE and there's their knowledge, their experience, which is going to vary. If you're a startup, probably not as much because you're just starting up. You're still learning. A more established company, you're going to have some AEs with tenure that have a tremendous amount of information, a tremendous amount of thought leadership. It's really going to vary. The frustration we see with customers is a lot of the content that they're being pushed, whether it's website or coming from the AE, is not answering their questions. It's not coming deep enough. So it's a really good question, though, because there's that dynamic. There's the content that the company and typically the marketing department is producing, and then there's the content that's in everybody's heads, that knowledge of, okay, how do you get an ROI on our platform, our software? Yeah. What are the best practices? What are other people doing? Yeah, so it's very interesting to see that dynamic, but yeah, people are struggling with content. That's the number 1 thing that came through in the survey.
Right. Thanks, Chris.
Great. Thanks for the question. I think there was a question over here somewhere. Oh, there you are.
This is sort of a practical question.
Sure.
Because you mentioned the part about procurement, right? And a difficulty my company is facing right now is trying to convince the customers, in particular in this region, that we should be an OPEX cost, not CAPEX. Because the approval processes for these two expenditures are very different.
Yeah.
How do we do this? Especially because at the moment, many of the clients that we're dealing with, they're only experienced with software implementation and with like big consulting firms or big tech shops like that way. How do we convince them that, hey, no, we're SaaS, we're friendly, we're cheap, we're affordable, easy to implement, and we should be OPEX?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I know a lot of companies grapple with this. I used to be at Forrester for many years, and this was a commonly asked question, especially as SaaS was emerging. It was like, hey, we don't want to go in that CapEx budget because it's tough. It's tough. It's not as frequent. It's budgeted. Gun to my head, I'd say, again, going back to content can be really helpful because you can go deeper in the content. Whether it's thought leadership content on why it should be OpEx instead of CapEx. I think providing examples as well. In many ways, people don't want to be the first to do that. And if you're making the decision within an organization, you might not know who else has made that similar decision. So I think ways to be able to kind of aggregate whether it's other customers that you have that have done that and being able to document that. That could be like a case study. It could be some type of content where others have gone through this journey and made that decision, the decision obviously you want, and what were the impacts for them. So I think I wouldn't say it's the only solution. I'd be lying if I said, that's going to solve it for you. I think that's part of it is developing that content and helping people to understand, like, hey, you're not the first person to do this. A lot of other people have done it, and this is the success that they've seen.
I think culturally is quite interesting because usually you get to the decision maker, CFO, CEO, whatever.
Yeah.
But how do you explain this to them in a way that still maintains that respect and that cultural sensitivity you have in this region?
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's always interesting for me being out here so long, seeing U.S. companies come in, because it is different. You have to show that respect and that deferential approach as you come in. I think it's, number one, it's just developing that relationship. Yeah, very similar to the question we just had about AEs becoming thought leaders. As you become that thought leader, as you're providing value to companies, you have that ability to start changing their mindset. You have that ability to come in and challenge what they're thinking. The key thing is it takes time. And that's probably one of the big, in many ways, differences, especially as you see US companies come into Asia Pacific. I've had something I've told every manager I've had in the last 27 years since I've started managing sales teams, that when you start in Asia Pacific, you grow slow to grow fast. And what I mean by grow slow is you develop the relationships. Sales are going to take longer, even with the teams. We're on the backside of the world from US companies. You really have to have your teams grow up and be thought leaders because they're not going to get the support that their colleagues in the States might be getting. And a big part of that is establishing those relationships with customers. They see you as a thought leader. They start opening up a little bit more. They're more open to your opinions, your ideas, where they're not going to be that way in the first meeting. That timeline to get that trust can vary. It could be a month for some people. They're very open. It could be years for others. But I think it's developing that thought leadership and that trust to try to change that mindset. But like I said, it takes a lot longer than what you're going to see in the States, definitely.
Well, thank you very much.
All right, no worries. 2 minutes left. Any other questions? Yep, we've got one more here.
So I guess one of the things you talked about was kind of the importance of providing good content and kind of the whole buyer education process. I guess as an industry, Gartner and Forrester and G2, and there's been an evolution from where it was, catalogs to now, you go on G2 and you can see everything. What's kind of next for you guys in terms of, the next cutting edge of we as kind of software companies should be thinking about, how do we, position ourselves to be even, better position on the next kind of G2 offering or the next kind of Gartner, Forrester kind of buyer education front?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, I can speak from the G2 perspective. For us, it's really customizing the recommendations for buyers. And I always, basically the analogy I use is a library. And I'm gonna throw some shade on G2 here, and that I work for G2, I guess I can. I mean, I feel we still don't give buyers everything we could. Because G2 in many ways is like a library. It's like old school. Like when I was growing up, you go to the library, you pull out the card catalog, you got all the bookcases, you're looking for information. We provide you the library and it's really, really good, but we still make the buyer go and look for vendors and look for how good they are and read the reviews. Ultimately for us, we want to make it a more Google-like experience, and shame on me saying what everyone's been talking about for the last couple of months, ChatGPT type experience, where you're really looking at what is best for me? Like what do people, I'm a mid-market retailer in the UK looking for marketing automation. What do people like me use? What do people like me, what have they seen success with? So it's really drilling into the specificity of the reviews because, overall HubSpot's #1 in marketing automation. They might not be the best choice for that mid-market retailer. There might be industry-specific tools that are a better fit, but it's harder for that industry-specific tool maybe to show up on the grid because they're competing with all the other marketing automation tools. So how do we make it more specific for buyers so buyers are getting better recommendations? It's also good for vendors because vendors then can focus very much on, hey, I don't need to be #1 in my category. I need to be #1 for what I'm focused on. And that's driving their, specific to G2 and specific to reviews, that's driving their motivation and their work on the platform. So for me, short answer, it's recommendations. Giving better recommendations to buyers.
Cool. Thank you.
All right, great, thanks. All right, 17 seconds left, right on time. So again, big thanks to everybody. Appreciate you coming out. Hopefully it was a helpful session for you. Thank you.
Please welcome Figma's VP of Sales, Scott Pugh.
Hey, hello. This is cool, right? SaaStr's finally come to APAC. I've been a big fan of SaaStr for many years, and of Jason's content and a lot of the podcasters, podcast guests they've had. My name's Scott Pugh. I'm the VP of Sales and GM of Figma here in APAC. And one of the cultural values at Figma is about building community. So really pleased to be here and give what I've learned, give a little bit back to the SaaStr community from what I've learned over the years of building SaaS sales teams here. Yeah, I'd like to call it, I'm sure there's a lot of people in the room here that could get up and do a presentation like this and have learned a lot from your years, and I look forward to networking and learning with you all as well. And yeah, I just want to call out a couple of the people that I've learned a lot from my career. I've got Pierre Berlin and Dan Dackham, two people that I've followed at the last 3 companies, and a lot of what I've shared today I've learned from these guys as well. Before I share my story, I want to get a bit more of an understanding of people in the room and the companies that you work for and their location. So if you can just raise your hands, and if the company you work for or the majority of your port codes, if you're a VC, if you're based in Southeast Asia. Okay, there's a few there. In Greater China region? No, ANZ? India? There's a good few from India. Any from EMEA? Any of the companies that are headquartered in EMEA? Okay, and any from North America? Okay, interesting. One from North America. And the reason I ask that is that the majority of my experience has come from helping US companies open up in Asia Pacific. And so, yeah, I'm going to share a bit. And what we're going to talk about today is recruitment, enablement, and building culture. And it's something that US companies actually do a really, really good job at. So I'd like to share some of these learnings. So a bit about my story. So I started working in SaaS around 11 years ago, and I started working at LinkedIn. Any LinkedIn alumni in the crowd? Yay, Shweta over there, nice one. So yeah, I joined in 2012. Prior to that, I'd been working in media and online media for many years. And yeah, this is a picture here of me and my old boss, Adam Gregory, on the first day of the Hong Kong office. We launched the Hong Kong office there. And now I know what you're thinking, that there's something like eerily familiar about that photo, right? Yeah, it's very similar, isn't it? It's like eerily similar. Now, I know what you're also thinking. Did he honestly just liken himself to Steve Jobs? No, definitely not. I just wanted to call out that Adam Gregory, my old boss, is a doppelganger for Steve Wozniak. So I like, he's just as handsome, yeah. But yeah, we had amazing 7 years at LinkedIn, and I think I was managing the LTS talent solutions business and working with the recruitment and staffing companies. We grew to a team of 20 people, over 20 million ARR, and it was very formative for me in terms of learning about building culture in companies. And there's a lot that I'll share today that I learned from that experience. 2019, I joined Mixpanel, leading product analytics company, the leader in the region, I'd say. There might be someone speaking later that would contest that, but yeah, leader in the region. And we started with a team of like just 7 people in 2019, and we scaled to over 50 in the 3.5, 4 years that I was there. When I joined, we were around 12% of global ARR here in APAC, and by finished up the end of this year with 20% of global ARR. So with real hyper growth, grew 300% revenue over those years. Really fun ride, and shout out to the Mixpanel crew over here. I can see a couple of ex-Mixpanelers there, yes. And so, end of last year, 4 months ago, I got the opportunity to join Figma to help launch the APAC business for Figma. And for those of you who don't know, we are UI, UX design software, but really what we're doing is transforming the way companies build products. From brainstorming, ideation, whiteboarding, through to the design, through to the handoff to the development, and in a really collaborative, unbelievable transformational platform. So incredible tool, and we're building an incredible team here. There's a couple of the Figma crew in the crowd here as well. And so we've got 10 people on the ground now. We're going to be scaling to 50 by the end of this year. So really, really exciting journey. Many of you would have heard about the imminent acquisition from Adobe, and obviously Jason mentioned it earlier as well. I had nothing to do with that, unfortunately. I can't claim to have had any influence on that. It went through before I joined, but I'm really happy to be part of the next stage of the growth story for Figma. So today, really keen to talk to you all about how my experience of scaling SaaS teams whilst building culture. And it's broken down to 3 areas, starting with the recruitment, how to hire the best talent to scale your sales organization, how to enablement and how to set that team up for success and invest in their professional growth. And finally, but probably most importantly, building a culture and developing subcultures within sales that enables the team to successfully scale. And so we'll kick off just talking about the recruitment piece. And there are 2 types of SaaS companies. Those that are either a category creator or they're a challenger of an incumbent technology. And in either scenario, a lot of the time you can't hire from a competition. So if you're category creator, there is no competition to hire for. So you need to be really creative on the type of profiles that you hire. Same if you're a challenger, you don't necessarily, unless you're Salesforce with Oracle, you don't really want to hire from the company you're trying to disrupt. At LinkedIn, for example, we were changing the job board business with our talent solution, but we didn't really hire people from job boards because they were transactional salespeople, and we really needed solutions-based SaaS salespeople. So we had to really think broad around the type of talent. And similarly at Figma, there really isn't sort of a competitive technology really within our space, and we don't like to hire people from sort of adjacent technologies. So what I like to be able to do is actually think about some of the personality and the startup skills and the softer skills to be able to hire from. And a couple of things to point out here is just around the grit and resilience are really important to me. And they should be for any, especially startup SaaS salespeople, people that can deal with rejection, people that can go through tough situations and be able to bounce back through them. And this hiring profile should really define the type of hiring process you do and the type of questions and the kind of that you ask of candidates. Diversity is really important when scaling your teams. And for me, what this means is representing the customers that you serve or that you aspire to serve. And here in the Asia Pacific region, obviously an extremely diverse region covering many different geographies, ethnicities, cultures. And yeah, it's important to represent those. But diversity within gender, as I said, within ethnicity. But I think an important one is introvert, extrovert. No one wants to work in a team where there's a group of extroverts all shouting over each other. So that's a really good balance to have. And then in addition to that, educational background, sexual orientation. There is, however, one diversity that you definitely don't want in your organization, and that's positivity and negativity. If there is any negativity within your business, you need to cut that out. It can be like a virus, and it can bring the entire team down. And a way that I'd identify this is through the recruiting process, making sure that you're asking questions and if any candidate ever gives negative feedback on their prior companies or their prior boss, immediate red flag, and it's something that would mean that I'd discount them from the hiring process. So moving on to hiring process and your recruitment partner. I probably spend 30% of my time recruiting at the moment. We're in hyper growth mode, and if I was to and having an exclusive recruitment partner, either in-house or an RPO, but someone that's exclusively helping you, will make sure that they are focused on the outcome and only delivering candidates to you that are the right fit for your company. If you're working with contingency recruitment companies, they're focused on a fee. They're focused on getting a deal done. And so having an exclusive partner that you can really work very closely with, that can understand your hiring profile deeply, will make sure that you minimize the amount of time you spend interviewing. So I probably reject 5 or 10% of the candidates that both my in-house recruiter at Mixpanel we used and that worked with us, and we use a company called Hire as our RPO for Figma, and my rejection rate for that first interview is very, very low. I think getting the right hiring panel in place is important, the right questions around the hiring profile that I mentioned earlier, doing really in-depth background checks and back-channel background checks. Often the referees that a candidate will give, they're generally always going to, they're always going to give positive feedback. They're hand-chosen. Use your network to find out what they really are like to work with to get a 360 view of the candidate. And then finally, for me, it's around creating an exceptional candidate experience. We talk a lot about creating great experience for our customers, and I believe that we should do so for our candidates as well. We want a candidate that even if they've been unsuccessful in the process, to be able to go and speak to their friends, their network, and say, spoke to Figma, it wasn't successful, but really like the company, like the product, like the team, you should definitely go and speak to them as well. It's gonna really help your employer brand. And then hiring talent magnets, hiring people that have a track record of bringing people with them to their new companies and that people follow. As I mentioned, my last 3 companies I've worked at, I've followed people there. Establishing a really generous referral fee is a great way to sort of fuel that as well. We offer like around 5,000, very generous, around 5,000 US referral fee. I think we did the same at Mixpanel. 20% of our hires at Figma are from referrals, and the team, my initial team that we've built in Asia Pacific, around 60% have been from my personal network as well. Now, it's a pretty tough time in the SaaS industry at the moment, and I think a lot of companies are overhiring at the moment. And actually, when I joined Mixpanel, I remember my first day, I expected to hire around, it was around 10 to 14. That was in my interview process that we'll build the sales team to initially for APAC. And on my first day, boss sat down and he said, you need to hire 22 salespeople and you need to hire them tomorrow. And I was like, okay, well, it's a tough hiring market. And then at that point, we didn't have any marketing. We didn't have SDR. We didn't have enablement. We didn't have any partnership program set up. And so really, it was a concern for me that we weren't going to be able to help these people be successful. One of the recommendations here is to stagger your recruitment process. What we do at Figma is we set an annual plan or like a hiring plan, but then we only release that plan every quarter for the 2 quarters ahead. So it means that we can assess where the business is, especially in this constantly changing market. Is it the right time to add on capacity going into the next quarter? Okay, moving on. Enablement. You've hired the team. How do you set them up for success and invest in their professional growth? I love this quote. I'm sure many of you have seen it before. CFO asks, what happens if we invest in developing our people and they leave us? What happens if we don't and they stay? And I've been lucky to work for some incredible companies that have invested in my enablement over the years. And actually at LinkedIn, Shweta will remember, when first day you join LinkedIn, they tell you, when you leave LinkedIn, so on the very first day, they're talking about when you're going to leave the company, we want you to go away having changed the trajectory of your career. So we want you to leave the company being a better professional than the day you joined. And yeah, it's a really nice way to think. And it's very pragmatic, right? You're not going to spend, we're not in Japan. We don't work for the same company for our entire life. And so it's a really upfront social contract that you're going to leave eventually. Hey, let's make this the best experience that we possibly can. And so investing in the enablement process is a really important thing to do. And part of that is hiring sales ops and hiring an enablement team really early on. Then investing in the right tools to be able to help that enablement. And so at Mixpanel and early doors, when you don't have a really robust enablement program, you might use a sort of project management software, or we use Notion at Mixpanel to build out an enablement plan. At early days at Figma, we had Asana to be able to go through the process. We've kind of moved on here at Figma now. We use WorkRamp, and we've got a very clearly built out enablement program that covers like the product, it covers the market and all of our customers as well. And it's like a 1-month onboarding program to set people up. I'm also a massive fan of revenue intelligence tools. We use Gong at Mixpanel. We use Chorus at Figma. But this enables people to actually go and listen to calls and be able to learn from what some of the other salespeople have done. As a sales leader, it's really good to truly analyze deals on whether they're real or not and to be able to go a bit more in depth. But yeah, big fan of those products as well. As you're scaling quickly, I have like 10 reports at the moment, and it's difficult to be there for everyone all the time and to be able to coach each individually. And so setting up a buddy system where you have your more tenured salespeople supporting and enabling and training your newer hires is a really good program and a scalable program to set up. It creates an opportunity for those people to learn coaching, to be able to learn leadership skills and be able to set up for future leadership. And as I say, it just makes it really scalable. And so I recommend setting up this kind of buddy system. And then it's important to show empathetic leadership, to give room for your team to fail, to grow, to learn. I think that we're often so fast to say, oh, if you're not successful, then you may be going on a performance plan really quickly. But you really should sort of trust your hiring process. If you've hired the right people, then you need to then trust that they're going to be successful. And if they're not, there's probably some other things you need to fix in your business, whether it be product, whether it be the market they're covering, etc. And so this is going to be especially the case in enterprise, where the deal cycle can be much longer. And so focusing on both the quality and the quantity of their output and their work is really what you should be looking at. And then setting correct goals for the team and for the sales team and the right ramp for their quotas as well. Typically, we see like a 5-month ramp for an enterprise sales rep, and for SMB mid-market, it's typically around sort of 2 to 3 months. So give that room for people to sort of to grow into to achieving their numbers. It's also a good idea to potentially reassess the quotas, and so maybe doing 6-month quotas, especially if you're in hypergrowth mode. Predicting a year ahead is quite difficult. So you might want to do 6 months, and then you can either reduce or increase depending on what's happening with the market and the product and the product market fit. Okay, last but not least, and for those that have worked with me in the past or the companies that I've worked at, I know culture is extreme. Something I'm very, very passionate about. And I love this quote from Peter Drucker, like, culture eats strategy for breakfast. It doesn't mean you don't need strategy. It means that without culture is absolutely useless. And at LinkedIn, Jeff Weiner was joined, I think it was around 2008. And he really sort of profoundly changed what the culture of that company was. He joined when it was 400 people, and he'd come from Yahoo, which is a very traditional online media company, who didn't really value culture and values. It was like BS. It was that stuff that was written up on the wall that no one really adhered or listened to. And then when he joined LinkedIn, he went through a process of codifying the culture and values. And bearing in mind, he wasn't the founder. He was a kind of, Reid Hoffman talks about him as like every company has many different founding moments. And Jeff joining sort of 5 years into the life cycle of the company, it was a founding moment. And he worked with a guy called Arvind Rajan, who was the previous GM of APAC for LinkedIn and was at HR, he ran HR at the time. And essentially what they did is they created this sort of belief system and this culture. My wife used to talk to me about it's like drinking the Kool-Aid that I was like obsessed by. I still am, as you can tell. But essentially what it does, when you build culture, it helps democratize decision-making across the business. It builds a framework to enable people to make decisions without having to go up and ask other people. And at Figma, we've also been through a similar process. It was only 3 or 4 years ago that we recodified these culture and values. And just recently, and I talk about like you need to iterate on those culture and values. And just recently, we announced our 5th culture and value, which is play. And for us, I've only been at the company 4 months, but it really is a fun, playful company to work for. We just got back from our SKO in Miami, and those that were there, it was like an absolute rocking time. But also it epitomizes the product that we sell. For anyone that's used FigJam or Figma, it's an amazing, fun, engaging, and playful product to use. So consistently iterating on your culture and values, and don't just having them be set in stone. They can evolve over time, and they change with the scale of your business and the stage of your business. Now, it's also important to align your teams around your culture and values. I think it's all very well Dylan, our CEO, setting a culture and values. Here they are, all go and live by them. But it's important for the team to really take them on board and feel a certain degree of ownership with those culture and values. And when I joined Mixpanel early doors, we actually got in an external trainer, a company Explore Performance. Friend of mine, Grant Axe Rawlinson, call out to him, he's a legend, I recommend you work with him. But he's an external trainer, and he came in and he did an experiential session around decision-making using our culture and values. And we also did a breakout session going through each of our 5 culture and values at Mixpanel and defining what behavioral statement we wanted to put behind those. So it went from, okay, this is the company's culture and values, go live by them, to actually us saying what they mean to us and having some degree of ownership over them. And what came out of that is that we actually aligned around one team as our main culture and values, and we came up with this behavioral tenet, which is to support each other to win together. And honestly, I believe that this was a really important part of our success over the last few years and continues to be. And yeah, like 2021, 90% of people hitting target. We delivered 110% of plan 3 years running as a region, and largely because everyone adhered to this statement that the team had come up with and bought into. It's tough out there in SaaS at the moment, isn't it? There's lots of external factors that are impacting what we do. I'm a big fan of Simon Sinek, and I don't know if you've read the book. If anyone that's read the book Leaders Eat Last, I recommend you get your hands on it. It's a great book. And he talks in the book around the concept of creating a safe space within your organization and focusing on the external factors as being the danger. And that could be macroeconomic, it can be market, it can be competitors. But essentially, you want to create an environment within your organization where you feel safe and that you feel that you're looked after by your colleagues, by your leaders. And an example of this being like, before I worked in SaaS, I worked in a media company in Hong Kong. And your environment can create the culture as well. And in that company, we're in the middle of Lan Kwai Fong, and in that building, all of the offices for the executives were round the outside of the office. They all had this fantastic view of the Hong Kong harbour and everything. And then all the minions were in the middle, and they were like surveying over the minions. And it had this really insipid culture of this dictator-style culture. And honestly felt there was a certain amount of presenteeism. You couldn't leave your desk until your boss left. And it was honestly like really horrible, horrible culture. Switch that to when I joined LinkedIn, and it walked into this environment where it was an environment of autonomy and trust and going out and do it. And I've never worked harder in my life as an individual contributor, and great experience. And similarly with the office, all of the execs' office, although many of them worked on the floor, were actually in the center part of the building. And all of the salespeople had the window seats looking out for the amazing views. Yeah, so I think your environment can create the culture as well. Now, one thing just to note on here, your work is not your family. You're not going to put your kid on a performance plan. I mean, saying that, I probably need to put mine on a performance plan to brush his teeth and go to bed on time at night. But I'm not going to fire him, maybe. But yeah, it's important to note that, like, remember, your work isn't your family. And so as leaders, we need to lead from the front. We need to, when I was at LinkedIn, we had a leader called Mike Gampson that used to talk about, as a leader, you need to set the standard, you need to demonstrate the standard, and then you need to hold people accountable to that standard. And that goes with the culture and values. It also goes with many other things within the organization. For example, at Figma, the interview process that we do for salespeople, we do very similar for our sales leaders. So me coming on as the GM and VP of Sales of the region, I had to do a discovery and demo to our CRO, and I had to demo the product to our CRO. Likewise, our enablement, I had to go through exactly the same sales training that our account executives and account managers go through as well. Okay, now lastly, creating an environment of recognition and feedback, I think, is a great way to build culture. And at Mixpanel, every QBR, we used to actually put out a survey, just a Google Sheets, where people would vote across 4 categories: the rookie of the quarter, the cross-functional partner, silent hero, and the MVP. And we used to actually get people to give verbatim feedback about each other, and it was all very positive. We used to share it with I used to share all of the verbatim feedback, and every quarter we'd do this, and it would create a really good environment of people recognizing and especially people that weren't in sales, like earning big commission checks. Those that were just in the supporting function gave them the recognition, and and then we would share this publicly. But I am also a great believer in giving constructive feedback as well. So I don't know if any of you have read the book Radical Candor by Kim Scott, but I highly recommend it. And really, it's about giving direct feedback, but really caring about people as well. Now, with that, it's important that if you're giving constructive feedback, it needs to be in person, one-to-one. But if you're giving positive feedback, doing it externally and letting other people hear it gives the nice feels for everyone as well. Very good. So that pretty much caps what I wanted to run through today. So really, if you can combine these 3 areas of recruiting the best talent, enabling them to be successful, and setting and building a culture that makes people love what they do and do good work, then your sales team can be the engine for you becoming the next billion-dollar startup. Thank you. So I do have time for Q&A if anyone wants to answer questions. There's a couple of mics here. Yeah, go.
Hey, Scott, thanks so much for that. So for context, I'm an AE. I've only been in early APAC teams, so I really love what you're speaking about. I've been under good bosses and bad bosses before. I'm curious, so you can do all the things about make sure you don't overhire, make sure you give them good ramp targets. There will likely still be a time where you're not hitting targets, let's say as an APAC team.
Yeah.
So I have 3 questions on that. Number 1, when that happens, what do you think through your head? Number 2, how do you tell that to your reps that you got to work harder, but I still want to be empathetic to you? And behind closed doors, when you talk to your bosses, what do you tell them?
Yeah. Gosh, that's a good question. Well done. How are you doing against your target this quarter? How's it going? Where are we at?
Me?
Yeah.
Up and down, because early APAC teams, right, it's always like a bit up and down. You're trying to build the team. And so I'm really always curious, like go-to-market leaders, what do you guys think?
Yeah. No, it's a very good question. And I think typically for a lot of organizations, performance management is very important, right? Whilst we want to work as one team, build a culture, we don't want to carry people. You know, you do need everyone to be delivering and to be helping the team be successful. And in a lot of organizations I've seen, there's kind of like a sort of cutoff, like, and this is set by the organization of, you know, if you miss your target by, like, if you only hit 70% or below for multiple quarters, then there's a potential to go on a performance plan. Now, a performance plan can seem like, this is, you know, you're just trying to get me out of the company. But actually, it can be, I've seen multiple occasions where it can be taken extremely positive and actually say, look, I'm going to give you more attention to help you be successful, and I'm going to dedicate more of my time to help you succeed. So I think it is, as long as it's positioned in the right way, then I would look at a few factors like, you know, do we have product market fit? Like, is it the market that's wrong? Is it the case that you've got the wrong territory? Have we not done the proper level of training? Do you not have like the right SDR support? There's many different factors that can go into that could help that person be successful. And it might even be the case that you're in the wrong job. You know, there's been instances where we've had people in an account executive role where really all they want to do, I don't know if many of you have seen the Challenger sale, but all they really care about is relationships and looking after the customer, and very yes people, and they just want to help the customer rather than push back and challenge them. And if you're an AE, you're just not going to be successful if you're just like, if you don't challenge your clients. And so that person might be more attuned to an account management role. So if they show all of the right, talked about the hiring profile, if they're showing all of those right soft skills, startup skills, then potentially you would move them into a different role within the organization or talk about transitioning their role.
And how do you say that to your management, telling them that, hey, market may be an issue, we don't have the marketing yet?
Yeah.
How does that conversation go? Because they may not understand because they're based in the US, for example.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. So I've been quite lucky in terms of the team. If you're overall successful as a business, then your boss will give you enough room and you'll be like, look, and they will trust you like, okay, if you feel that you can turn this person around and do it, then, but it's different if the business is not doing well. If you're only doing 80% of your number as a region and then they're like, okay, and you've got these bottom performers, then it might be a bit more difficult to defend the underperformance. But yeah, it's about like, just communicating up properly. And look, I think companies I work at have gone through really good performance. Every half year, we'll go through a performance process where their peers would give feedback and we'll do a full feedback on them. So you'd look at, even if they're not hitting the number, are they doing the activity right? Are they actually doing a good quality of output? And then you can explain up of why this person, you want to back them and to be successful. And I could offline talk about multiple examples of people that have gone 3-4 quarters of not hitting and have ended up being like a top salesperson, and the following year absolutely smashed it. If I'll give one example, there's a lady called Rebecca Drew who I worked with at LinkedIn. She started a similar time as me, quite early, and her first year she had a shocker, really bad, and she was like, and she came from recruitment into SaaS sales. She's like, I don't know if I'm cut out for this, and what she did is she changed her mindset. What she did is she went, okay, I'm going to go from I need this deal because I need to hit my number, because I need to keep my job, because I need to be able to pay for my mortgage, et cetera, to go, I'm a multi-millionaire. I don't need this deal. I'm just going to go into this meeting and I am going to do what's right by that customer. Absolutely believe my product is right to be able to change what they're trying to do, but it's just a mindset shift. Buy it, don't buy it. I don't care, honestly. What I care about is I care about you being successful, and I believe my product's going to help you do that. So a mindset shift, taking the pressure off yourself. And so for me as a sales leader, that's what a lot of the time I try to do with people that are showing all the right activity but not being successful, is don't add more pressure on. If you've hired the right profile, they're going to be putting more pressure on themselves than you can anyway. Adding more on is not going to help. If you try and support them and sort of free them up a little bit more, it gives them the best environment to potentially be successful.
Thank you so much. All the best to you.
Thanks. Cheers, mate. Thank you.
So, hey.
Yes, please.
Yeah, a little bit different kind of question. I started my career in sales as well, and recently started a tech startup. So I wonder if I'm speaking for a lot of people here. When you're actually looking at a SaaS product and you're looking at product-led growth, the way you're running sales is very different from when you're an enterprise or a sales founder, or, and what you're talking about here makes a lot of sense when you're running an agency or a consulting company and building culture. How do you do all of this when you're product-led sales?
Yeah. The last 3 companies I've worked for have all been product-led growth, effectively. I mean, LinkedIn, I think, was product-led growth before it even existed. Obviously, it's a consumer web platform, but everyone used it, and then we built a SaaS platform on top. So then we built an enterprise sales team going down. I think there comes a point within an organization that the product-led growth only gets you so far, and that to really take the step up, and it will work in SMB mid-market, but to sell into enterprise, you need to build a sales force. And if you're building a sales force, you need to have established a culture to be able to help them be successful.
Okay.
Thanks.
Hey, Scott, one question. I'm Jan from Aspire. Great that you love our product. So I'm leading sales, so similar to your role. I love what you shared before, but one of the struggle that we and I have in particular is I really believe in enablement, but finding enablement people in this part of the world is hard. Hard, right? So my question is, how you actually do it when you don't necessarily have the big bucks, like maybe Figma have, LinkedIn, to pay those big guys like serious money, right, to do enablement?
Yeah, it's a very good question. And I realize we're at the time, so I'll just take this question. We're in the process of hiring for an enablement person as well. And actually...
Don't steal mine.
Have you got a good one? Okay, that'll be on LinkedIn later. I'll have a look at their profile. So the best enablement people that I've worked with have been in sales before.
Correct.
Yeah. And so actually, it's about finding those... You could potentially find a salesperson and find that could move into enablement. But generally, I don't find people just immediately go into enablement straight away. It's something that they might be buddying with people and actually realize they love the coaching piece. They love helping people and that they move into that type of role. In the absence of that, I mean, using some external trainers, I mean, to definitely help with the soft skills. Outside of that, it's up to you as a leader to do the enablement. If you don't have either the resources or then your product team, you need to work with product marketing and then you need to help them build out the enablement. We had the same thing at Mixpanel. We actually put our head of sales ops, like we needed to fix enablement. We didn't have the right training, product training for our team. And so actually we got a head of sales ops. Hey, he is like the guy that fixed everything. It's like if something broken, give it to Jovan. And so he built a whole enablement program for them, and we called Mixpanel University, and put the entire sales team through it, and was really successful. So if you can't afford to get a dedicated person, then someone in sales ops, product marketing, actually all of these people should be involved in it. A lot of the time, it's just the enablement person is the facilitator, is the project manager of pulling all these resources together in a format that people can digest. But yeah, everyone needs to be involved in it.
Cool, thanks.
I hope that answers your question.
Thanks, man.
Awesome. Thanks very much. Appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Please welcome Databricks SVP and GM Ed Lenta.
Hey, good afternoon. How is everybody this afternoon? Well, so my name is Ed, and I've been asked to spend a little bit of time with you this afternoon talking about scaling hypergrowth technology companies. And in particular, I need to emphasize that my experience is specifically with scaling B2B hypergrowth technology companies. A little bit about myself. I've had the rare privilege now of working for 3 hypergrowth technology companies. I started back in the early 2000s with a company called VMware. And this is back in the days when people didn't quite accept this idea that a virtual machine could be as good as a physical machine, let alone better, that they wouldn't just end up virtualizing their server infrastructure, but one day they would virtualize their data centers. They would virtualize absolutely everything, and it would lead to the next big revolution in technology, which was obviously the emergence of the public cloud. And so back in 2011, I got the rare opportunity to go and work for a company called Amazon Web Services as they were starting to set up their business here in APJ. And I spent the next 8 years running around Asia Pacific and Japan and then spending some time in the US thinking about how we could bring the promise of the public cloud to customers all over the world. We saw a tremendous amount of growth. And then suddenly, 3 years ago, I was running the AWS business across all of Asia Pacific and Japan. We had revenues in the many billions of dollars. I had thousands of people working on my team. And I realized that none of that was making me happy in any way, that actually I'm much more interested in building businesses than I am in running businesses. I'm not really interested at all in running businesses. And so I stepped out of Amazon Web Services and I said, look, if I accept this idea that I'm at my happiest when I'm in a serviced office, how do I get back into a serviced office and go and spend time with a company that really needs my skill set? Because my skill set is a very, very specific thing. This is what I know how to do. I know how to scale at a very, very high speed large go-to-market organizations, particularly in Asia Pacific. And so I thought, okay, well, what's the recipe? What does a pre-growth high potential technology company look like? Is there a formula that I'm looking that'll predict that kind of success? And it turns out there is, right? It turns out you can have a pretty good idea about the size of an opportunity and the potential rate of growth of a technology company if you look at just a few things. The first thing you want to look at, obviously, is the TAM. Is the TAM for Databricks, which is effectively the entire TAM around data. Think ETL and machine learning and BI and data warehousing and streaming and governance. Is that a big total addressable market? And obviously, the answer is yes. And so the next question you ask yourself is this market needing disruption? Is it a particularly inefficient market? Is it a particularly messy market? And again, in the case of data, the answer is absolutely. I mean, customers' data architectures today are an incredible mess. They're unbelievably complex. They're silos of architecture. They have massive amounts of legacy. And so that absolutely ticked that box. The next thing, though, you need to ask yourself is there a technology that I can work with that's not just disruptive, but is it on the right side of history? The one thing I've learned in the time that I've been selling technology and building out go-to-market organizations across APJ, there is no point pushing the ball uphill. There really isn't. You have to make, as Jeff Bezos used to say at Amazon, you have to embrace the tailwinds of technology. You have to be doing something where the ball is rolling downhill and when you are absolutely on the right side of history. All of the companies I've worked at, VMware, Amazon Web Services, and now I hope Databricks, they would have been successful with or without me. There was an inevitability. Customers were going to virtualize their data centers. People were going to consume technology as a utility, and it's that inevitability that you want to start to position yourself in. And then the final thing do you have a growth mindset? Do your founders have a growth mindset? Do the executive teams inside your organizations think that one day you will be a really, really significant company? You know, again, I think about the Databricks experience. We've raised over $3 billion in funding. Our CEO talks about the idea that he's going to take the company public one raise at a time. And we take that money and we use it to build out a global organization. We have now a team of over 4,000 Databricks folks right around the world. And as far as we're concerned, it's really just the beginning. And so when I started to look at those things, I joined Databricks and I thought, let's have another go at building out a go-to-market organization across APJ. We were a small group of folks 3 years ago when I started, and I assure you, we're a lot bigger now. And so if you think about these three journeys, and you think, okay, well, in that career that I've had working in these organizations and helping scale these organizations, were there any particular things that I learned that might be useful to you if you're looking to do something similar now or hopefully in the future? And when I look back at the career and I look at various points on my career, I suppose it started when myself and three other people started up the VMware business in Australia. And we started to talk to customers about building virtualized data centers. And the key thing that I learned as part of that experience was that the commercial models that you choose to build and offer to your customers not only define the way that you will think about go-to-market, but similarly, you need to marry your go-to-market efforts to specific commercial structures that you, as SaaS companies, decide to offer your customers. So let's think about some examples there. At VMware, really early on, we said we're going to price based on the physical CPUs that our customers choose to run VMware on. That made us a hugely transactional business. I'm going to run it on 5 servers. I'm going to buy licenses for the CPUs inside of those servers. If I need to buy some more servers, I'm going to call Ed. I'm going to go and buy some more CPUs. It also constrained our growth hugely because we couldn't grow any faster than the rate at which our customers were choosing to buy physical servers and install VMware on them. And so we changed all of that. We said, what if we move to some notion of licensing contracts, of enterprise-wide licensing? And that changed the entire discourse that we were able to have with our customers. Suddenly, we were selling business value. Suddenly, we were selling potential. Suddenly, we were selling aspirational concepts. And we were able to think about TCO. We were able to think organization-wide. And at Databricks, we've been going through the same thing inside of our organization. We used to be an organization that spoke to our customers about committed contracts. How much Databricks will you need over a period of time? How do we get you to commit to that contract? And we will then sell you that contract, and you can consume it over the next 12 months, consume it over the next 36 months. In order to do that, you need a go-to-market organization to support that. And effectively, what we're talking about is traditional enterprise sales. You want to have an enterprise sales organization that will go in and that will inject as much friction as they possibly can into the process to do two things: to grow the deal size and to defend the margins and defend the pricing that you eventually get in front of your customers. And then at the beginning of COVID, we decided to change the whole company. We said we're not going to value that anymore. We want to be more customer obsessed. And so we pivoted the entire company to a consumption model. That's really important, right? Thinking about the commercial construct you will have with your customers is critical. But at the same time, then we had to pivot the entire go-to-market organization. Because where enterprise sales is about injecting friction, like value engineering or proof of concepts or business cases into the sales process, when you move to a consumption model, it's actually about removing friction. It's about doing exactly the opposite. How do I enable my customers? How do I build capacity through partner ecosystems? How do I make the buying experience focus on starting rather than on committing? How do I do things completely differently? And we had to think really, really hard about that. And so I think the lesson there is make sure that you think a lot about commercial structures, but then you build a go-to-market organization that actually is invested in and facilitating that commercial structure for your customer. From there, I was actually sent up into this part of the world, and I spent quite a few years up in this part of the world in Singapore, building out Southeast Asia as an organization for VMware. You're thinking now about how do I move into new countries? How do I go and take on a market of 8, 10, 12 countries? And what we realized was that country maturity models are really important. It's not enough to take the advice of typically Silicon Valley-based VC companies and say, well, build a productivity model around hiring salespeople, assign productivity to salespeople, and scale your organization in that way, because it turns out the earth is not flat in that way. I think the best way to think about building country maturity models is to go back to Geoffrey Moore, is to go back and think about the work that was done in that seminal book, Crossing the Chasm. I hope you've all read it. If you haven't, you really want to do that. It's necessary in every new market that you work in to go in and soften the beach, to create the conditions where not just product market fit, but where demand is actually starting to be facilitated. And to do that, you want to expend as little energy as possible, as little investment as possible, and you want to learn as much as possible. And so we came up with this model where we said we're going to start with something called a minimum deployable unit as our country expansion model. What is the smallest amount of resource that is cross-functional, that is specific to that market, that will allow us to see success in that market, that we can invest and put into that market to start softening the beach, to create those first few partnerships, to set up some kind of resale mechanism if we require it, to think about acquiring those first lighthouse customers, and to really start to get things moving so that we can then start to cross the chasm. Then we can then start to make big bets on that market. It's warmed up, it's prepared, it's ready to go, and you cannot miss that step. Once you've done that, though, you earn the right to move to the next stage and to invest in something called a market-making unit. A market-making unit is suddenly no longer just one salesperson, one solution architect, maybe a partner manager or a business development representative. A market-making unit is you now saying, we fixed the demand side. We have all of the demand signals coming from a particular market. Let's now work on the supply side. Let's make sure that in that market, say Singapore, we have all of the supply side capabilities that our customers are going to need in order to be successful. We know that they're going to demand our products. So now we're going to turn up with the right leadership. We're going to turn up with support. We're going to turn up with professional services. We're going to turn up with training. Whatever it is that you decide you're going to need for your business, but going through that market maturity model and thinking about how you can start with a minimum deployable unit, and then thinking about how you can move to a market-making unit will save you a lot of time and hopefully save you a lot of money. And so from there, I went down and took a role building the business for Amazon Web Services in Australia. It was a brand new business. I think we did $10 million in our first year running a few websites in 2011 for Amazon Web Services. And we were fairly crude in the way that we thought about our customers. I'm sure many of you think about customers as enterprise customers, and then maybe you think about mid-market, and then maybe you think about commercial customers. And it wasn't a really thoughtful thing. And the reason that that was dangerous, the reason that that was the wrong way to behave, is because you have to sell to customers in the way that they want to be sold to. And you have to let them buy in a way that they want to buy. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not suggesting that you should infinitely segment your customer base, because you shouldn't segment your customer base at all if all of your customers are uniform. But if there are some valid discrepancies in the way that your customers wanted to be sold to, You should acknowledge that, and you should segment your customers really, really thoughtfully. So in our case, at Amazon Web Services, we said, okay, well, we have enterprise customers, and we have mid-market customers, and we have commercial customers. Turns out we were totally wrong. It turns out that what we had was enterprises, and then we had this other group of customers called startups and digital natives, who were kind of these successful startups. And they wanted a completely different sales motion. They wanted a highly technical motion. They wanted to do bottom-up selling. They wanted to create these democratic movements in their organizations. Maybe they wanted to be sold to on Slack and on various chat forums as opposed to directly and face-to-face. And the last thing they would need is a proposal, whereas the enterprise customers, they wanted all of those things. We also worked out that we had a whole group of customers called ISVs, that there were software companies who wanted to build their technology on our cloud, and ISVs, they needed to be sold to differently as well, because what did they care about? They cared about go-to-market. How can we help them not just host their applications, but actually help them go to market on our platform? And so we resegmented our whole business, and it changed the way that we worked with customers. It really transformed our business significantly. And now today, AWS thinks about the market purely in those terms, because that's what the customer-obsessed thing to do is. And at Databricks, we've done similar things. At Databricks now, we work specifically with digital natives and startups in one way. We have specific teams for that. We have mechanisms that we've invested in to support them. And then we work with our enterprise customers in a totally different way, and never the two will meet. From there, I got a rare opportunity to think about how we could build a global accounts organization for Amazon Web Services. And by a global accounts organization, I mean an organization that was just dedicated to selling to one type of customer, which were the top 75 largest multinationals in the world. Think Unilever and Shell and Chevron, Rio Tinto, and so on. How do you go and build an organization that will become expert at doing this? And once we decided we were going to create this segment and we were going to make a big investment here, the thing that I realized was that understanding the journey that those customers would go on with Amazon Web Services was really critical. Because if we didn't understand the customer journey, then we wouldn't have the slightest idea about how to go and start them on that journey and how to then go and facilitate them through the various steps. And so we spent a huge amount of time thinking about that. In fact, it was totally mystifying to me. I would work with a customer like Philips in the Netherlands, and I would spend time helping them into the cloud and moving them through these various phases. And I would try and work out what are the patterns that we're seeing with these customers. And I couldn't find any consistency at all, until I worked out that the customer journey, it doesn't have to be this linear thing. Customers don't need to start at the beginning and then finish at the end of this customer journey. There can be different paths. There can be different points of entry. And if you're smart, you'll think deeply about that, and you'll work out what those are. So it turned out that for these large multinationals, there were actually two different points of entry, two completely different paths that they would go on. One would be this path of innovation. How can I go and spend time with the business? How can I help them understand that we could facilitate some kind of dividend to their top-line revenue if they were able to innovate faster, if they were able to build products faster, or effect some kind of efficiency dividend by digitizing a business process? And these discussions were almost always innovation-driven. They were almost always with the line of business, but that was only a small piece of the puzzle for us. The other piece for a particular multinational was, how do we help you go and retire the huge amounts of technical debt that you have in your organization through migration and modernization? That was the stuff that no one was actually really interested in, but it was the vast amount of effort, and it was where the vast amount of money was. And for that, you didn't spend time with the business, and you didn't talk about innovation. You spent time with the IT teams and the global CIOs, and you went and spoke to them about how they could save money and drive resilience and remove risk by retiring the technical debt inside of their organization. And as soon as we worked this out, as soon as we worked out that there were 2 customer journeys and mapped out exactly what they were, we could then start to say, well, how can we affect that? And the second message I'd have for you on this, the second area that I learned as part of that was if you're going to be customer obsessed in the way that you work in the market, you need to let customer-informed tactics actually drive the strategy. You need to be constantly experimenting everywhere in your global go-to-market organization. And you need to be running experiments with the customer, getting feedback from the customers, and saying, well, does that work? And if it does work, if it drives the outcome that they're after, which is the outcome that you're after, then you need to be saying, how do we scale that? So let me give you some examples of that. We said that we needed to help the businesses of these large multinationals innovate faster. That was part of our customer journey. Well, we spent a lot of time with that customer, Philips, that I mentioned, and we started to talk to them about how we could maybe take some of the mechanisms that existed within Amazon around innovation. How do we build new products? How do we go through ideation processes? Amazon is very famous for this process called the PRFAQ, where you effectively write the press release and an FAQ of something you're going to build even before you start to build it, so that you can start to think about the effect it's going to have on your customers. We took Philips through that process. They loved it. They started building new products. They started building those products, more importantly, on Amazon Web Services. And so we said, hey, let's scale that. If they're getting a great outcome, let's scale it everywhere. And so we built out teams right around the world whose only job it was to help these large multinationals ideate, innovate, build products, build prototypes on top of Amazon Web Services so that we could remain relevant to their business. But at the same time, we needed to think about that second part of the customer journey. We needed to think about how we could help IT teams remediate their technical debt. And so we created this methodology called 50 and 50. We spent time with the CIO of Honeywell, and we said, hey, rather than spend a huge amount of time planning a migration and starting to work through this migration, and maybe in 2 years we'll have migrated assets and we'll know what we're doing, why don't we just start today? And why don't we say, in the next 50 days, from a standing start with no skills on your side of the fence, we will migrate 50 applications. And in doing that, we will build all the skills that you need, all the capabilities that you need inside of your teams to migrate the next 5,000. It worked. We got 50 applications migrated in 50 days. We built out all the skills. And so we said, OK, let's let those tactics now inform our strategy. And we built an entire program around that, rolled it out globally, and we helped hundreds of large multinationals migrate thousands and thousands of applications to the public cloud. Once I was done with that, I came back to Asia Pacific, and I took a job running quite a large organization, running Amazon Web Services across Asia Pacific and Japan. At that point, we were talking about thousands of folks in the team. We were talking about billions of dollars in revenue. And you're starting to think then about how do I make investments? How do I make sure that I'm getting as much bang for my buck as I possibly can as I hire another 500 people, as I really start to scale this organization? And what we learned was you need to be incredibly thoughtful about understanding the difference between linear and nonlinear investments. Do not make this a game of linear expansion. Do not say, hey, I'm going to have a productivity metric that I assign to salespeople in my organization. I'm going to just keep hiring salespeople as I want to scale revenue. And one day, end up like so many of the technology companies that you've seen over the last couple of months who just start laying people off. That is a terrible decision to make. Think about how you can make as many investments off your balance sheet by partnering, by by investing in specialists who can act as the batters for the catches that you've invested into the marketplace, who are your salespeople. Think about the mix. Think about how you can make these non-linear investment so that, hopefully when you see huge success in your business, you don't just wake up one day and think, gee, I have 10,000 salespeople and everything that goes with 10,000 salespeople in your organization. Who do I need to start laying off? Super important that, that you get that balance right. I think the final thing I'd say about scaling field organizations is you have to have strong beliefs. And then when you have those strong beliefs, you need to find a way of communicating them across an organization in such a way that as it scales and as it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, the decisions that are founded in those strong beliefs can actually be made without you being in the room. And the best way that I've found to do that is to write tenets, is to write down what those beliefs are and make sure that everybody has access to them so that they can use those to ground the decisions they made. And actually, I went and found out, hey, what were the tenets that I used, or at least what were some of the tenets that I used for scaling the field organization at Amazon Web Services 4 or 5 years ago. It doesn't really matter what you think of these tenets. It doesn't matter if you agree with them. The thing that matters is that you have these beliefs, that they are written down, and that you've spent time crafting them, and that you've then distributed them broadly across your organization so that everyone can buy into it. So I guess finally we need to think about how we bring this all together. How do we actually scale a global or a really large field organization across Asia or around the world? We've said we're going to understand what's going to drive my growth. We said, hey, we've got a large TAM. It needs disruption. We're going to disrupt that market because we're on the right side of history, because we've got the right technology. We know that this is something that we should back, that we should invest in this. We're going to build a large organization around it. And if you do, I guess the summary of my advice to you is, first of all, build a commercial model that is best for your customers. But if you do that, make sure you have a go-to-market approach that is specific to that commercial model. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. Don't bring enterprise sales techniques to consumption businesses, because the two are actually diametrically opposed to one another. Think about country maturity models as you start to move out of your own country. Go and read Crossing the Chasm and think, okay, how do I go and work with those initial innovators in a market? How do I inform my experience and soften the beach? But then how do I cross the chasm and move it to a conversation around building out the supply side capabilities that I need to ensure a fantastic customer experience in the markets that I serve? Segment your business only if you have to, but you have to if you have customers who want to be sold to in different ways. That's a really, really important thing. Otherwise, that is going to start to constrain your growth. Think deeply about the customer journey, and then develop tactics that can inform the strategy that you will bring to bear, helping customers start that journey and facilitating their process and progress along that journey. Invest in not just linear resources, otherwise prepare to do large-scale layoffs if you're successful at any point in time, but invest in non-linear resources as well, so that the go-to-market organization that you have, to a large extent, does not sit on the balance sheet of your company. It'll be the best thing you've ever done. And then finally, use tenets to drive velocity. Make sure that the beliefs that you have are strong, are well understood, and that those tenets are your guiding path as you build out what I hope will be a really, really significant go-to-market organization. So thank you very much for your time today. Just a couple of things if folks wanted to find out more about Databricks. I think for this crowd in particular, I would suggest having a look at the Digital Native Council that we host for our startup and digital native customers who want to think, how do I use data to actually build my company? How do I use data to build my SaaS platforms in the way that Atlassian, for example, in in APJ have done over the last few years. We'd love to have you participate in this forum. Looks like I have 13 seconds if anybody wanted to ask any questions. And if you do, I've been instructed that you need to use the mics. Thank you so much.
Yeah. My question is, are consumption-based models really that different when you have a minimum commit or an anchor price as compared to traditional subscription?
I think a consumption-based model implies that you don't have a minimum commit, that you're trying to make the experience as frictionless as possible. So if you look at the Databricks context, you can go to the AWS marketplace today, and you can just start using Databricks in a purely consumption model because we want to try and remove as much of the friction as we possibly can from that experience.
Yeah, but people always complain about the end of the month bill they get for AWS and other things. How do we make sure we avoid those kind of conversations?
That's a whole different discussion. I mean, consumption economics is the way to go, right? Consumption models are the best thing for your customers, full stop. The problem that you've got, though, is there's a big difference between only pay for what you use and only pay for what you need. And you do have to end up as an organization investing quite a lot of money in helping customers move from one to the other. And that's another half an hour that we could spend talking about that. Yes, sir.
Hi. Here we are. I have a question. It's about consumption models as well,
Yeah.
but it's to do with selling something that's consumable digitally, but also as part of what you're selling, you have a physical product.
Mm-hmm.
And you may have come across this with customers and things, but I thought I'd throw this one out there. So if you apply the consumption type model into physical product sensors, if you like, out there in the field,
Yeah.
Using a cloud digital service that you can use a consumption model on,
Mhm.
the physical side has a different story to tell, because you might have to get a lot of units, physical units, out into a field, which
Yeah.
come at cost, and the consumption of that is different to a digital consumption. So
Yeah.
have you seen that handled anywhere, or?
I have, yeah. I mean, again, go and look at the Amazon business, right? So AWS has physical devices.
Yeah.
They have something called Snowball,
yeah.
Snowball, I think it is, which is a device that they'll actually send you. It turns up, and you can then put your data onto it and send it back to them, and they upload it to the cloud. That's a physical device.
Yep.
But the customer doesn't care that it's a physical device. What the customer cares about is that it's a service. It's a service that's facilitating me in a massively secure way, getting my data up into the cloud.
Yep.
So that's what you have to build the commercial model around, not around the fact that, hey, I'm investing in a physical device and somehow somebody needs to pay for that physical device. So think about the problem you're solving, think about the service you're providing the customer, and build the model all around that.
Great, thanks.
Hey, thank you so much. I've been told I'm out of time. I really appreciate it. Reach out to me on LinkedIn if I can help any of you in your businesses, or if you want to talk about data platforms. Thanks for your time today. Appreciate it.
Please welcome Xero's Global Chief Strategy Officer, Damien Tampling.
Hello, everybody. Nice to be here. Fantastic to see SaaStr turning up in Asia after running so many successful events in Europe and the US, which I've been lucky enough to have some of my team attend, but good to see them in a market so big and diverse as this one and growing. I found this, putting together some content for this presentation, quite tough. The main reason being the diversity of this region, diversity of the companies that I've seen attend these events, and I think some of the challenges and things you face when you're a $1 or a $2 million company through 20, through 50, through 100 and into the billions like Ed was just presenting to are all really quite different and quite nuanced. So what I've tried to do is take a more philosophical approach today. What I've done is kind of step right up and think about, at a more philosophical level, some of the things that I think are really important to every phase of that journey, and some more kind of, if you will, principles that I would encourage people to think about as they're scaling their businesses. So just a little bit about more the last 4 years, bit of context. So I live in Singapore. This is home for me. I've been lucky enough to enjoy this part of the world now for 5-6 years, so didn't travel far to get to Suntec. But whilst I've been here, I've been working for a company called Xero. Xero is originally an Australian-founded company, and you can probably, New Zealand-founded, but listed on the ASX in Australia. You can probably tell from my accent. And in the last 4 years, we've been super busy scaling this business on a worldwide basis. So we've doubled subscribers. These are some of the half-year results. We've doubled subscribers. We've doubled operating revenue. We've tripled our annualized monthly recurring revenue, and we've quadrupled the lifetime value. So that journey has just spun up, certainly with the backdrop of COVID, a whole nother set of kind of learnings from my perspective as the Chief Strategy Officer there, some of which I've put into the content that I'll talk to you about today. Xero is an accounting and business platform, for those that you don't know, a SaaS-based business for sure, subscription-based model, but focused on small to medium businesses. So the beauty of this event is that many of the people in the room fall into that category. So hopefully our customers are ours, or if not, they might even be partners of ours in the ecosystem of the business. So as I mentioned before, I found it pretty difficult because there was so much you want to cover, and you're sitting there thinking, having invested in or founded companies myself before the Xero chapter, what did I kind of want to know when I was, say, doing something or building something that was a couple of million and the challenges I had? So I'm touching on the tip of the iceberg. I will finish with a little bit of time, because if there's anything in the room that you want to get up and just say, can you talk to us about this, or can you take us in a completely different direction, I'd love to hear from you. So the first thing, philosophically, I'm at a SaaS conference, but I'm going to talk about people. You can't kind of get onto the internet these days much and not find something about ChatGPT and the impact some of that area of tech is having. But I am obsessed with people. I really am. And I find that even in big businesses like the ones that I've worked for, the processes in this area are still quite loose. When you're a 20 or even a 10 or a $1 million business, you obviously tend not to always have a head of HR or a head of PX, which ironically makes it even more important that you're super disciplined around who you're hiring, the processes you take them through, and just that whole journey. This up here is something we put together in a business that I work for, and you can probably tell by the spectrum down the bottom because it applies to Xero. And it was about trying to get more sophisticated and more conscious about who we were trying to hire and the process we wanted to step them through. And what I really wanted to do was put this in place with my teams and my leaders, and right down to the last person that had been recruited in the business, to know how we do things in this area and the standards that we wanted to apply. Now, you'll hear of some of these legendary processes in large companies like the Googles and others in the world, but I think hiring people and getting the right people and thinking about why they fit within your culture and what you're looking for in a specific team is a discipline well worth getting in place really early. And it's such an important part of your success. A lot of people say, customers are the most important thing. And, that's a long debate to have. And I think, in some parts right. But to be honest, the people are the ones that are going to get you the customers, whether it's actually out selling to them or managing the accounts or actually just working on the processes on your website or in your app. So I obsess over this area. I don't see in a lot of companies, early stage companies, I'd love to think that every founder or CEO would actually have almost their pipeline for customers and sales leads, but their pipeline for talent. And to that level of obsession, I track it. I have a list. All the people I meet in my journey over life, I put it into the same place. and actually keep track of them on LinkedIn. I keep track of what they're doing and where they're moving, and I kind of move them around almost like a mind map of people that I may not have even, in some cases, even met, but heard exceptionally good things about in this region and others. And I'll often come back to it when I'm thinking about hiring for a role, or when someone comes to me and says, do you know someone that's good in this particular domain? And if it's someone that I'm close to and I want to help out, I'll go back to that list like you would a sales pipeline and kind of pour over it. So I would employ you all to kind of think about this area, because it's one of the things I think can make a massive difference. The next one I want to talk to you about is, and this is a particular framework that in a past life I worked at Deloitte for a long time, and it is really at its core about innovation and differentiation. I think it's really important when you're starting and founding a company and scaling it that you keep coming back to what it is you think really makes you different and unique. I think often I do come across a lot of founders that have kind of bumbled into an idea or come up with an idea, if you will, not always linked to a customer problem, or where it has, it may be good or a little bit better, but they've not spent enough time thinking consciously about what exactly makes it different and other areas that they can actually lean on or exercise that makes it even more compelling and more different. So this model up here has a view that there's 10 ways you can be different. People often err on the area in the middle, the orange, the offering. They think about what's the product? How's the product different? Well, my product has this widget and it does this and it does that, and that's what makes it better. But there is so much wide open space, and increasingly in the last kind of 10 years, in the way you configure that product or the way it's actually experienced, that's been really just coming to the floor. And certainly in the SaaS industry, we see that a lot. So you'll see, a company like Xero, the founder of Xero, Rod Drury, a Kiwi, he just got annoyed about having to take a box of receipts to his accountant every quarter and every kind of half year and have accounts done. And he just felt it was highly inefficient. And so at the core of the innovation there was about how he could drive collaboration between him as a business owner and actually his accountant. And then from there, it was also then leaning into things like SaaS at the time when it was really just unfolding, as well as open banking and some other key trends around the world. So in some ways, it kind of lent into a profit model that was more subscription-based. It lent into using a network, which was really the network of accountants and bookkeepers. And it also led into a couple of others in here around brand as well, like obsessing about that kind of local groundswell of small businesses and the communities they operate in, and making sure that was a core tenet of the brand that we were building. Now, what you'll find with companies is if they do one of these things, it's usually not enough to go and become a $100 multi-billion-dollar company. It's when you get a combination of these things in what it is you're doing that you really get breakthrough. And there's lots and lots of examples of innovation where you can kind of go through and think about a brand like an Uber or an Nespresso. It doesn't need to be in software, and kind of think, yeah, it's doing that one, and that one, and I definitely see that as quite different relative to its competitors or in its industry. So the second thing I'd say, people, obsess over them, get very sophisticated and deliberate about them. And the second thing I'd say is make sure you're really conscious around what's making you different, and it holds true as well as you scale. Okay, this one, karma. It's a great Hinduism, Buddhism concept, which some of the people in this region, more than many others, will appreciate. I'm a big believer in this event, to be frank, is really about giving back. It's about sharing knowledge. It's not really about hard sell on a stage. And a number of years ago, working with another colleague of mine, we came up with this idea of, we called it karma business. And the topic of this presentation was about ecosystems and how you build them. And it's a pretty fundamental tenet of how you do that. The model goes that everything starts with sharing. It's all about sharing. If you're selling it to someone and you kind of turn up with a proposal and you shove it across the table, 9 times out of 10 it ain't going to work, if I'm honest, unless they've come to you and they've said, I need exactly this. But for the other 99% of the time, it all starts with sharing. It all starts about giving. When you riff with someone and you share with someone, a customer or otherwise, you often get into the process of refining pretty quickly. Oh yeah, that could work, and what about this, and what about that? And that refining is completely magical. That's the stuff where you get to know them, they get to know you, they share a bit more, you share a bit more. Eventually, the time will come where hopefully the phone picks up or an email comes in or they hit you up and say, hey, you know what? You know that idea we've been talking about? Can you send us a proposal on that? Or we'd like to kind of have you come out and pitch a little bit more. And from there, the delivering happens. And when you deliver, when your product delivers, guess what happens? Usually more sharing. Some of it conscious, some of it unconscious. But it actually is a virtuous cycle and a virtuous wheel. And that model of kind of karma business at its core is really just saying the more you give out, you tend to get back. And when it comes to an ecosystem, there couldn't be a better model to think about. But to be honest, it applies to all selling. And I think whether you're a software company or otherwise, there's a lot in it in terms of thinking about it. And years ago, there was a organization in a past life where I was trying to kind of get to a place where I got the opportunity to propose to someone. And I went into the executive and I almost like little stick figures that you mark on the wall in a jail in a Hollywood movie. I said, hey, these are all the opportunities and things we've been sharing over the last kind of 2.5 years. And we're refining lots of them, but not one opportunity have you given me to actually propose to you something more to be able to do for you. The executive kind of said, well, I've never thought about it that way, and I can see where you're coming from. Okay, how about this? How about that? And actually even exposing this model and just the fact that I was trying to approach every interaction with them as an opportunity to share and help them and give more back really kind of opened the door up. So I've seen it work in action in a very deliberate way. Some of you will know this character, Gandalf the Grey from the famous movie The Lord of the Rings. And the famous line, one of the famous lines in the movie is really all about what you decide to do with your time. As Gandalf briefs Frodo, one of the other characters, about the kind of the heavy weight of the ring, which is literally in The Lord of the Rings. And the reason I put it up there is because I don't think there's anything more important when you're a founder than thinking about where you're focused and about being deliberate. And in this part of the world, I think it's a particularly important concept, especially the second one. Time after time, big business or small, being a chief strategy officer, part of the role is all about trying to help people and executives make decisions. There is just so many opportunities, and you get pulled into them all the time. But the best companies have that belligerent focus on 2 or 3 things and doing them really well. And it's talked about so much, but in practice, when you go into companies, small and large, you just see the constant tension of being pulled in 1,000 directions. So if there's another area that you could focus on as a founder and scaling up your business is just thinking about all the things you've got on your plate in the next month, the next kind of 6 months, and the next year, and actually saying, does it look like too much? And if there was only 3 or 4 things on that page that I could actually do and do well, what would they be, and which ones would I cull? We often in the executive boardroom would have discussions not about the yes list and the focus list, but of course the no list. And you'd sit there sometimes staring at the wall, struggling to put the things up on the list of things that you're actually saying no to, which was a surefire check and balance that you're probably saying yes to too many. The second part of that is being deliberate, and I think it's just slightly different. In this part of the world, one of the best examples of it I can give and I see often is organisations being sucked into other markets. Southeast Asia, is rich with opportunity, but in fact, even calling a conference Asia Pac is, for someone that's now lived here for a while, kind of brings a wry smile to my face because there is really no such thing. Every country in this region is almost like another planet, and they're all got their nuances. And with startup and tech companies, what you often see is someone they know or an old colleague will come in the door and say, I want you to come and pitch on this, or could you come and sell X, Y, Z, or could you set up over here? And because in those early stages, you're kind of going where the money is, and sometimes there's an element of desperation to kind of keep things evolving and building, you just go. And people find themselves sucked all of a sudden into Indonesia or Malaysia or popping up in a place like India. And I think in the early stages of the company, it's just super dangerous, especially some of those markets, given how big they are. I mean, even going to the US, every state in the US, is its own kind of journey and has its own nuance, certainly in tax and accounting software, particularly so. But I can't underline this point enough, that I think being really focused, but also being super deliberate about the choices you're making. And a bit like being focused, standing back and saying, okay, are we setting up a payment gateway over here, or are we setting up an enterprise sales team over there, or are we moving into multilingual language in a certain area because it's a very conscious choice that we're making, or because something's actually just kind of taking us there? So I think this is a particularly important concept. North Star metrics, I think hopefully it's a concept many of you would be familiar with when you're kind of searching on the internet, because I was thinking about it more from the context of my experience, but when I search on the internet, it comes up about, philosophically, what's your North Star metric in life? But I think in this instance, what I'm referring to is really the North Star metrics of the different teams in your business and really getting quite crisp around what that is. So a DocuSign, if you will, has a North Star metric of, documents, funnily enough, signed. But, what happens in tech companies is they'll often kind of go, oh, my North Star metric is the number of users, or it's the number of documents we've ingested, or it's the number of X, Y, Z, and it just gets lost. And the connection between what the number one really most important thing to be happening is, and actually you making sure the teams are focused on that, is quite important for them scaling and coming back to the previous point, focused on the right things. The same thing with like a Booking Holdings or a Airbnb. You know, one of their North Star metric is around the number of nights booked. So it's not number of users, it's not number of bookings, it's actually number of nights booked. And quite intentionally, that forces people to have to think very carefully about the return on investment about attracting a new user versus actually just getting an existing one to book a longer stay. And of course, it's the latter that actually really may well contribute more to that North Star metric. So I think thinking through your different teams, whether it's the sales team, the product team, or the company at large, and forcing yourself to try and make sure that you don't have 10 North Star metrics, because what it'll do is it'll create all sorts of tension from your team saying, well, we need more money because we want to do this or that. And actually, probably in that mix of metrics is the number one or two most important thing to do. I think the other thing to mention on this is often can get confused if you're big enough with things like OKRs and other measures of success, but the North Star metric should be something that kind of lasts longitudinally a lot longer. You know, DocuSign doesn't go around changing their North Star metric every year or 3 or 5. It's something that is, you know, been really crisp from the start, and everyone in the organisation kind of focuses on it and kind of lasts the test of time. An OKR or a KPI, of course, might be something that you might have for a given year or a given couple of years. And I think understanding that difference is really important. So last but not least, I wanted to put this one up because I think in 2023, it's never been more important. It's been a crazy few years out there with the amount of money available. But I think of the pitches we'd see at Xero, we would probably see 300-400 easily organisations coming through the door with IMs and packs and information. Very rarely in the last 3 years will you get many of those scale-up companies talking about profitability. Very rarely will you find a page in that document that talks about actively cash burn. Very rarely will you get a page in that document that talks about how they think about return on where they're investing their dollars. Even if it's hundreds of thousands of dollars, how they're thinking about what return it is they're pursuing and how they turn off and on those investments. I think there's a real opportunity for anyone that's in this room or at the conference that's at that stage of growth to lean into it. Like people that are sitting inside corporate development teams or executives looking to invest and even VCs, they're thirsty for that information. In fact, having a page like that in an information memorandum that actually says, we've thought about this, this is what we think we would dial down, and here's where we've tested it to get to a higher margin or a higher degree of profitability. It may not be what you're doing because you've got a journey to go on and there's plenty of market opportunity there, but just demonstrating that awareness is something that I think is quite devoid in the materials that exist out there. And investors, I think, are really now more than ever kind of focused on making sure that the founders of the company understand, if you will, the DNA of how they can dial up and dial down things to make money. So I promised I'd leave a little bit of time at the end. 6 takeaways that I've touched on, everything from karma to what makes you different, but embed those processes early and make sure their kind of hiring practices are known to everyone. And you can nuance those slightly for hiring a salesperson to hiring a product person. Be really clear on what makes you different. Hopefully you're sitting there thinking about that model before and going, okay, I reckon of those of those 10 areas of differentiation, I would think the company that I'm building would kind of tick 3 or 4 of those. And if not, it might be there's something you could be doing around your pricing that actually builds more of a moat around your product and your business. The Karma business model. So I think certainly the topic I think today was around ecosystems, and many of these things apply to it. But if there was one in the 6 things that I've mentioned that's the most important for an ecosystem, it's making more of what you offer available. It's making the tools. It's opening up data. It's allowing people to build on you and with you that kind of evangelizes that ecosystem and has other people actually out there building and supporting your product beyond the walls of the people that you control in your business. Being focused and deliberate. Make sure you know what the metrics are in your business that matter the most, and understand the commerciality of investments, which is kind of really a subset of knowing how to be able to communicate that path to profit. But I think it's important as well that you show just an ability to be able to show where you're investing and why, and what actual return you're expecting to get from it. Sounds like a basic thing, but having read 500 IMs a year, or had my team do that for basically the last 20 years, it's rare. And some of this stuff is just great because it stands out a founder that's thinking about a business differently. So with that, I will ask if there's any questions and say thank you. And if there's none, or if there are, please use a mic, but if there's none, I'll get away scot-free. Awesome, okay. Oh, yep.
How do you source your innovative opportunities? How do you uncover
Yep.
new paths to market which you have never thought about before?
Sure. So the question was, how do we uncover innovative opportunities and think about new paths to market? We spend a lot of time at conferences like this. So the team do go to not just SaaStr, but others around the world and just spend time hanging out with other founders and companies to see what they're doing. We have a fairly large ecosystem. So from ground zero, we realized that we wouldn't be able to build everything that a small business would want. So there's an ecosystem platform, if you will, like an app store in Xero that's 1,000+ partners around the world. They're a huge source of innovation because we share an API with them and it's a two-way street, but it allows us to, for example, see a software company in Ireland that's growing at 1,000 users a month, and you actually start to look over into that data and go, there's something going on there. Whatever it is that they're doing is clearly kind of meeting a market need. So we'll use the information sources like that. We spend lots of times with our partners. So the Stripe team are here, out there. The Amazons of the world, we'll spend lots of time with them in their headquarters, with them in the region, talking to them about some of the product roadmaps and things they're doing. And we do all the normal things inside the business, hackathons and other things to kind of think about other ways of doing things. We'll often bring in externals. All our M&A as a company is actually seen as an opportunity to actually learn and share as well, share back. So it's really a myriad of different things that we're kind of trying to think about, in terms of being innovative. And spending time in market is really important too. So Xero holds its own event, a XeroCon, and that's 2,000 to 5,000 people in Australasia and the US and the UK. And so again, spending time in a room with all of those organizations. We're lucky enough to have a customer group that is accountants and bookkeepers as much as it is small businesses. And so I will say the amazing thing about that is the accountant and bookkeeper is so close to so many businesses. It's a bit of a one-to-many. So when you're going and talking to an accountant bookkeeper, you're actually really talking to someone that may have 1,000 or 300 or 500 other customers behind them. So again, those channels is probably another way to think about it, are also fantastic sources of ideas and innovation. Yep. Okay. Thank you very much for attending, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Yep.
Please welcome Excel partner, Prashanth Prakash.
Hello, so it's great to be here in Singapore. Excel, we're based in Bangalore, not too far from here. So you might ask, why 7 strategies? This could have been 5, 3. But I thought 7 is a good, long enough number to go on for about 25 minutes. So, but anyway, I think the big thing is this is probably the most contextual presentation that you can ever get in this kind of an environment and this kind of a market that we are in, right? So I don't think there's anything more contextual in terms of where we are. So we have the situation where we can't depend on exponential growth anymore, right? So that's not the scenario that all of us can thrive in this market. We also have this problem where, because revenues are starting to moderate, we need to actually grow profitability, right? So that's really the scenario we are in. So when in trouble, I guess you always, you can bank on the rule of 40, right? So it's applicable in all scenarios. Unfortunately, a lot of us have not been through these scenarios. And that's kind of the bigger challenge for most organizations. So while these are all very valid scenarios, and for people who have been in business for the software business for 15, 20 years, they've gone through all of it. But 70, 80% of the SaaS companies have probably been seeded in the last 10 years. And they've not seen these kinds of environments, right? So the companies that will survive and thrive through this environment are the companies that are going to be smart enough to adapt to the money is tight kind of thing that you see here, where it's really important to make up, like I said, for the constrained revenues that you'll face. And the way you need to do that is probably a lot of what I'm going to talk about today. I think one of the most important, today there's like 2 big things that I think I'm going to anchor a lot of discussions around. One is really knowing, and both are very difficult. One is making this choice within the organization between the good to have and must have, right? So, and why is this difficult? Because the boundaries have shifted with your customers. And it's not only what's happened on your end. These solutions that, the line that was drawn between good to have and must have so a few things have shifted up and few things have shifted down with customers. So that's the challenge. So how do you, within the organization, align everybody to know which of what you have to offer is now something that is really above the line, and you need to. So I'll talk about really a lot about the organization broadly needs to align to this new reality, right? And the other big challenge is that there's a lot of initiatives that would have sprung up in this environment where money is cheap, and it's very difficult to actually even catalog a lot of these initiatives sometimes in this organization. So I think it's really important. I'll talk about how do you align the organization to this new reality. And this is, so the bigger challenge is that the C-suite, the line managers, everybody across the organization, right, now needs to understand that things have changed, right? And this alignment is okay. Sometimes that's possible. But how do you create an environment where with alignment there is action. And I'll give you an example. In one of our companies very recently, and this is about being slightly more ruthless now than before, right? And so this is an example from one of our companies, which where there was a North Star, and this was an internal metric. Really, it's about time to deployment and some metric like that, right? So when they missed that metric, the C-suite decided not to take 1 month of comp, right? So I think when you define a metric and when you are now aligned within the org, if those metrics are not met, there has to be a lot more action than what you saw before, right? So there is a new, I guess, it could be internally perceived as harshness, it could be internally, but I think there's very, very few choices for most of us. The second big issue is around, the instrumentation of the work within the organization, right? So there's usually it's when you're a very small organization, it's easy to instrument work. It's easy to see what work everyone is doing, right? But as organizations grow and when you get beyond the 7,500 folks, you really have no clue what are people producing for, right? Are they producing for something that is going to help you retain customers? Are you producing something that will help your product become more defensible? Is it helping improve your NPS, right? What are these 7,500 folks doing, right? So, but instrumentation of work is easier said than done, right? It's easy to do it with 10 people once you get to 100. So here, one of the things I would strongly recommend is this requires like a dedicated maybe chief of staff along with the CEO, because there's nothing more important than really seeing what are people contributing towards within the organization. So you cannot drive alignment. You cannot drive people to put good money towards good initiatives if you don't know what everybody is doing. I think one of the things I told you, the first thing was this good to have and nice to have, and it's a very tough thing to align everybody in the organization. The second thing to align everybody towards is the changed value perception on the customer end. So what's really happened on the customer end is that they want things that have a direct impact on their revenue. So if you have a product that is saving, 2 developers from their work, that's not something that they're going to prioritize. So I think it really, the time that, so you need to take your use cases that align with their need to show value much faster, right? So, and this is very different for different kinds of markets. That's a different issue. But I think getting, what I've seen is getting that internal projects and the internal set of initiatives, again, aligned to this time to deliver value. And this is also, there's a sales problem here, right? You get the alignment internally on the products, and you get alignment in terms of engineering, you get alignment in terms of product marketing, but sales folks have been doing things a different way. And we have seen it across our companies being extremely difficult to change the way you have been selling. So I'm emphasizing this because we have seen this time and again within our companies, that we seem to have good alignment internally, but when you on the field, when the customers are talking to our salespeople, the same alignment does not translate. So being able to align the C-suite, being able to align your engineering teams, and being able to align your sales motions across for this new reality is easier said than that, and I think that's where we need to put in a lot of efforts. Pricing. So when it comes to pricing, I think the bigger challenge here in pricing is how do you identify the ICPs that you have, right, might have to be revisited. And why do you need to revisit the ICPs? Because you have to get sharper. You don't have this environment of abundance where you can just keep, you can be all over the place and just focus on selling to whoever you can sell to, right? So can you sub-segment your customers, right, and get to either the underserved pockets that were not very visible before? Because what's important here in this environment, sales cycles would have expanded, right? So when you have larger sales cycles, you need to do more with less number of resources in this environment, right? So how do you do that? So you need to see, and this is where I'll talk a little bit about, and this is where product marketing needs to align with this new definitions of ICP and what's happening there. But once you're able to target this new ICP, I think it's important then to align and replicate the sales process to what you have defined as the new ICP. So in market, I think in this environment, it's not about stopping your marketing, right? So you got to continue to create the top of the funnel. So I don't think we are talking about stopping marketing, but I think re-looking at how your product marketing function is, and I think there's usually a delay in investing in product marketing in most companies, and I cannot emphasize more that in this environment, if you really need to get sharp about your ICPs, and if you really need to segment and get the value proposition for each segment of the ICP very sharp, you got to invest in product marketing more than ever before. So let that be a big takeaway, that if you believe that your product marketing team is not in line with this new reality, then that's something that you need to relook at. How many of you are entrepreneurs here? Okay, good. And how many of you are investors? So for the entrepreneurs here, how many of you believe that you have invested enough in product marketing? No, okay, so then this is a real problem, right? So I think there is always, customer success gets enough priority. There's various functions that get a lot of emphasis and priority, but you cannot get more efficient by not focusing on this product marketing. But on the sales side, I think again, not a lot of sales tools usually get the short end. So I've not seen organizations being very proactive in investing in sales tools, and specifically in sales enablement, right? Sales onboarding. How many of you here have a tool for sales onboarding? Still just 10%, right? So I think the broader message here is, for a lot of these functions, I think it's important to get the right tools I think these are investments that will pay off. In a non-constrained environment, you really don't need tools. You don't have to get really very efficient. But in a constrained environment, you need the right tools, and you need to invest in those right tools. And today, things like enablement, sales enablement, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, I'm not plugging in one of our companies, but somebody like a MindTickle, one of our portfolio companies, they were a new category. Sales enablement was a new category 6 years ago, but no longer, right? So, but have companies, the larger companies use them. Amazon uses these products, right? Microsoft uses these products. But I think it's the companies that are in the 1 to 10 journey that need to be investing and using these tools. So but if there is the supreme takeaway from this session, I think it's around retention. Every 1% churn that you can save is worth $1 million, right? Straight. And why is retention so difficult? Retention is really difficult because of the number of challenges today that you have on the customer end, right? Retention is hard because within the org, I was talking about alignment, right? I don't think we spend enough time mapping accounts to keep people within our organizations. These are things that I'm sure you've already discussed, but we just actually don't do the mapping, and we don't have ways of measuring, are these people being true to their mapping? Are they investing time in those customers to make sure that those accounts don't leak? The other thing that we have seen in a few customers is, I was talking about this above the line and below the line, right? So if you have a lot of must-have value in your product, right? Don't charge for the nice to have in this environment. Give that away and let the customer know they're getting that, right? So you need to know how to make that value proposition clear to the customer that they're actually getting something extra. And the other thing that I've seen is there are different dynamics in purchasing on the customer end, right? So that's one area of big friction you need to solve for. It just gets stuck in purchasing. This is, again, an area where I've seen that you might want to give a 50% of a lean time for 2 to 3 months. In this environment, that's okay. In fact, the bigger challenges we saw in one of our companies, the competitor, and this happens in much larger companies where you have RFP-like scenarios. It's a 1 year, 50% for a whole full year, right? So how do you compete in those kinds of environments? So here, I think companies need to have a little bit of a shift in their focus. If they were not in mid-market, if they're only in the large RFP kind of situations, I think you're going to get squeezed more, right? So be careful that if you've gotten comfortable with the type of customers that you're working with, you might have to recalibrate some of that. Because those may be the customers that really are going to squeeze you a lot more than in other environments, right? So you might have to downshift and work with mid-market customers or look at other strategies. So that's important. I'll have about 6-7 minutes for questions, so another just couple slides. So I think the other important thing that I've seen is all metrics always are at a gross level, right? And at a gross level, it's great for us who are investors here. That's what we see, and we get really thrilled, right? At a gross level, I mean, everything is looking good. CACs are good. The funnel looks super optimized. I mean, everything, LTVs are great. But we have seen that it's a good time to again instrument at the country level. Your CACs and LTVs, all of them have to, at a customer, if you have small, medium, large customers, I'm sure you're not already instrumenting at that level. So big takeaway, right? Start re-instrumenting your funnel and you will get a lot more insights. So we had, for example, one of our companies always thought UK is a great market for them. We had them instrument by country. UK was the third market for them compared to the North America, Southeast Asia. They kept on complaining Southeast Asia is their worst market, and UK is a better market, right? So now they were doing events in UK. They were spending marketing money in UK. A lot of these things are a lot more expensive when you do them in UK, and they didn't even know that. I think getting to that instrumentation is fine-grained instrumentation is very important. So, just to kind of summarize, I think there were maybe in my mind 4 to 5 key takeaways, but just to like 2-3 minutes, and then I'll open up for some questions. The money in, money out, right? So we are in an environment where it was all about just money in and nobody cared about money out. So now we got to care a little bit about money out. We spoke about the use cases that you need to really focus on, and use cases that need to align with the customer's perception of time to value and customers' new reality on ROI and what's changed on the customer front. And I think the marketing channels, I think we didn't speak too much about that, but we have seen that in few of our companies, when they actually looked at, I mean, everybody gets used to what everybody else is doing, right? So if there are 3 marketing channels that everybody is very comfortable with, everybody just keeps dumping money in those marketing channels. But based on the sector, based on the type of market, as whether it's like SMB, mid-market, I think the channels, the variety of channels, and what we have found that companies are able to discover in this environment as more efficient is really eye-opening. So I would put in a reasonable amount of effort to really take a step back and see that, are we just missing a lot of marketing channels out there, right? So that's an important one. And targeting the right ICP, we spoke about that. Yeah, I think this is a lot of what we have spoken. So maybe we can have 2-3 questions, and we have about 5-6 minutes. So you can, if somebody had a question, please come up to the mic, and I'm happy to answer either with an example from one of our company or reflect a little bit back into what I've spoken. Yes, please.
Thanks for the talk. So you mentioned about the lots of important things, and then one thing is the product marketing.
Yes.
So I know I understand the idea of the product marketing, but right. How would you define it? I mean, like, what would be the actual activity? What would you recommend startup to start with? Like, what would be the outcome?
The outcome, like I said, you got to go back to how you want to look at the ICP, right? And how are you defining the different types of ICPs, if there is more than one ICP? And how are you aligning pricing and the value proposition to that particular ICP. That requires a different, so marketing at a gross level will be very generic, right? So when you need to align it to these different ICP scenarios, then you need somebody to look at it in terms of what is the product element, what is the product feature, what is the product use case that is more sharply aligned there, so it resonates more with that particular ICP. So it's to start refining that alignment between your product value proposition and the value that is being perceived or seen at the other end.
I see. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, there's.
Anything that you've seen work really, really well when it comes to positioning as a must-have offering versus a good-to-have?
Sorry, can you just repeat that?
Anything that you have seen work really well when it comes to positioning yourself as a must-have offering versus a good-to-have offering?
What?
Is it just to do with marketing, or have you seen something work really, really well for founders?
Yeah, so I think the time to market stuff that was, the time to value, that I was talking about, I think you need to look at your use cases and see which of those use cases align to the time to value thing that has shifted on the customer end, right? And also, I've seen another thing in some of these companies. Today, I think companies are evaluating all products which are 100 to 150K kind of spend per year, right? Just they're relooking at all these, and anybody offering the same. So the whole thing is about value retention on the customer end, right? So how do you align to that new value retention paradigm? So the customer wants the same value, right? But at 50% of the cost. So this is both a threat and an opportunity. It's an opportunity because if your use case fits well into that scenario where the customer is now seeking a different value to answer your thing, then you use that as an opportunity. But if you are sitting on the other end where your product is at the top in that 150K, then you might have to, like I said, you might have to give them a lot of nice to haves, right, to retain that customer in that scenario. So both of these are. Maybe one last question. Yeah.
Prashant, thank you for being generous with your sharing. You have a fantastic vantage point of the landscape. Just curious, which are the next billion opportunities you see on the horizon?
See, the tougher thing is, which of the ones that are at $1 billion will remain at $1 billion, right? So that's the bigger problem we have to solve for. But I think, what's been very difficult really is, and I know that this is, this is like almost putting something out here is like putting it on Twitter, but it's public. See, I think the quality of SaaS founders from this part of the world, in my mind, still is a lot to be desired. Let's face it. I don't think we have enough of those quality SaaS customers in this part of the world to aspire to build many billion-dollar companies out of here. Reality, right? I think we are very exuberant, right, about SaaS in Southeast Asia and being able to build from Southeast Asia to the rest of the world. But I think we got to back it up with the right quality of SaaS founders and who have those kinds of capabilities to build from here. There are few. I'm not saying that, but if you look at the number of investors today wanting to do SaaS in this part of the world, And the funnel, in fact, I mean, so I don't know how many of you know, but in India, pretty much Axel wrote the first SaaS check, right, to Freshworks. In those days called Freshdesk, right? If you look at, it's been 12 years now, the funnel has not increased. We almost have just as many SaaS founders coming out today as 10 years ago. Something's not adding up, right? So that's a bigger worry than wanting to. I think we're out of time. Thank you so much. I hope you got a few takeaways. It's my pleasure to have been with you. Thank you.
Please welcome Amplitude's VP of APJ, Mark Veldes.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thanks for coming and listening to my story. Mark Veldhuis, I've been in region for the last 20 years, 10 years here in Singapore, and prior to that living and working in Hong Kong and Shanghai, originally from the Netherlands. Now I feel almost Singaporean after such a long time. It's great to be here. I love what SaaStr does. For those of you that are unfamiliar with Amplitude, we're a digital analytics platform, and we bring power to the products of our customers. Some of the brands that you probably notice or recognize here in region are Atlassian, Canva, Entity Docomo. So we're very proud to help them with probably one of the most important digital assets, their products. Product-led growth, that is the story of this afternoon. One of the reasons our customers love us is that we bring power to their products. A show of hands here, just really quick. Who has heard of PLG before? Not bad, not bad. And out of the ones that raise their hands, who has cracked the code and has the product as their main driver for growth? No one? Okay, I was going to invite you up here on the stage to help me out this afternoon, but I guess I'm going to be doing this on my own. I mean, it's everywhere. When I joined Amplitude 4 months ago, PLG for me was a bit of a buzzword even. What does it stand for? But I like to compare it a little bit to the music industry and songs. Songs are their most important product, the artist, right? And a good song sells itself. You hear it in the taxi, you hear it at a barbecue, you hear it at the gym, and ultimately you Shazam it, you check it out, you go online, you buy the album, maybe even go to the concert in Singapore if they're coming over here, and before you know it, you're a BTS fan, you're part of the army. But product-led growth is more than just a good song, a good product. There's a lot more to it. And what does it mean to you here in the audience as technology companies? PLG, in our eyes, is a product-led go-to-market strategy where the product is the main driver for growth. So basically, your product is helping your customers, people, try, buy, and ultimately grow with your product. You want them to fall in love with your product. You want them to be so in love with your product that they end up saying, well, you know what? I'm going to spend some money on this. And after they spend some money on this, hopefully they grow, and as they grow, you do. Why is PLG at the moment such a hot topic? Everybody's talking about it. I see a few hands here in the room. I expected a few more, but I'll let you know why it is a hot topic. Digital products have grown massively over the years. We actually think that by the end of 2023, we'll double the amount of digital products out there in the market. Can you think of any company that doesn't either use a digital product to deliver the service or has a digital product as their core of their business?
Do you mean 500 billion, not million?
No, million. Yeah. Million. Even the hawker centers here in Singapore, right? Pay now, pay wave, pay la. There's several ways in which you can settle the bill. So digital products are everywhere. The second reason the digital products are everywhere and everybody talks about it is because the buying patterns have significantly changed. In the 1980s to 2000, and this is where roughly I started my career, the CIO had all the buying power. Right, long RFP processes, security was everything. The look and feel of the software wasn't really top of mind. I remember when I was my very first job, there was a gentleman in the office that actually used a green screen to get his work done. We've come a long way since then, but sales-led growth was at that point in time the #1 growth driver. We then move 10 years, 20 years forward, and we're now in 2000 and 2020, and the executives are taking control of the buying decisions. So very departmental solutions had to be solved. The CFO was looking for budgeting and planning. The CRO was looking for revenue forecasting. The CHRO was looking for a payroll solution. So marketing-led growth and the messaging, specific messaging for these target audiences was the #1 growth driver. Now we're in the digital stage, digital era. The power has shifted to you, us, the end users. McKinsey published a report not too long ago where they stated 70% of all buying decisions are currently done remote or through self-serve. The end user is finally getting the power that they've wanted, right? They try the product, they swipe their credit card, and they are in control of what is going to be the next step for an organization. In my career, it was often referred to by the CIO, who found it really frustrating this was happening, as shadow IT. Now we're referring to it as product-led growth. But when you put the user experience front and center, customers are far more likely to end up growing with you. And the final reason is the economy. We're feeling it everywhere. A little bit more churn than last year, a little bit less pipeline than last year, and friends and colleagues that are looking for a job and have been unfortunately asked to go. Last May, I think it was Sequoia Capital who hosted some great drinks last night, and I saw a few of you out there. They published a paper to their portfolio group in which they advised them to let go of the fat and build some more muscle. Let go of your sugars and move to protein. And that was a bit of an analogy for being fat being sales and marketing, and the sugar being sales and marketing, and the protein being the product. Their thinking is that the cost to acquire a customer should not sit at the front end of your organization, but should actually move towards the product. Now, as you can probably tell from my presentation, we at Amplitude and myself, we absolutely love PLG. But PLG is not the one-size-fits-all, right? PLG can solve for a whole raft of use cases, but for the large enterprise opportunities, it's going to be really tough to work with PLG. So pure PLG is not realistic in those scenarios. But I've got good news. There is a hybrid model that we actually use within Amplitude, which is a combination of sales-led growth and product-led growth, which we refer to as product-led sales. And product-led sales combines the power of your product with the power of your sales teams. This means that your sales team can spend less time on cold calling and then might end up closing very small deals. And your product team can focus on the customer journey and actually spend time on how you take your customer from a try to a buy to a growth phase. We at Amplitude have seen a massive positive impact of applying this to our part of the organization. As a result of product-led sales, we have tripled our lead to pipeline conversion rate. So that means that our sales team is 3 times more effective in closing a product-led opportunity versus your traditional MQLs or hand raises. So this is the tough bit. First, you need a good product, right? Without a good product, all of this comes to a grinding halt. How do you create a new good product? The model on the screen here is one way to think about it. And clearly, I won't be able to solve building a good product here in one slide, but when you're thinking about building a good product, these are some of the steps that you can consider. Number 1, you need to spark curiosity around your product. You need to create a pull. You need to create that audience to come towards you, and that is a very traditional way of marketing, ads, promotions. If you're in the B2C, you would maybe use influencers to get people to come and check out what it is that you have. The second thing you need to do, and that is probably the most important part on this slide, is to create that aha moment. And the aha moment is the point where the user goes, now I understand why everybody talks about this. Now I see what the value is that everybody is after and talking about. So you have to think through what those values are, and then design a relatively simple experience for your users to get to that value point in the shortest time possible. For example, with Canva, it could be a user finding out that it's super quick and super easy to set up a very beautiful, personalized template. The third bubble is around the value exchange. Now the customer, your user, has gotten so far into your product that they're ready to spend some money on it. The value is enough to spend some money on it. Think of Spotify. I went to a paying user in Spotify when I was out there doing my run. I have my playlist selected on 120 beats a minute. I'm in my routine, and halfway through, I get a Shopee commercial, which is great. Shopee is a fantastic brand, but not when you're in the zone and trying to go as fast as you can. So that's when I thought, you know what? That $10 or $20 extra, I'm gonna buy Spotify. And I'm still there. Right? Once you're in, you don't really go out. All right, so the next step, step 4, is the actual trigger. Your product needs to constantly engage and delight your customers. They're not gonna stay around forever. So how do you create something that they will keep coming back to you? I think Slack has a very good example where they keep building new native integrations, right? HR is integrated into Slack, budgeting is integrated into Slack, collaboration tools like Miro is integrated into Slack, and as you as an organization grow, you will have a need for more integration. So you keep coming back on using Slack because it is a step ahead on the needs that you might have. And finally, you need to prioritize virality. Virality is the buzz that spreads and the circle can start again. I think Zoom, most of us would agree, is probably the best business-to-business example of a product-led growth model. Is where I myself was a Microsoft Teams user. Pretty happy until I got an invite to a Zoom call for a conference. I attended that, downloaded it, played with it, and I thought, ooh, this is pretty good. I then ended up going into the aha moment, exploring it further, and again have become a paying Zoom user. All right, now you got a good product. Now you need to think about a free way or a way of offering it to your market for free. How many people here in the room offer their product for free? Okay, cool. That's a pretty big group, actually. The best companies do this. So maybe it was you with your hand up. The best companies do this. Snowflake offers a free trial. Zoom and Slack went viral. Canva gave Adobe a good run for their money when their free product took off. And so by offering a free version of your product, you're basically creating a steady pipeline of customers to come towards your business. This is a huge part of our strategy at Amplitude. I can tell you that 50% of all my customers, my install base, started off as a free customer, and they're now paying customers. So if you don't have a free plan in place, now's the time to start considering, and here's 3 things that I would suggest you think about as you do. Number 1, do you want to offer a free trial, or do you want to offer a freemium? My recommendation is that you offer a freemium. A free trial is time-bound. I don't know if you've experienced, but I certainly have. When you download something, you register, you play with it once. The business then takes over different priorities. You come back to that, and you still have 2 or 3 days on the clock. And it doesn't really allow you to experience the product. So don't tie it to a time. Don't tie it to a clock. Let the users use it when they are ready to use it. The second thing to consider is, do you want to offer something specific for startups and SMBs? clearly, they have small budgets, but they could be the future Canvas. They could be the future Atlassians. So we at Amplitude, we actually offer a scholarship plan. These are for startups that have less than 5 million worth of funding, VC funding, and less than 20 employees. They get quite a rich feature set that they can use. It's for free. And as they take off, and that is what we're betting on, we will be in this slipstream. And the final thing to consider is the actual sign-up experience. My advice is to keep it self-serve, simple, fast, free, frictionless. You don't want any salespeople or BDRs involved when people trying to sign up for your piece of software. All right, we got a product. We got a way for people to try it for free. Now you need those customers to actually move from a free user into a buying user. You need to identify clear product signals. When is your customer ready to graduate to that paying customer? In order to do this, you will need visibility into their customer journey. You need to understand that which action they do within your software is going to lead to what type of outcome. If you don't have that visibility, then basically it's going to be a black box. There are lots of different product signals, and we've got a few here on the slide that you can consider, and frankly speaking, it's going to be different for each one of your businesses. But here's two to just think about. One could be volume-based. Let's say you only allow your customers a number of free queries a month or free events a month, and you want to monitor that when they hit the 80, 90% of that usage. So you can then reach out to them and say, hey, you're using the product to its almost maximum capacity. Is it time to consider buying some extra capacity as you continue to use it? A different way of looking at a product signal is the type of user. If you all of a sudden see licenses being handed out to the marketing department, maybe there's a marketing use case that you were not aware of. So pick up the phone, speak to them, and ask them the question, hey, what is the marketing problems that you're trying to solve? And we're actually having features for it that sit on the paid side of the equation. Again, these things are a huge part of my expansion strategy, Amplitude's expansion strategy. So what this will result into is you're going to have a batch of PQLs, product qualified leads, instead of your traditional MQLs. You need to then build a playbook for your sales team. Your sales team needs to understand how they interact or need to interact with these PQLs, because it's a new way of working and it's very different from how they have used to do sales in the past. So this is some of the recommendations that I think you should consider. Number one, I think your sales team will need a deeper understanding of how the product works at a technical level. Understand how users behave through the product, and so they can read and interpret the product signals correctly. We had our sales kickoff a month ago, I think, in San Diego. Everybody within Amplitude, from the intern up until the CEO and founder, Spencer, so he was flawless, had to do a test on our product. So product accreditation, both well theoretical as practical. And it gave me, as a relatively newcomer, a lot of insight into the power of our product and how users interact with it. The second thing is, now that you have those PQLs, your sales team needs to monitor this on a daily basis. So my sales team has access to a couple of dashboards in which they can actually see how the free users are interacting with the software. And that is from a volume base, that is from a use case base, there's a few other product signals that we look at. And then thirdly, and this is an important one, you do not want your sales team to pick up the phone and say to this free customer, I've been watching you, this is how you interact with me. You don't want to be creepy, right? So there's a bit of training to be done also on what do you do next, right? You see that one of these customers is getting to a maximum capacity. How do you then speak to them? What is the right approach? I can tell you, though, that all of this is far more difficult than what I pretend here on the stage. My sales team was initially very reluctant to adopt PLG. The reason for it is that they were afraid that it would cannibalize their business, and they would, as a result, do less commission. And especially on the lower end of the average deal size. Right? You get to the end of the quarter, and you have 7 more days on the clock, and it's easy to close maybe a 10K deal, and that 100K deal or whatever it is going to be, that's not going to fall in the next 7 days. But the exact opposite is actually true. It doesn't cannibalize the sales. It actually frees up the sales team to go after those larger and more complicated deals. And frankly speaking, if you think of an OTE to ACV or ARR ratio, you're using your sales capacity, your CAC, your cost of acquisition, a lot smarter by letting them chase the larger stuff instead of chasing the stuff that the product can help fix. So to put it very simple, product-led sales will accelerate deals as opposed to cannibalizing them. When I was in Q4, my first Q4 at Amplitude, we had a CEO that was checking out a paid feature over and over again. We saw it, we picked up the phone, we reached out to him, we had a few discovery calls, we built a proposal, we started to negotiate, and as it was Q4, I was probably a little bit more lenient than I would be now in Q1. But we ended up signing this customer and converting it to a paid user. And we would have never been able to do that if we had not monitored these product qualified leads. All right. So getting towards the end. When this is done correctly, the product is there to assist the sales. Right? The sales can still score the goal, and the product is there as a partner to the sales motion. Together, they will bring power to your products. All right, the key takeaways for this afternoon, let me just try to summarize and recap. PLG is an amazing growth tool, but it's not all or nothing. Right? The best teams combine the power of the product and power of product-led growth with the power of sales-led growth. I call that product-led sales. To pull off the product-led sales, you need to get 4 things right. Number 1, you need to have a great product. Number 2, you need to build a free plan. And my suggestion is you do a freemium. Number 3, you need to identify those product signals so you understand how your customers are behaving within the product so you know when they're ready to convert. And number 4, you will need to train your sales team on how to follow up on those leads. Now, if you can do all of these 4 things, your team is going to be better and more efficient, and your sales teams are going to be stronger. All right. My QR code is here. The QR code gives you access, I think, to my LinkedIn profile. So you can go there and ask a few questions. I'm happy to take, we have 6 more minutes. I'm happy to take 1 or 2 questions if there are questions. Otherwise, I'll be in the room in the back with 2 of my colleagues that sit over there. And we're happy to, yeah, if you wouldn't mind doing it on the, so the recording will catch.
Hi, my name is Marika. I work for Test Gorilla, an HR tech company. We're struggling a bit to decide what we should put in the free plan and what should be paid. Do you have any advice on how to assess that properly?
That's a tough one.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't ask me if it was an easy one. What we have done within Amplitude, we have decided to expand it on feature sets to an as rich as possible feature set combined with what is our cost. So features that actually drive a lot of cost, that's where we said, no, we can't do that because there's no returns. And clearly volumes are pushing those costs up quite high. So economies of scale, you think about your entire price book and you think about this business case or model, and you need to find a way to justify which features they can use and the cost footprint that it will carry, but knowing that it will lead to, as with us, a 3x more a 3x better conversion rate than in the past. But ultimately, a free version needs to give them enough experience to come away and saying, wow, this product is amazing. If you can't achieve that, then free version is going to fall on its backside. Yes?
That exactly was my question, your last point. So a free version has limited capabilities, but an enterprise which has, say, large number of users, how would they get the feel in the free version that this product is right for me? Because they are in a different class. They want more features, which are typically not there in free. So they won't be able to taste all the features to become a qualified lead for the sales team to
100%.
become paid versions. How do you balance
100%. Yeah. 100%. And you're not going to offer those features. You can't be as feature rich. And as you think about it, as an organization grows, or if your success within an organization growth, then at some point, it's going to get to the department head, or it's going to get to the CIO or the CPO, or pick any of the C-level guys, and then a larger procurement process kicks in. So you need to layer product-led sales and product-led growth, product-led growth and sales-led growth to get it to product-led sales. You can't just rely on that free version to drive, but it will give you leads, it will give you signals, it will give you stuff that you can act upon. And you need to think about what is the most important value driver if, for instance, you sell into the Office of Finance, right? What can you offer within your software that makes the FP&A team go, that's it, that makes my life so much easier, I now understand. And he will talk to his colleague, and he will talk to her, and everybody starts using it a little bit in the shadow of the rest of the organization. But if you then follow up and see that usage and then follow up with a sales team at the CFO level, you've got a story to tell. Because you know that half of his team is already interacting with your software and getting value from it. And now you can start talking about potentially a bigger deal size if they were not already paying in some shape or form.
That's a great point. Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah, just following up to that, Mark. What if the end user is not the beneficiary or the decision maker? How does product-led sales work in that? And give you some more context, run a cybersecurity company for enterprise, for example. My CISOs and CIOs and CTOs probably never look to try a free product by themselves. So how do you kind of build this notion in, knowing that this is much more scalable than the classic SLG?
Mm-hmm. It's a tough answer, or tough question with probably not an easy answer for me. I think a better understanding of your business would help. But when it comes to product-led sales, it is at some products. My previous company, planning and forecasting solutions, it needed a lot of back-end integration into existing Excel spreadsheets, existing finance stacks. How are you going to get somebody to explore your product for free without the data ingested into the software?
Right.
Impossible. Yeah. Right. So then you stay at a very simple service level where you do some basic integration with maybe half a day of a consultant to help you do some integration, so you can see, the dashboarding, I get some feel for it. And that's what I tried to say earlier, it's not a one-size-fits-all. You need to look at and the most important thing, I think, if you think about a customer lifecycle, the retention part is where product-led growth plays an extremely important role. If you don't have that one right, if you don't have the one right where what I call the trigger effect, where they keep coming back because you keep innovating, it's going to be super tough to get product-led growth to become successful in your business.
Right. Thanks.
All right. I got 30 seconds on the clock. I want to do justice to your questions. So please drop me a line or find me and my two colleagues outside, and we're happy to talk about it a little bit more. Thank you very much.
Please welcome Lightspeed partner Hemant Mahaptra, Rattle's co-founder and COO Apurva Verma, Pepper Content founder and CEO Anirudh Singla, Mason's co-founder Kasambi Manjita, and Asana's board director Oliver J.
Hello, everyone. Is this on? Awesome.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, thank you for joining us. We are saving the best for last. This is Hemant from Lightspeed. We have about 45 minutes to talk about what goes wrong as your company scales from 0 to 1, 1 to 5, 5 to 50. The short answer is everything goes wrong, but we'll get some specific answers today. Maybe we'll kick it off with a quick round of introduction, starting from Oliver.
Hi, my name is Oliver. My friends call me OJ. I moved to Singapore last year. Today I work with founders. Before that, I was the Chief Revenue Officer at Asana for 5 years. I was there from the 15 million to $500 million journey. And then before that, I was at Dropbox for another 5 years.
Hi.
Kos.
Hi, I'm Kosambi. I am one of the co-founders at Mason. We are e-commerce retail tech, and we are the sales engine for commerce. And before this, I've been in e-commerce tech for a while, all my career. IBM Commerce in Atlanta, in India, the Flipkart Group, Myntra, Paytm, and now building something super interesting. Yeah, very excited to be a part of this panel. Thank you.
Anirudh.
Hi, my name is Anirudh Singla. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Pepper Content. At Pepper, we're building the Salesforce for content marketing. So think an end-to-end content marketing stack that helps businesses with software, expert talent, and generative AI to succeed at content marketing. So that's what we're doing. We started our journey very early on from the second year of our college out at India, and now we're expanding really fast, about a team of 150 people, and expanding across India, US, and very excited to be here with all of you.
Apurva?
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Apurva Verma, one of the co-founders and COO of Rattle. So at Rattle, what we do is we just help you, change the way you work with enterprise software applications like Salesforce or Zendesk or Gainsight by changing the center of work from Salesforce to bring it in a system of engagement like Slack or MS Teams. We've been in business for the past a little more than 2 years, growing pretty quickly, and we have most of our customers based out of the US. So yeah, excited to talk to you all, and thank you for being here for the last session of the SaaStr. So yeah.
Awesome. And I'm Hemant Mahapatra, one of the partners at Lightspeed. Lightspeed is a global venture capital firm. We manage about roughly $18 billion of capital, come in very early into companies, seed and Series A stages. Some of those are folks over here in this panel right now. And yeah, we kind of build the companies together all the way to IPO. Based in Bangalore personally, but the fund has been based in SF, Silicon Valley, India, China, Israel, UK, and many other parts of the world. So maybe we'll kick it off with a very, very, very broad question. As I work on boards, I also observe a lot the role of the CEO kind of changes, but also doesn't change in many ways. I'm curious to get your perspectives on in what ways has your role or your CEO's role, if you have worked with them personally and directly, what do you see as changing between, let's say, the first few years to the last few? Anybody wants to go first, perhaps? Kos, you want to go first since you have been, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. In the very, very early stage, it's a lot about, I guess, just finding product market fit, understanding what to build for which customer and what's the pain point that really works, right? But as soon as you kind of like shifting from that early phase 0 to 1 into the next phase, you become a glorified hiring manager, because now you got to really start thinking delegation. And this is probably for a lot of founders, like Anirudh started super early. It's the first time that you're learning how to delegate, how to take things away from you and give it to someone else. So yeah, I think that's how the role shifts, and it continues to shift, of course. But yeah, from 0 to 1 and then 1 to 10. It's all about hiring the right first team.
Oliver, what do you think? I mean, you've seen very, very large scale. What's your take on it? How has your observation on the founders and the CEO's role change over time?
100% agree. After product market fit, then it's scaling the team, then you got to scale the team again, then you got to scale the team again. I think the larger you get, the unique role that the founder, CEO has to play. Number one, make decisions. The bigger you are, the more resources you have, the more opportunities you have to pursue. So someone needs to make the call on trade-offs. After you make that call, the second thing is alignment. Your team is so much bigger now, probably global, and so it may not be clear how these priorities roll out and cascade down. And so a big part of the job of a CEO is to make sure that all your resources are aligned so that you actually can deliver and execute efficiently.
Anirudh and Apurva, the question for you is a bit different. In what ways has the role remained the same?
So I think for us, one of the key components of being a CEO is that you have to sort of define the strategy for the company. So I think that part remains the same, but to Oliver's point, something which we are also seeing is the communication, how you used to communicate previously with the team, which could literally fit in one Zoom window. It changes very dramatically. You have to be a lot more deliberate about how you communicate. And I think it's a nature of function that you start evolving from just thinking about the strategy to also thinking about what are the processes in place. One part which has remained same for us is that quality and velocity at which we try to move remains the same, but now you have an additional force of people who are sort of trying to help you build the company. So that additional part, even if you have that, how do you sort of not lose the mojo which got you to the initial 1 million mark in the first place?
Yeah. How do you become a Navy but still maintain the pirate spirit?
Yeah.
It's a tough transition. Yeah. Anirudh, anything to add?
Yeah. No, I think what remains same is you're still selling, right? I think you start with selling to smaller customers, your founding team, then you speak to a few investors, you're selling to them, then you sell to larger customers. So I think selling remains the same, and I think that's the spirit, at least 0 to 1, 1 to 10, 10 to 30 till as a founder, as a CEO, you need to keep doing that and keep doing that relentlessly well, right? And I think that's the difference in how sharp your axe gets while you do that.
Awesome. We're going to maybe switch to Apurva, you and Cost for a second here. I mean, you are still in the very early stages of your companies, 1 to 5 million ARR, so to speak, growing really, really quickly. Say more about your journey one by one, maybe your journey into PMF, and what made you feel like, shit, I've got this now. Like, I feel like now is the time to raise capital. Now is the time to sort of double down on sales and marketing and brand building. Maybe individually, what were the things that you struggled with, and how did it make you feel when you hit PMF finally? Cost, if you want to go first.
Yeah, and for me, because this is the second time I had another startup that we kind of didn't work out, and we raised capital for it, didn't work out. So for me, it was actually unlearning what is PMF and learning what is BFF. I mean, like, it's about business founder fit, not BFF as in best friend forever. But so it's, finding product market fit is one part of the problem, but I think the basic construct of how do you make a business that's meaningful is first, what's the customer and what's his or her pain point? What's the problem that they're facing? But the second part of it is, how do you consistently take this solution that you're building and the solution to that problem to that customer, no matter where they are, right? So it's your go-to-market. And the third part of it is, how do they perceive what's value? So what's the value metric you got to anchor on, right? So in the early days, maybe not 0 to 1, but post that, you really got to instantly start thinking about all these three, holy trinity. And so it's about finding the business. And as a founder, your job is to make sure all three of those things are set in place and are meaningful. So for me, it was a lot about that. This time around is not just the product and the solution, but actually getting it to that customer and a larger and larger set of customers every single time consistently, and ensuring that you have pivoted enough and you've iterated enough to understand what's the value metric that's important for them.
Apurva, let's focus more on like what are the mistakes people make when they have hit PMF. We have worked together quite a lot in Rattle, and one of the questions we keep raising is, we think the NPS from the customer is really, really, really high. but we haven't spent enough money on marketing, branding, content generation, and all of that stuff. So say more about what could potentially break between just PMF and your early revenue. What typically are the mistakes that founders make, and how did you fix them, or how do you recommend we fix them?
So I think, to your point, one of the key parts, what made Rattle really successful is definitely the champions. So I think one thing which we've tried to continue do is definitely keep that customer communication loop really, really strong, because from the time we started, I think champions are the ones who sort of got us a foot in the door in the first place. And in terms of what broke, I would say not per se broke, but I think there were some of the areas where we were behind, in the sense that marketing even now is a function which we are still sort of playing catch up. Even now, we are driven mostly by outbound sales motion, and we have tremendous customer love. But had it been that we had a fully functional marketing available, that would have really helped us skyrocket our growth. So I think that's definitely one part. I think after PMF, that is one area which we should have invested in. And one thing which I'm realizing in hindsight, and I know we were talking about this yesterday, Hemant, is building that leadership layer after 1 million. If that's something which we would have done slightly ahead of time, that would have definitely helped us, scale very, very quickly. So I think that those are the two main parts for us.
So on 1 to 5, which is I think where Anirudh you are, maybe even beyond 5 now, right? So we work together quite a lot on figuring out when to hire a VP, when not to hire a VP. How soon would you realize a VP will work out or not? Either marketing or sales, should we fire them in 3 months or 6 months? There's a high churn there in the early days. Say more about what your journey is specific to hiring. I think that's a very common problem between 1 to 5, to either first accept yourself that you need more help, and how do you layer that help? At what level do you hire a director and then a VP, or do you have a VP then who hires a director himself or herself? Say more about what your journey has been like there and what broke for you.
No, totally. Obviously we had a very interesting journey. We started out of college, right, and no professional experience whatsoever. So for us, even making the first hire outside of a founding team felt like a big challenge. And for us, growth was pretty quick. I think when we were 5 of us, we were doing about 50K in annual run rate. And I think when we raised the first round, when I think Lightspeed also came in, we went from like 50K, 100K to like 3-4 million real quick, probably maybe 10 months, 12 months at that speed. So for us, the thought process was, we're in this business where literally every customer is, like we say every company is a content company, every customer is a prospect customer, which means we need leadership across some of the most crucial functions that will define this continuous momentum. And for us, early on, that learning was a product, for example, is one area where we need to really solidify our reach. So when we were early on, we were thinking about hiring our first product leader. The thought was, how do you start with the absolute best person? We figured out, we're B2B. We want to go enterprise over time. We need software workflow in our functionality. Okay, let's go. And now to go there and hire like a leader from the top companies when you're just 20, 25 people, it's obviously a very different facet. And especially when you're 19, right? Being taken seriously also is super critical. So what we did was, and this is one philosophy I've learned, always go speak to some of the best operators out there, right? You won't know who's top class or A class till you speak to A class, right? So for us, the goal was we'll meet product leaders from some of the best companies in the world. So meeting product leaders from Salesforce, meeting product leaders from Gojek, some of the best companies out there, to start realizing, understanding, okay, this is what world class looks like. And then you start setting your benchmarks. Very often, you're always confused between this advice that, you need pedigree, you need ABC, and so on. When you speak to world-class operators, there's these 2-3 tangible skills you're looking for. So we uncovered very early on, we need entrepreneurial people. We need people who think like owners, because the stage at which we are, which is probably 1 to 10, you need founder operating mentality. So we got in a product leader who ran his own company, couldn't scale it a lot, but then was, say, at Freshworks for 10 years, right? Building the largest product. And that's what clicked. We figured out that, we need someone similar-minded. And I think it's been magical for us in being able to scale it from there. And then over time, as product scales up faster, you realize you need more functions. So goal for us, the hiring mantra has always been, always reach out to some of the top talent. So when we were looking at our business leader, we've spoken to APAC heads of companies like Uber, AWS, just to understand what world-class looks like, and then go absolutely higher, set that benchmark. I think most founders have like fear whether it makes sense to try that high or not. But with talent, you never know. You know, that one lucky person, I think, just acts as a compounding machine. And we've seen that enough at Pepper. I think it's about building a world-class team after a time, which gets you from 5 to 50. And that's what matters.
Awesome. I know we are sort of switching some slides out of order here, but coming to you, Oliver, I mean, you've seen the journey from 5 to 50 now. You heard challenges in hiring and sort of setting strategy. Maybe culture is another one that I think keeps coming up a lot. At your scale, 50 million to 500 million, what do you see breaking differently or similarly to what broke maybe 5 years ago, 4 years ago for the companies?
Yeah, Huma, it's a super interesting question because as you scale through multiple valleys of death here, you realize that you're actually answering the same question. It's the same thing. You got to hire a team. You got to make sure the team scales. You got to figure out the right strategy. So the short answer is like you're actually answering the same questions, but you're just doing it over and over again. I think what makes it difficult as you get bigger is you start having to answer the same questions before you've actually fully figured out the answer the first time. So let's talk about product market fit. It's very common. So on most companies, from my experience, between the 5 to 50 mark, you realize that the market that you've initially found product market fit may not be large enough for you to get to 500 million, $1 billion in revenue. And so there you go again. Now you're off to find product market fit for another, market expansion again, right? So you might need to go up market more. You might need to go to another geo. You might need to launch a new product. And so you have to do that, but at the same time, you still haven't finished building the roadmap to your initial market where you think you have product market fit, right? Or competition. Very early on, you're thinking about, okay, you're likely competing with status quo, which is usually nothing, or some other startups. And then before you've killed those startups, now at a bigger stage, now the incumbents are coming in. You're like, oh, and once you get to 10 million, 20 million in revenue, the incumbents are like, oh, I want a piece of that. And so now you got to figure out how do you compete with the incumbents and with the startups. So it is same issue, same things break at different phases. What's hard is now you're the phases aren't very clear. And at any given point in time, you have to, I think it's like building the muscle to manage through multiple phases at the same time. That's what's hard.
Let's sort of roll back, and then now that we are at SaaStr SEA, we see at least in SaaS, a lot of companies go build it from India or Singapore, but they're targeting the global markets from day zero. One of the core challenges that I've seen, at least in my portfolio companies, is that culture becomes very, very hard to build. You have a team that, let's say, take an example of a company from Lightspeed portfolio. They had a team that built out the first 10 million of revenue from India, and then they hired a first VP of sales from the US. And then the VP of sales hired 4 or 5 enterprise salespeople in the US. VP of marketing hired a bunch of customer marketing folks or brand marketing folks in the US. And then the journey from 10 to 35 or 40, it felt like they were responsible for that, but the India team felt like a bit disenfranchised. We got the company from 0 to 10. We don't feel as included. The US team felt like the India team is probably pulling them back by asking too many questions and wanting to get involved in everything. Do you folks see this problem in your companies? This is a very, very, very tactical question, but I think it's one of the most important ones that everybody gets stuck at. From 1 to 5, 5 to 15, 15 to 50, everybody gets stuck at how much do you stretch the rubber and how quickly can it snap back. Say more about, have you felt it? You have built an amazing team and culture, as all of you have. How do you, maybe start from you, Apurva, how did you tackle this India to US thing, or let's say APAC to US thing, especially in SaaS that is very relevant?
So I think one of the things which we did from pretty early on was we were very clear that GTM team we wanted to start from within US. The reason being we had found a good product market fit. We had early adopters in the category which we were trying to build. So I think when we started small, the foundation was easier because we could take everybody with us, so to speak, because everybody was sitting in the same room, even if virtually. So people knew each other inside out. So I think until 10, 15 folks, that was perfectly all right because even at that point, we had introduced a few things like, and the culture is, bottom line is people should feel as a whole, they should be able to present themselves in the company that they are a part of. So we had all sort of little things, be it them just sharing a chunk of their personal life, or we had some silly traditions of doing planks at the end of every company all hands. So those are some little things, but they definitely add on to the culture. But now that we are getting bigger, when we have around 25 member team in the US and in India respectively, so now it is about being very deliberate, first of all, about the communication. Like we have to be very conscious of breaking the loops so that people just do not operate in silos. So be it company all hands, be it open Q&A, I think we just make a lot of effort. And then after that, what we try to do is just have people meet each other outside of work, right? So we have some sort of an event or some sort of a virtual event per se every week or every 2 weeks in which people get to know more about each other apart from work. One of the initiatives that we are trying to do at this point is that functional leaders who do not interact, let's say VP of marketing does not interact as much with engineering teams, so we just put them in the same room so that they understand each other's perspective, and I think that definitely helps. But yes, I think as we grow bigger, there's a lot to be desired, but one of the things which we definitely worked really well for us was a company-wide offsite where people had, they humanized the folks they were working with on Zoom. So that definitely helped us. But that's like one of the things which you do every year. It is about those little things which you have to do on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis to sort of keep that culture alive. So, yeah.
Anirudh, for you, you've been, maybe a few years out and ahead in terms of your journey. Must have made a bunch of mistakes in hiring and culture. Tell us more about what those were. What were the blind spots that founders typically have? Yeah. And then what have you learned, what I would advise founders now?
I think looking back, I realized, founder gut is the most strongest, right? And initially when you're starting out, you feel of all people who moved out of Pepper, somewhere or the other during the interview in our hiring panel or in our founding team, one of us wasn't sure, right? Somehow it always catches up and you realize this is one tinge, right? And I think learning is always go with your gut, right? The first thing, because when you're building so early, right, you're going to be spending more time with the team than your family probably during most working hours, right? And that's where if you have to live with them, work with them, you need to be able to trust their gut. You need to be able to do it very fluidly. So I think whenever you're hiring, always go with your gut. And I think culture also stems from people who are able to spend more time with each other more organically. So for us, what worked out was our founding team, all of us were at college together, right? So we fought enough times. We know how we complement each other really well, right? And especially when you're now looking to scale such a team, right? You're going from say 5 to 150, 180, and that too in a short span, right? How do you imbibe that ownership DNA in every single person in the team matters a lot. Because somewhere or the other, while there are always different kinds of traits, everyone has their own strengths, weaknesses. What I think at the end you always index most on is how high ownership or high entrepreneurial in a manner that person is. And I think with those people, we probably have never gone wrong. And areas wherever we felt that person's always thinking very functional and they're like, this is my job, I'll do it and get out. I think maybe they're great for 2 years, 3 years, and they play their life cycle in the company. But I think people who will stay, right, they'll think as if it's their own company. And you find such people, you just stick to them.
Cause you mentioned like having pivoted in the past and prior versions of the company not working out, and you have a really strong co-founder as well. Say more about how did you folks sort of stick together, remain the source of inspiration and energy for your company, for your employees, as you went through the ups and downs that are inevitable, but especially, very easy to see and watch in the earliest days of the company, right? Because there's nothing else going for you. How did you manage that? Give us some more inside story and color on that. It'll be helpful to hear.
It was interesting for sure, and adding on to both Apurva and Anirudh, I think you do all of that, and at the core of it, it's about rituals. So for the team in specific, I think any team, any tribe, any baseball team, whatever, you have your own rituals. You have to build your own rituals because that's what makes you stick, that's what makes you tick, right? So in terms of, from the perspective of the team, it's all about building the rituals through Zoom sessions, offsites, and culture DNA, what works for you, etc. So I think fundamental level, that's one part of the equation. To answer your, directly the question about how do you keep motivated, I think everything breaks, right? As you are going from 0 to 1 to 10 to 1,000, things continue to break. I mean, your customers are probably calling up and messaging you at the middle of the night on chat saying that they're going to out you on social because your product sucks, right? You have team members going in and out. You're learning so much every day around that. Maybe sometimes, even with your co-founders, there does come times, and I've worked with my co-founder previously before we did the startup at a company. And so he or she might be thinking you're the worst thing after sliced bread, right? Like there are times in the day or in the year when that happens. And I think at the core of it, what you have to remember is that you have to step back and look at the root of why what's going wrong is going wrong. And if it needs re-engineering yourself, kind of like re-editing the way you think or the way you behave or you react to situations, I think fundamentally that definitely helps a lot. If you have the commitment to constantly keep working, not just on your business and your product and everything else which you have to iterate, but also on yourself as a founder and as a leader. I think that's core. As long as your team that you build, your co-founder, the leaders that you hire, all fundamentally are people who have a growth mindset and are completely okay re-editing. I think you can definitely make things work.
I mean, at least our learning is, I don't know, this is probably a Y Combinator quote that 40% of companies fail because of co-founder issues. What we tell our founders a lot is, no founder is perfect because the perfect founders don't build great companies. I think great founders are actually quite far away from being perfect. Sometimes they have high ego, sometimes they don't listen to you, they are too bullheaded, they will do their own thing. They take advice, but still, not enough. They make their own mistakes because they prefer to make their own mistakes. We tell our founders to sort of spend a lot of time together, especially when times are good, because they will require that bond when times go bad, and times absolutely will go bad. So spending time with your co-founder is one of the things that we advise very proactively and very methodically. Not just that, getting executive coaching is also pretty important. Most people, at least that I see from this part of the world, not taking that approach a lot, but I think it actually has helped a lot of our founders. So it does break a lot, and I think it's one of the advices we give pretty regularly. Oliver, coming to you, like now, like a lot of us in the very early stages are like running as a pirate ship. You pedal different directions at the time, and then suddenly somebody says, no, that's the wrong direction. Let's synchronize, let's pedal together. And then somebody says, that's the wrong direction to pedal together. Let's go this way or that way. But then to get to 50 million, you can't do that. 50 to 500, you got to be a Navy. Right? You're going to have some, elements of pirate ship somewhere in the middle, doing some R&D somewhere else to uncover the alpha. But at the end of the day, you're going to have to graduate from becoming being a pirate ship to a Navy. And a big part of that is processes, rules, and rule engines and things that take away from what you folks call high ownership, right? People who have high ownership don't like to have a lot of rules. So say more about what have you seen in Asana that worked for you, what didn't work, how many rules are too many rules, how many processes are too many processes. Say more about that and how to still maintain that pirate quality, but in the Navy fashion.
Yeah, as a scaling guy, I love the words process, systems, all that, but my earlier stage friends may not. I think you use it to your advantage. the best thing I think companies do on this topic as you scale is not binary. It's about, hey, how do you build a framework internally so you know that, hey, this program needs to be, from a process perspective, needs to be a 10 out of 10, while these programs are more like pilots, and they can be like a 2 out of 10. And to have different expectations, different cadences, even different metrics, how you look at it, and make sure everyone's aligned on that. So for example, in the revenue world, if you're scaling from 5 to 50, like something's working. There are a lot of product-led growth companies here. In many cases, that means your inbound, your kind of self-serve plus inbound sales engine is working really well. Well, for you to scale that, that probably means you want to go global, right? It needs to be very, very mechanized, and that's where you want a process needs to be 10 out of 10. At Asana, that by 50 million, that was such a tight process for us. We outsourced the whole inbound engine. We outsourced it. We could move it to Philippines. We added people in Dublin, and it was fine, right? Because it needed escape velocity. But at that point, outbound sales are very new. And so we wouldn't want to have the same level of expectations on that either. And so from an org chart perspective, we even like carved off different teams. And it was really, and as a manager and a leader, a big part of your job is to know how to manage different programs differently to ensure, because you absolutely want innovation, even as a public company now, right? There are like, sort of like SWAT teams here and there that need to be able to go fast. That's really important.
Very useful. I'm going to maybe ask an introspective question, the last question for the panel, and we're going to open up for Q&A from the audience. Take 30 seconds, close your eyes, take 30 seconds and think about what you would tell your 2-year, 4-year, 5-year self 5 years ago. Take 30 seconds and tell us what you think you would do differently. What would you tell yourself? Like, Cos, you ready? You sound ready.
I am, because I'm gonna.
Tell us.
Both me and I think I don't know about whether people know that about him, but he used to write, or somewhere in him, he's a poet. So I'm gonna quote a poem from Robert Frost called "If." Just the first 2 lines. If you can keep your head when all around you are losing theirs and blaming it on you. Right? So I think like that's what I would advise, not just myself, but anybody else who's starting up is, it's your job as a founder and a leader to keep your head and help everybody around you, your team, your VC partners. A lot of times they're, you have so many different things to do, so you don't get that nitty-gritty, like everyday operational, look into what's happening in the company or the space that you're operating. Your family. So there's so many people who are important for you, who are going to help you continue to grow. But it's your job as the founder, it's your job as the leader to keep your head and help everybody walk towards that end. Right? So. Yeah.
I think for that, from my experience, I'd say if you hit one particular milestone, let's say what takes you from 0 to 1 million in revenue, what makes you successful there is not going to get you from 1 to 10. So just having that understanding that that's a point when you're about to hit that milestone, you need to embrace the change. You need to sort of take a step back and reevaluate, what needs to be tweaked. I think that's a very powerful learning. Yeah, absolutely. Like, change is inevitable. What was working is not going to work. And if you continue to do that, either you figured it out in the first place, which is normally not the case. That just means that you're going to hit that roadblock down the road. So yeah.
Re-engineer yourself.
Yeah, re-engineer yourself. Absolutely.
No, I think 2 learnings which are linked to each other. I think first is just keeping at it. It's a very simple line. But I think in this whole world, right? I think last 6 months the world changed. Probably last 9-10 months the world changed. We're all in a very exciting boom. Everything was going crazy. You see everyone's raising funding, 10 things happening. Then there's this boom. Something happens in the US. Everyone's starting to think, okay, what's happening? Customers get crazy and everything. So the world will always keep changing, right? Teams will also keep changing. Everything keeps changing. At the end, you just need to keep at it, right? I think most founders, I think as founders, we worry too much, right? We're always, and you have to be paranoid also. But at the same time, right, just keep at it, just keep going. And somewhere or the other, some cycle will converge to make things happen. So I think that's true. And I think how you keep at it is linked to the second part, which is always think customer first, right? Just keep speaking to customers. Some of the best things we at Pepper do arrive at our customers. Concepts will change, definitions of PMF will change, products will change, technology will change. But I think the one thing that doesn't change is just that one fundamental customer insight. And very often than not, you realize that you started the company because of that one unique insight. And that didn't come from you, that came from your customer. Which means just keep speaking to customers. So yeah, I think together they'll do magic. And yeah, that's it.
Gojek?
What comes to mind for me is to don't forget the intangibles as you scale. The intangibles, what I mean by that is people, culture, company values, because the title of our panel is What Breaks? And I think, as we've discussed, everything breaks. Yeah. Over and over again. Your team breaks, strategy breaks, your market breaks, everything goes wrong, and then you get a pandemic in the middle. But one thing that you can't allow break is your culture. And because once, like, you can get your strategy wrong, and you'll come back. You can make a wrong hire someone else. You're delayed, right? You get your product wrong, you may be delayed a year. But when you get once your culture breaks, like in my experience, it's very, very, very hard to recover, very hard to come back. And a lot of things contribute to that. For example, like your hiring bar, right? Once you drop your hiring bar a little bit, the saying, right? A players hire A players, B players hire C players. You can't go back because all the A players leave when the B and C players come in. So expect everything breaks, but don't let your culture break because that's very hard to come back from.
That's great advice. Awesome. So we're going to close off the formal session. We're going to maybe move to the audience Q&A. If anybody has a question, please raise your hand. We're going to send you a microphone, and please do come to the front of the stage here, and then you can ask your question. Please.
Hi, I'm Jeremy, co-founder of Team Capital. We focus on enterprise tech companies, Southeast Asia. So we're discussing just now about hiring, in this case, head of sales, right? And how the founder mentality is important. My question is, how do you test for that, right? And how important is that trait of course, you would like it to permeate through the organization, but at some level, it's not practical. So where do you then draw the line, right? So the two questions there.
Sure. I think, see, obviously, not everyone will have that similar mentality. And so I'll start with how do you test for it, right? First thing is whenever you're hiring exec talent, everything is references, right? It's as simple as, say, if you're hiring a sales leader, for example, imagine that person's practically running your house in terms of getting that dollar value, which means technically you're trusting them with your life, or you're technically trusting them with, if there's 100 deals in the pipeline and even 2 slip, why did they, right? So which means there are 3-4 attributes that personally should matter a lot to you as a founder, and that attributes need to be there. So for me, like for example, I need that person to be very scrappy in their thinking, right? We probably won't have $100,000 to go spend on 10 different things. Or second, being innovative, where the moment you find someone who's trying to just give you too many excuses about things, or they need this, they need that, it's very simple questions like, what do you need to succeed at A to B? Go build a plan and present to us. Very often, and we did this with some of our senior leaders also we hired, right? If senior leaders hesitate to create that plan, right, that's a red flag. Because point is, if they're coming to building the ship with you, they need to do everything under the sun. So always ask for those things that you think you will do if you were reprising themselves in their roles, and if they don't, I think that's how you can test for it. Second, I think that ownership mentality, I think that is very indicative on every small thing that they do, right? And honestly, it won't be possible for you to test that before they come in, right? So the first 30 days is very important. It's equally important for you also to make that expectation setting right with them. And then I think next 2 months is a litmus test for both of you. It's like you need to be real with each other in however it goes. So yeah.
I'll just add on a little bit to what Anand was saying, is sometimes you also get tangibles, like you see, if you're hiring the leaders, then you can look at ex-entrepreneurial background. They would have done something in their life which was entrepreneurial. You can't hide that, right? Yeah. So there'll be something in their career that was entrepreneurial, that could be, and to add on to what Oliver was saying, once you get the leader who's entrepreneurial, that person's gonna definitely hire the whole function in the same way.
Thank you.
Quick tactic there, like so, when you hire senior leaders, like oftentimes you say, you tell them to give you a business plan, they present it. Yeah. Right. That's standard part of the process. Good part of the process because you want to make sure they can plan and are systems thinking. Save some time for discussion and like ask them, all right, so you say you need 10 headcount for here. What if I only gave you 5? How do you get to the same results? That's very true. See. You're not looking for an answer. What you were seeing is like their body language. Do they lean into that challenge to ideate with you on, all right, well, we can try this, we can whatever, or are they like just like stuck, right? And like, and you can tell. You can tell. Really, it's not about what they say. It's like, are they leaning into it, or are they just like, I don't know.
Very interesting.
And one more thing, which is more sort of an intangible thing, is just meet them before you make the final hiring decision, because to Anirudh's point about founder's gut, you kind of are going to eliminate some folks just because, like for us, like if we could spend a lot of hours just talking to them about our business, that was a very strong indication that there's a high chance that it'll work out with this person. So yeah.
We can take maybe one more question, please.
Thanks so much for the discussion. I just kind of a linked follow-up, and this session started with Kosambi mentioning you're a glorified hiring manager when you move through different stages. It ends with you mentioning that hire A members and they'll hire other A's, and then hire B's and C's, and goes back. The culture breaks. Now the reality of it is we are in APAC, right? There aren't many people with SaaS experience. Talents are limited. Times are limited. You don't have the highest ROIs on your ACVs and so on. So you are, in a way, trying to create the A players. Right? We had Prashant earlier from Axel mentioning that he still doesn't see the founder calibers to be A to begin with. So what is the more pragmatic way to do it? And my fundamental question is, should I hire a B, and can I possibly, via opportunities, via leadership, assuming that I have the capabilities what it takes, make them an A player? Or is it purely based on potential? Like given the option, what would you go for? Would you pick potential? Would you pick known capabilities? Where's the trade-off? Like if you have to make one, because that's the realistic limitation we run into.
Can I maybe take this one really quick first, and then because we see this so many times with our founders that they pick people with potential because for a variety of reasons they are easier to hire. They are the uncut diamonds that need some sort of sharpening, and then they're also cheap in many cases. And in most cases, sometimes they hire for passion and they're liking the product a lot. I think a lot of the times those are wrong answers. Not for the reasons that you think they are, but it's because they get confused and too much bought into their passion for the product or the company or so on and so forth. What they really need to hire is, like, if you need something to be done, have they done that thing somewhere else in a really, really spiky fashion or not? Now, it doesn't have to be they have done it at a Google or an Asana or an Amazon. Great engineers live everywhere, but they're not very easy to find. So just testing for that one little skill and one little spike is going to be enough for you to sort of take a forward punt on this person and then bring them on. And the rest of the shaping needs to happen internally. But every single time I've seen people hiring for passion or a great culture fit and all of that, it's been a mistake. Eric Schmidt at Google used to say, revenue solves all known problems to man. I would say that's really true. If somebody can fit into your culture, if the business is working, culture will sort itself out. But in the absence of that, no amount of good culture will make you money. So that's just my quick take on it. you have to know exactly what you're looking for, and then you will find it. There is great talent in product, in engineering, in design, and there is not enough great talent in brand, in the customer marketing, and a few other things, right? So look for the things you can actually hire for in the market that you have available. And for the other things, I look for potential, that do they even understand and are interested in this particular space? Have they done some version of that in a way that looks really spiky, very memorable, and then the rest of it they will pick up. That's what at least my learning is, but please, the audience, the panel.
I think it's to do with stage. I think if you're just one person, hire the one person who will walk a mile with you, right? If you're 100 people, 50 people, what Hemant says makes absolute sense, right? I think it's that specialist versus generalist narrative that's always playing around. And I think it's to do with stage, it's to do with function, right? For example, for product, right, it needs a different acumen, it needs different insight. For sales, it's still groomable after a point of time, right? So just think function and so on. And you mentioned about like APAC doesn't have those many people, right? It's similar thing with India as well, right? Probably India 5 years back, right, versus India now. I think it's obviously a massive difference. We started back 5 years back from college. We had no clue as to who to reach out to, who to get to. And I think what we found our answers with is, I think always take out the time, and it slightly feels different, but take out the time to go meet other successful people in different disciplines, not your own same discipline, because we try to find the same, like we're in marketing. So we were always trying to figure out this one, CMO who's like that crazy visionary. We never found one, right? But we figured out someone same in deep tech, right? And they come with some unique insight that just changes the way you think about business. So it's also about finding those 2-3 needle advisors, people who've probably seen that scale and so on, or probably go to a different geography, understand what great looks like or some conventional methods, and just bring 2-3 of them here. Train your B person to get to an A with those insights, or put them in touch, right? And at least it's still a start from where you are.
That's a great point to add on to that. Like, I'll just take a couple seconds. Is like if you can get the right advisors anywhere, like Oliver, please reach out to him. But you can get the right advisors, and then they can help you set the strategy, which will help your B players, or we shouldn't probably term it as that, but whoever is the operator to operate that strategy, maybe they'll pick up to become the strategist at some point in time. Yeah.
We are going to be leaving the stage now and being asked to wrap up. So thankfully we got a couple of questions in. Thank you for joining us, the whole panel, and also the audience. I know you are skipping your drink session for this, so thank you extra for that. And please go on outside, and there is, I think, the drink session happening now. Thank you for joining us.
Are we on? No, you don't need it. It's the end of the day. Hey everybody, I'm sure a few more people will come in. There is no agenda for this. It's like extra time for anyone that for some crazy reason did not get enough content today. Unlikely at a SaaStr event. Or just for the last couple SaaStr events, especially the ones in the US, the last two, and in Europe, we moved them outside. So I had an extra session at the end of the day just while people drank cocktails. If there were questions that for some reason I could help with that we did not answer during the day. So literally there's no agenda, no anything. I think we are a little further from the drinks than we usually are. You can bring one in. But if I can be helpful, if we want to follow up on any conversations or themes for today, I'll just open it up. And if I can help with any questions on anything, let me know. So I'll just open it up. Feel free, anybody that I can help with, answer any question that we didn't get today in our 25 sessions and 100 brain dates. But what can I help with?
So just a question.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, please. Yes.
Okay, so it's been absolutely amazing to come in here and listen to different perspectives. And I've been talking to a lot of founders all day, and
good.
It's been fab. I thought yesterday was really cool. We got so many connections working. I think a lot of us are going to be trying to make it to Frisco, maybe even London. So just a couple of things that some of us have kind of experienced that might help.
Sure.
Yeah, so yesterday was fab. I think we should definitely do that. I think the only other thing is that, it's really inspirational to hear how people have made it really big. But a lot of us are really tiny. We're very early in the journey, 0 to 1. And it might also be helpful if we could get like a couple of cases about people who are just past that milestone.
Yeah, it's good feedback. I think this was our first APAC event, and even though we had great speakers and content, to some extent it was almost random. We saw what came in, we picked the best, and we ran with it. I think if you do come to Europe or the US, we do more. But we could do even more. It's good feedback. In fact, in some ways, it's both better and worse if you come to the U.S. or Europe because we have so many unicorns, so many Stuart Butterfields and Eric Wans coming that it's great, but it can almost be too many stories of mega success. And so it's good feedback. We do more. We have to be careful. Too much information, but since you asked at the end of the day, we have to be careful how we market them. Because what we don't want is some CEO that just passed 10 million to expect that 4,000 people will come to her session when she's competing with the CEO of Snowflake or Databricks. So there's a lot of levels of complexity, and that's why we do more super brain dates that you saw on brain dates. But it is a good reminder that we want, it would be great if 25 or 30% of the content for anyone was about the next stage. That's what you want. You'd like a third of it to be whatever it is. And if you come to Europe or the US, you'll see a ton on sales, marketing, customer success, and product that are the next stage. But we have fewer like CEO hero success stories because you haven't totally made it. But anyhow, point taken. And I think this one was pretty similar to what we do, but a little more haphazard. But it's a good idea, especially if we repeat in Singapore next year and it's bigger, if it's just like 50 or 60% bigger, then we can organize it even more. But thank you for the feedback.
No, it was great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Who else has got a question? I know you've had a few, but feel free to ask. Or I'll repeat it. You don't have to get up. We certainly did, didn't we? We heard a lot of feedback that Asia is behind. The developers aren't as good. Things are quiet. I'm not sure I agree. But yes. Is that the question? Well, look, it was interesting. It was especially that last VC panel we had was really great. It was a really high powered, and it was interesting how critical the team was from GGV and Vertex and others of some of that, right, being behind. I do think it's true. I don't know if that's the question you're asking, right? Having said that, I may be drawing, it's tough to draw analogies. You have to be careful about drawing analogies from different cultures and different communities. But again, when I started investing in Euro to US companies in 2013, 2014, 2015, people said a lot of the same things. That the teams were not driven, they didn't have big enough exits, they didn't have CEOs to look up to. It might have been different in that I think the engineering cultures in some ways in software were more mature. But there weren't the tons of startups in Europe like there were in the US, right? But what I found is the best CEOs find a way. The best CEOs would blend the best of the US and the West with Europe, and typically they would end up with hybrid teams. Back in the day, the CEO, one of the co-founders, and some of the VPs would often be in the Bay Area, and they would leave a lot of core engineering in Europe, right? I'm not saying that APAC and Asia is the same model, but I don't see any reason it can't be. And in fact, I think in some ways, I think things should be easier today because we're all running distributed teams. We're all used to it now. And yeah, it's hard. And I was talking with a great VP of sales just before this saying how hard it was to recruit from Asia. Well, let me tell you, it's hard to recruit in the US. It's hard to recruit in the Bay Area. It's hard to recruit in Palo Alto. It's always hard. But at least if you build something amazing, you may be able to convince someone anywhere across the world to join you. And I'll tell you, before COVID, before March 2020, there was 0% chance less than 1% chance a great CEO in Singapore could convince a US VP of sales to join them. They just wouldn't do it. They'd be like, that's a death sentence. I need to be sitting 5 feet from my CEO. I need to be in the office with her. The dumbest thing in the world as a VP of sales would be to join somewhere where I'm not 5 feet. That world has changed. I'm not saying it's easy to get her or him to join you, but I think people underestimate how powerful it is that we're all running distributed teams, and that should be an asset to anyone. They're not easy. Not easy. No one wants to join something growing slowly in a boring space. It's always a tough sell. But I don't see why it's not better, and I don't see why over time that Europe to US thing just can't be reproduced, and you find a way. And the more VC stories can be really annoying, but you do hear certain truisms of the best, which is they relentlessly recruit. The best CEOs recruit 20 to 30% of the time, constantly, 20 to 30. If you're not spending 20 to 30% of your time as a CEO recruiting after $1 million or $2 million in revenue, you're not getting the job done. Like, it's that hard. You got to be interviewing 30, 40, 50 people for every position. You got to have in-house recruiters, external recruiters, right-hand recruiters, left-hand recruiters. You got to be networking with everyone in the world. You got to be asking everyone great you meet. Do you happen to know anyone free? Do you know anyone great? I'm looking for a VP of sales. I'm looking for a director of customer success. Do you know anyone? Constantly, every hour, all the time, every Zoom, every meeting. You should have asked 40 people here if they know anyone great looking. And even if you come up short, that's just part of the job. So a rambling answer to say, clearly the talent pools here are more limited than in the US and more limited, but I don't see why in this world you can't build a world-beating team from anywhere with a certain amount of density. You need a certain amount, it really helps to have a certain amount of founder density. I do think it's hard to build a successful SaaS company if you're in a geo where you know no one, where there's no one like you, right? Personally, I mostly live in the Bay Area, which is the best. But for family reasons, during COVID, I spent about half the time in Orange County, which is in Southern California, near LA, but a different environment where there's no tech. It is the lamest community for technology it's beautiful, it's on the beach, there's Laguna Beach, the waves are nice, the sky is shining, but it was uninspiring in tech, right, to know no one, right? The CMO of Calendly just moved there by coincidence, so I now have one friend. The ex-CMO of Calendly, that's it. But no one else. It's all just real estate people, surfers, retirees, somewhat wealthy people. It's unclear how they make their money, and that makes the restaurants fun, but it's not inspiring. But if you have enough critical mass, if you have a Miami or an Atlanta or I think a Singapore, although I'm not sure, I'm learning, and I don't see any reason at all why from Bangalore or others you can't build a world-beating company. I don't see any reason. Other than time zones, I don't see any reason. I don't see why it can't be done from Tokyo. I don't see why it can't be done. That's just me, though. Anybody else can I help with a question?
Hey, Jason, I have a question. First of all, I just want to say that I followed your journey for a very long time. So when SaaStr APAC was here, and I've been telling everybody I'm here on my own payroll. I'm not on my company's payroll. So early bird price, I purchased it myself, and I just said, and I don't want to be on my company's payroll, so I don't have to own 10 leads or anything, right? I just want to come here and learn. So that's it. So we'd love to grab a photo with you later on. But I have two questions. So number one, how did the idea of SaaStr APAC came about, and why Singapore? So I'm born and bred in Singapore. I would love to know why you chose Singapore and how did this APAC planning came about. And secondly, what do you think, based on your understanding of APAC, what do you think is something good that we have that we should double down?
Yes.
And what do you think is something that can be improved? And I know it's a tricky question because APAC is so diverse, but I would just love to hear your thoughts.
Well, look, the first one, I mean, not to spend too much time on niche things, why APAC? We wanted to do it in 2020. COVID set us back, and we had to focus on, when we came back on US and Europe. I mean, look, you can't, everyone needs to be cognizant of SaaS buying patterns, right? You know, the majority of SaaS spend is in North America, the majority. Europe is number 2. It should be equal by GDP across the world, but it just isn't. It just is. It doesn't make any sense to me at some level. I mean, we all run in the cloud. Spend, to me, should be proportionate to GDP or something, but it simply isn't, right? It's a maturity. And, you know, the average enterprise company in the US has over 400 B2B apps, and the average SMB has over 100. It's just a level of maturity that I'm not sure we have in other markets. I know we don't. So, I kind of got a little distracted in your answer, but nevertheless, APAC for B2B is the distant number 3, okay, for most. There are exceptions. It's usually, most folks start off in North America, typically. Then these folks in Britain and Australia speak English, so they start buying your product if it doesn't have regulatory or border issues, so you start getting a little traction. Especially, you know, Britain is still the largest market for software in Europe, so you get a little bit going, and maybe you get a little more traction in France, and all of a sudden it's 10% of your revenue or 15% of your revenue. So actually, I think most folks wait too long to have an EMEA office. You at least want to do it by the time you have a couple million in revenue to service those customers, right? But then think about it, how long does it take to get a couple million in revenue in APAC for a North American-centric company? You might have to get to, I was thinking about this outside, you might have to get to 50 million in revenue until you naturally have a couple million of revenue coming in through APAC, unless you force it, right? Unless you make it happen. So, but anyhow, you know, so it's a distant 3, but obviously it's the number 3, and so we wanted to do it for a while. We picked Singapore because it's the easiest. I've been here. I knew parts of Singapore. Most of the team had never been to Asia. And while much more of SaaStr is based in India, we had to pick somewhere, and this stuff's hard to do with a team of 10. So we picked something that I thought people would think was fun and that logistically we could pull off. And it also helped. It would have been fine in Bangalore probably, but even though Singapore itself is not a huge market, you do want the VCs here, right? We had so many of the best VCs here, from Sequoia to Bessemer to Lightspeed to Capital B to on. And there's just so many that are either in Singapore or frequently coming that makes it easier than trying to cajole people, right?
Yep.
So hopefully that answers both the questions.
The second one, what about based on the interaction with people here, what do you think we are really good at that we should double down? And what do you think there are things that maybe our culture-wise we need to improve to kind of catch up to our better counterparts?
Well, listen, I'm going to say something kind of crazy, okay? So forgive me, we're among friends, right? Okay. So this is very different than when we're in Paris or Barcelona or London where we do events, right? Honestly, I could be in San Jose, California right now. Now, we are indoors, so there's no windows. We usually have better natural light at our venues. But I know this sounds crazy, but I can't tell. When I'm in the Bay Area, I see Bessemer, I see Excel. Who did I see today? I saw Bessemer, Excel, I see Sequoia. I saw Bessemer, Excel, and Sequoia today, right? You know, it's very different, and I don't mean to make any, to compare different cultures, but you know, the Bay Area is probably, you know, the South Bay where we are, it's probably 20%, 30% Asian American of all different types. You know, if I was in the San Jose Convention Center where the SaaStr Annual 2019, it looked a lot like this. Everyone here is speaking English, right? Let's be, it's a huge advantage in SaaS to be a native English speaker, right? Not everyone has different degrees of fluency in English. I'm just being specific. I know this sounds silly, but I don't see a lot, to challenge everybody, I don't see a lot of gates to success here. It doesn't feel, the quality of entrepreneurs I've met is very similar to the 1 million, 2 million, 5 million, 10 million ARR folks I meet in the US. The capital markets are much smaller, but the same names are here. The checkbooks are here. If you break out, you can raise capital here. Is it harder than being in the Bay Area? Sure, but the one thing I can tell you, if it's helpful, is it doesn't feel very different here. It felt very different being in Barcelona last summer for SaaS Europa when everyone's partying and the tech community is very small. I mean, I love Barcelona. I've been many times, but boy, it feels familiar. So take it as a challenge to not have any excuses. Don't go find those people. Go find those customers. People buy products over the internet today. You got to visit your customers in person, but people buy over Zoom. People want best of breed software, and again, not to accidentally have any cultural malpropisms, but all the top U.S. tech companies are run by Asian Americans or Indian Americans. All of them, right? Are there any that aren't? AMD, Microsoft, Google. Who am I missing? Like, I just think I know it's not the same, but I just don't feel like anyone should feel there's any barriers to global dominance here. I don't personally see them. I haven't been doing this for a long time. I don't feel it. I don't see it, and it feels to me. I feel like I could be in a U.S. tech community right here. It wouldn't feel any different.
All right, thank you so much for that.
Hi, Jason.
Hi.
Looking at your own SaaStr's marketing strategy, what's top of mind for you this year?
For SaaStr itself?
Yeah.
You mean that to the extent that we have a strategy?
I don't know. You tell me.
Strategy. Well, boy, that's an awfully niche topic. But if you're curious, right, as a stakeholder in the community, I mean, I don't know that we don't really have a marketing strategy or even a marketing team. The goal for, community actually is an area that's much more of interest to people today, right? Building community around their products, building a community. It's become a marketing buzzword and hotspot. How can I build a community, right? And SaaStr is an early example of a successful organic community, so it is interesting for marketers. So the way I think about community is, and a lot of folks that have developer-centric products think a lot about community too, right? Your community of developers is job number 1, 2, and 3 is to add value to your community each year. A community will either organically grow because you will network with each other. You will go home and bring someone else next year. You will bring 2 people. You will be 3 people. You will share SaaStr content in your Slack or by email, and it will naturally grow if you nurture it, or it will slowly degrade over time, right? We've all seen communities or a random Facebook group that we don't check in on anymore. It just wasn't valuable, right? So this marketing strategy is each year to add at least one significant piece of value to the community and one minor but important piece of value for the community. So this might count as our number 2. Like this is important enough, right? And that if we can make APAC really big, that would be a contribution to the community, right? That would be a number 2. In terms of number 1, the most important thing, and we're a little bit behind on it, although I guess it's only February, is we have a bunch of ideas about how to radically improve CEO and VP matchmaking and CEO and VC matchmaking. And we do a bunch of it at SaaStr Annual, and we do a little bit at Europa, and we know how to do this programmatically. I just need to hire one other person to help me. But hopefully by the summer, we'll be able to do a much better job matching VPs passively to CEOs and matching VCs to CEOs. And I think for folks in a distributed world or folks that are all across the world, I think it'll be even more helpful than folks that can bump into people on the street. So those are kind of the goals. And then in terms of that's as far as strategy gets. But ultimately, if you really want too much niche insights, I think if SaaStr grows about 70% bigger, and it depends what metric you use to measure it, then we kind of enter the stratosphere, because SaaStr is like, it is a huge deal for founders, right, and executives. It's where Eric Wan learned SaaS and Stuart Butterfield learned SaaS, and that's why we get so many great speakers, because they were part of SaaStr so early on. But it's still elective, right? Being part of SaaStr is a special community. People opt in, right? in terms of the kind of value that we want to add, having the feeling that if you're at that you have to be part of SaaStr, if not as a founder, as an executive. If Salesforce, people feel like they have to be there. Oracle, I know it sounds silly, but like we want to be something that every part of the ecosystem wants to connect with founders. And we're getting there, but we're still kind of an elective opt-in community events and things. We're not mandatory. And that's kind of the goofy goal, but for everyone to feel like some part of SaaStr they have to be a part of. Like, not maybe the way the folks in this room are, but anyhow, that may be too much information for you, but that's kind of the ultimate goal.
Awesome, thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, Jason. Big fan.
Thank you. Thanks for coming.
Okay, the question I have is slightly on like product growth area. So we are a SaaS business. We have customers in about 80, 90 countries. And number one question.
That's most of them. Yeah, 80, 90,
yeah. No, as in.
All across the world.
Yes, but these are mostly again English-speaking countries, and we have like lots of requests coming in from non-native English-speaking countries in terms of localization. And we've been like sort of like putting that off because like it's not just like localization of like the product itself, but it's all like content and marketing and like looks like a big effort to like commit to like more languages and like more
Cry me a
location.
river, but yeah, I get it. I understand.
So my question would be, what have you typically seen in terms of like companies at like 1 million, 5 million, like in terms of ARR?
Yes.
Where do you see companies committing more to like specific locales, specific languages when it comes to growth?
Well, I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I do ask a lot of CEOs that I don't do that many CEO interviews, but I do ask them, and I found that I'm shocked how late a lot of SaaS companies localize at all levels. Back in the day when I was running Adobe Sign, EchoSign, and we were competing with DocuSign, we fully, and it was a pain, right? It was we fully localized a 2-byte app all across every piece of it in every language under the world, and we did it around 3 to 4 million in revenue. And the reason we did it, I had to push the team to do it as a CEO. The team didn't want to do it. They didn't see it. But when I started meeting with our top customers, we had a lot of tech customers back in the day. So we had Facebook and Groupon and Google and Twitter, and their sales teams were using us back in the day. And they said, I'm sending contracts to India. Or maybe not India. I'm sending contracts to France. I'm sending contracts to Germany. I'm sending contracts to Korea. And it would be great if all of the interface was localized, okay? And we quickly realized we could win tons of deals in tech if we did this. So I forced the team to do it. And then we went on a run where we won like every sales team that was tech focused that had a global sales force, right? We just won every deal. So I thought that's what everybody should do, sometimes around 3, 4, 5. Now I realize folks are waiting until 100 million sometimes to do it.
Yep.
And I'm shocked. I'm shocked because, listen, I know a lot of folks they don't architect their apps in the early days to be localized, and it's a lot of work, but it's also sort of well understood, and there are tools and niche tools and platforms to do it, and it doesn't have to be perfect. You know, you can outsource all the translations and the libraries and how it all works, and you can start off with something that's like 85% and not perfect, and that won't let you compete with a native vendor, but it might be enough for you to do what you want to do, and you can make it incrementally better. And then we hired a small team that did it, of 3 in the beginning, and their job was just to continue this process forever, right? We had like a designer, an engineer, and then like sort of a PM, and just every release they had to improve this process. And even though we didn't architect initially, it then became abstracted away from our other release process, so we could continually improve every piece of it, and it was just a winner. So I don't know if those stories are helpful, but I think we wait too. There's a whole bunch of things that we wait to do. We wait too long to enterprise our apps. We've got Vanta here. We wait too long to do SOC compliance. We wait too long to do HIPAA compliance. And we look back and we're like, the team was whiny, but why didn't we lost 4 deals for not being SOC compliant. It was like we had to do the work anyway. And I think for a lot of us, we'll find that localization, we're like, it's a pain and everything's a pain, but we just wasted our life not doing it earlier. So those are the best learnings I have, and I'm shocked how many folks wait so long today and look back, and they're like, it just gets harder. right? So if you can do it in single-digit millions, I think that's my challenge. Try to do it try to fully localize your app in single-digit millions, right?
Okay, thanks a lot.
Hi, Jason. Hi, Jason.
Thanks for coming.
Pleasure. I like that about you. Thanks for coming. So I'd also put a note on my LinkedIn saying that if you have to truly learn customer success, this is what. Thank your customer. Thank your community. Okay, my question, Jason, is what are the top 3 SaaS metrics? I mean, we've been speaking about North Star metric, etc. But what, according to you, are going to be the top 3 metrics? Do you see that the SaaS metrics also evolve in the times to come, and there is a shift in, say, from NRR or CAC, LTV by CAC, etc., to a different metric? What is your, guess or vision or futuristic outlook?
There's too many metrics. The internet is too many people talking about too many metrics.
What, according to you, could be the top
How
3?
How quickly can you grow, and how efficiently? That's all that matters.
Okay.
Right now, nothing else matters. It doesn't matter what your CAC. Like, if your CAC is terrible and you're profitable, who cares? Like, I mean, we could dig into the weeds, right? There are companies with great CACs that are burning millions per month. They're measuring CAC wrong. They have too many people. There are folks with miserable CAC, but they're not blending their viral and free customers, and so actually it's fine, right? All these sub metrics are great. CAC, CLTV, blah 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 blah. But really, what matters is, can you grow quickly, efficiently? And there are different ways to get there. There are folks that do it with a very limited sales team, like Atlassian back in the day, right? There are folks that do it with relatively lean product teams. There are folks like, and that's really what Zoom did. Zoom is a great team, but had a relatively tight, small engineering team and a viral app. So Zoom was profitable almost from day one. Okay? Right. There's others like Zoom Info, which we talked about earlier. What Henry did, who's great, is he was scrappy. He just did everything less. 20% less in product, 20% less in sales, 20% less in marketing. Not perfect. And he's selling data, so it helps. But if you spend 20% less than average, like, you're going to be, that's what matters. And I remember I interviewed Ben Chestnut at SaaStr Annuals here from MailChimp, which was bootstrapped. I asked him what his CAC was and his NRR. He didn't know. It's the funniest thing. Go watch this session. I asked him all the acronyms. I asked him who his, he didn't know any of this. He got this company all the way to $1 billion in revenue. He didn't know any of these things, right? He didn't know who his ICP was. He didn't know any, because it didn't matter. He didn't even know his NRR. He looked at the top line and the bottom line. That's an extreme example, right? So I illustrate that by saying, look, all these metrics matter, okay, especially for managing your team and for managing departments, but don't get lost in the religion of them like they're going to solve your problems, right? It is, you can go amok you can run out of money with a great CAC, right? Okay, now having said all that, as you scale, assuming you have a good team and assuming you have product market fit, what we all learn as we scale is as leaders, as founders, is the only one that matters is top tier NRR. It solves for everything else, top tier NRR. You have other issues to deal with on a daily or weekly basis. If your NRR is not top 25%, invest in it. Figure out what's wrong. Figure out what your product is missing. Figure out why it's not expanding enough. Figure out what's going on. We can't all be in the top 1% or 10%, but be worried. And another great session from SaaStr Annual this September, if you want to watch it, I did it with the founders of HubSpot, Brian Halligan and Dharmesh Shah. And HubSpot had horrific NRR for a long time. It was 75% at $30 million in revenue. Horrific. And eventually they got it up to 100 and then finally to 110% after the IPO. And it was always their North Star. They knew it wasn't good enough. Right. They had product market fit. And the point for the learning from HubSpot, it's not that we can't tolerate some mediocre metrics for a while, but you have to have a plan to get them up. And they knew that for the type of SMBs they were selling to, it was going to be a while to get to 100%, but it was always their goal. So the thing is, SaaS is not really that interesting without 100% NRR from SMBs and like 120% from the enterprise. Because you can kind of sleepwalk. I mean, not literally, but it's what makes the business model work, is that the revenue recurs, right? So and every startup I've worked with that doesn't have top quartile NRR just sometimes you don't know in the early days, right? But it just gets hard after 10 or 20 million in revenue. It just gets too hard, and they slow down and they get bogged down. And so that's why I think most founders will tell you it's the magical metric, right? Is the NRR but know your comp set, know your peer set, know who we're not all Snowflake, right? You can't compare yourself to some random Morgan Stanley or Goldman Sachs. Understand your peer set and who they are and what top quartile is, and force the team to build the software and build the customer success team to achieve it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Jason.
Hi.
My question is, so there are some successful bootstrap companies like Zoho, Atlassian, and Ahrefs over here. And I want to understand, as a bootstrap founder myself, what about the bootstrap startups who have not done so well, and what have they are missing out, or what are they not doing well to become so successful as the other successful bootstrap companies?
What are the good bootstraps doing versus the less successful ones?
Yeah.
Well, look, first of all, I really think this bootstrap versus venture-backed thing, it is an important line, right? Because capital helps, but I think it's almost misdiscussed, right? First of all, most startups, at least for a while, cannot raise venture capital or only raise a little bit of seed funding. Two, outside of the Ben Chestnuts of the world and Atlassians or Zohos, it's rarely a choice. People talk about bootstrapping like a lifestyle choice. Sequoia offered me $100 million, but I decided to bootstrap. Like, it's not really that. Very few people turn down 10 million or 20 million to bootstrap. I do know a few, right? And I get it, and they're very purposeful and intentional. But usually it's just, bootstrapping is forced on us. And, I remember we asked Michael Cannon Brooks from Atlassian at SaaStr Annual way back, I think in 2017, what he thinks about bootstrapping versus venture-backed. And his point was, look, when we started in 2000, the world was pretty slow. I don't think it would work today. I think Ben Chestnut said the same thing from MailChimp when I asked. And so a lot of folks either were forced to bootstrap, and the ones that were successful often started in categories where there was time. There was time. And again, not to use my own category, but in e-signatures, when it was just us and DocuSign, it was 4 years until there was 10 million of revenue in the category. So it sucked those 4 years, but we had time. It was kind of slow. We had time to do it. Other categories, if you want to compete with Figma or Notion, dude, you don't have time. You can't make a product that's an eighth as good as Notion or Zoom. There's no time, is there? So it's very context sensitive. So I know I'm giving you a lot of data, and then let me tell you what I've learned, and this is where I think the Atlassian, Qualtrics, and others are interesting, is somewhere between 10 and 20 million in revenue, depending on your sales motion, the models converge. The models converge. So if you have 20 million in revenue and you're bootstrapped, and you're willing to spend all 20, right, you can basically hire as many people as a venture-backed startup can. Now, you may be stingier, and you may not throw money away, but basically, you end up with $20 million a year to invest at 20 million, right, if you're bootstrapped. Most venture-backed companies can't, maybe they burn a little bit more, but you end up having the same amount to spend on the team, on marketing, and it normalizes, right? So the most successful bootstrap companies find a way to get to 10 to 20 million, and then they become as competitive as the funded ones. Then they become, but they're often not. They have to get to that 10 to 20 million, you often have to be in a less competitive category, or a quirky category, or a category that stays longer to survive. And if you bootstrap in an ultra dynamic category, man, it's tough, right? It's tough, right? There are examples. So you gotta, in every founders you gotta pick your battles in the early days, and you have to find categories where you can win. You have to find. I talk a lot about how you have to build a 10x feature to beat. You can't beat Notion today. But you might do one thing Notion does 10 times better than Notion does to beat them, or Figma, or whomever you want to pick here, or Asana. One thing you could be 10x better. But you might also need a business model that supports that, right? And in a space that is evolving just slowly enough that bootstrapping works. And bootstrapping in a hyper, you better tilt to a space that people are overlooking, maybe a vertical in your industry, right? Or a segment of your industry that they're overlooking, or maybe all the energy's in tech. Or you could do what Monday did, right? Not that Monday was bootstrapped. Monday is like, hey, we'll do normal people for project management. We're not gonna compete with, and to some extent, ClickUp bootstrapped to 25 million the same way. They both came into collaboration and said, we're not gonna sell to tech so much, especially Monday. We're gonna sell to ordinary businesses, and it was harder, but it also meant they didn't need to compete with all the tech leaders, right? It's another way to do it. So hopefully that's helpful.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. Oh, well, whoever first. We'll go 1, 2. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Hey, Jason. So my question is like, while we were doing Brain Dates today, so
Yes.
excellent forum. But what I realize, I'm talking about SaaS metrics and revenue booking. So there are various ways in which different companies, calculate or compute the formulas they use for particular.
bookings?
Sorry, for revenue booking,
Yeah.
because there are multiple elements. They can be one time, there can be customization, there can be multiple, And
I'm hearing your question.
Yeah.
There's a reason I'm frowning, but keep going.
So, okay.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, so one is on the revenue booking. There's
only one way to measure GAAP revenue, though.
Okay.
GAAP, generally accepted accounting principles. There's
Agreed.
one way. How much revenue came in this month that I'm allowed to recognize that came in this month? The further you go away from GAAP, the more fracked up your business is going to be. Now, when you come out of a Microsoft or an Adobe, where I briefly worked, or others, there's a lot of reasons they move away from GAAP financials, okay? I can tell you a funny story in a minute, but don't listen to those numbers. Like, all that really matters is how much did your ARR grow or your MRR grow. Nothing, everything else is a subordinate metric, but keep going, right?
Yeah, the question is what all should go into that MRR? Because, we have
Your revenue.
Yeah, revenue, but what does that?
All
revenue,
of it.
All of it. Okay.
All
What about customization? What about one time?
All of it.
Do we spread it
All
in
of
3
it.
months? Do we spread it in 36 months? So
That's a different question.
Yeah,
Let
so-
me slow down. All revenue, let me simplify all this kookiness. All your revenue should go into your revenue. Your number one metric each month should be revenue.
That's right.
And your revenue should have all your revenue. And if all of your revenue is not software or recurring, you build a stack chart or a pie chart and you segment it. 70% of take a look at Shopify, and we summarize it on SaaStr. Shopify is like 30% of its revenue is from SaaS, like 60% is from payments, and 10% is from other stuff. So Shopify says, hey, we're doing 4 billion or whatever they're at, and here's our chart, and here's how to segment our business, right? Where we got into trouble in 2021 was when fintechs and others would claim a lot of 10% or 20% gross margin revenue was software revenue at 80% margin. They would obscure these things. Just break it down. Just forget about recurring revenue. Just start with revenue, like we have since the Middle Ages. Okay, revenue. First start with first principles, which is get your revenue right each month. Your actual revenue. Revenue. 2. If you're not sure what to spread out and what not to spread out, you don't have enough financial help. You need a part-time controller or someone with experience with recurring and non-recurring revenue, so they have the answer. It's not discretionary how you do it. Generally speaking, if you sign a 12-month software contract, you have to recognize a 12th of it each month. In terms of professional services, there's like slightly different approaches. Sometimes you do it ratably and it's changed the last couple of years. Sometimes it's ratably over the course of the contract. Sometimes you have to recognize it when the services are delivered, and sometimes it's upfront. But your financial person comes up with a policy, and you stick with it. You don't change it to make the quarter. You don't change it to make the VC that looks good. You start with revenue and a consistent way, and you segment it honestly in a consistent way to approach it. That's the real answer, okay? Sure. And then the further you start talking about things like bookings, the more you're getting into trouble, okay? The more, I want credit for a 4-year deal. I want credit for all this stuff up front. I want credit for a pilot that may or may not happen. That's a bookings. You can do that if you want, but that's a big company construct that gets small companies in a lot of trouble. What matters in small companies is cash, and then revenue, and then all the rest, right? So just don't go too far from it, right? I mean, I'll give you the last example. Like after EchoSign, my old startup was acquired by Adobe. Adobe used their processes on us, And they said, forget about, I only paid my reps on ARR, on new ARR, net new ARR, and I paid them a lot of money. Adobe said, hey, we'll pay you a full commission on all bookings, whether there's any cash or not. And so immediately, and they also said, discount as much as you like. So the reps immediately went out and discounted every deal 50% and did a 4-year deal that was cancelable at any time. They made so much money. They made so much, and their bookings were so high, and our ARR fell in half. You couldn't stop them, the incentive system, but boy, the bookings, we hit the bookings plan. You know, we gotta do 10 million in bookings this quarter, and so yeah, hey, what if you signed a 20-year cancelable contract for an 80% discount? They didn't do that, but they did these 3 to 4 year deals left. They were fake. They weren't lies, they weren't fraud, they weren't FTX, but this is what happens when bookings got too abstracted away from revenue, right? A true story. So hopefully that's a little bit helpful. Stick with revenue and segment it and be honest about the different categories and just get a controller or someone with the key is with real B2B SaaS experience to just decide how to recognize these categories.
Absolutely.
Right? And then the last point is, just as a founder, you just have to decide, are you going to compensate all these categories of revenue the same or not? Right? And if most of the revenue is recurring, don't worry about it. Just don't. You got to keep sales plans simple. The more complicated you make a comp plan, the more people are you're going to have those crazy stories like at Adobe. Like the crazy stuff's going to happen, right? So keep it simple.
Yeah, sorry. Absolutely answered that question. In terms of SaaS matrix, because when I do benchmarking within the firm, I can continue to report the way I do. Yes. But when I benchmark and I try to see, because same SaaS matrix, somebody can do it monthly, somebody reports on a yearly basis. Is there are we...
Yearly? That's pretty
on an average. So, I mean, the way you compute LTV by CAC or LTV or gross margin, do you take only revenue or you multiply by gross margin? So there, if I search on net, there are different answers for one single matrix. How do you compute it? So are we looking at some standardization somewhere down the line? Are we approaching that by any chance?
I think it's not as confusing as you think. I think people are playing games or they have immature controls. But at the end of the day, top line growth and bottom line burn are all that matters. Right? Everything else is how much of customer success should go into gross margin versus not go into gross margin. Like, yeah, you can play games there. People, until recently, people would put all of CS in basically sales or sometimes product and engineering or split it so that they would have like 75% or 80% gross margins. Now we've gotten more nuanced, and what a lot of companies do is they'll like, okay, the piece of customer success that's long-term will go in product and engineering, and the piece that's like up front will go in COGS or vice versa, but there's no FASB answer. There's no perfect answer to this stuff. You just got to be consistent.
Consistent.
Right?
Yeah. Thanks, Jason. Thank you.
Hi, Jason. I was at one of the first SaaStrs in the Bay Area.
Oh, thanks for coming.
All those many
You're a
years ago.
veteran.
3 quick questions. I hope you can cover them all.
Try.
Will you ever make it to Sydney? Sydney, there's great things happening in the ecosystem in Sydney. It's really, really cranking, and I know.
It's just the language is tough. the accents are so thick. Sometimes I just don't know what they're talking about.
Actually, we're so international there these days, so it's...
there's Sydney.
But yeah, Sydney...
Question number 1 is Sydney. Question number 2.
Question number 2. Have you ever thought about a spin-off conference that's kind of a little bit more intimate? I think I went to some sessions today that were a little bit smaller.
Yep.
And they were really...
Intimate conference, question number 2. These are
really great.
Niche SaaS questions. What's the third one?
Third one, a little bit left field. The Bay Area, particularly San Francisco, I've spent quite a bit of time there, and I know it's had its challenges in terms of safety and other issues. I haven't been there for a couple of years. I'm curious to know what's the sentiment and what's going on in San Francisco, Mission, Soma,
Let's spend some time on the third one, because I think I can be helpful. Will we come to Sydney? Probably not. I mean, we have the simple answer is like we have to pick one city for APAC. We can't do 50 SaaStrs. Not only would it kill a team of 10, but it just dilutes everything. Once you get, like we've done 4 events in Miami, and we love Miami. I mostly do it because I like Miami, right? And the last one we had the CEO of Salesloft, which was bought by $2.5 billion. We had the CEO of Brex, which was worth $12 billion, and we had the head of demand gen for Snowflake. So that's a pretty good lineup, right? But it's hard, and it's hard to get good speakers, and it's hard to get critical mass. And we don't really want to do an event for 300 like in Miami. Like this is the smallest of size event we want to do, right? So as soon as we start breaking things up and fracturing it's like you building too many features, right? We break. Everything breaks. The constituency, for us, everyone's DNA is different, right? So we want to attract the best of the best. The best of the best want to go to #1. They want to go to SaaStr Annual. They want to go to SaaS Europa. Maybe we can make that happen in SaaStr APAC. And the best of the best don't go to #2 or #3 or #4, right? Even though it sounds good. So long-winded way of saying, like, if critical mass was Sydney, like notwithstanding the language barriers, I would go for sure. Like you've got great leaders there, right? But my guess is, Asia's complicated, but my guess is that we stick to Singapore and that's all we can do, even though there's arguments for other things. But it could change, right? But we'd have to move. We'd have to pick one. We have to pick one center of excellence, I think. The third one was SF. The second one was intimate events. No, we won't do intimate events. The reason is, first of all, lots of people do intimate events. Every Sequoia does it, Bessemer, everyone here does intimate events. People do dinners and they do curated small things. It's just, we're a community and we don't want to do intimate events. We will do the brain dates you saw here. When you come back to the Bay Area or London, there we've really nailed it. We had 1,000 at SaaStr Annual. We had an aircraft hangar worth of brain dates going for 3 days this year, and we had them fully segmented. They were all super high quality. They were screened. They were awesome. So we can get some of the benefits of that intimacy in a large event, but we're not going to do dinners for other people. We're not a bespoke community. We want to be #1 for 2 through 200 million in revenue. That's our goal. #1 for 2 through 200 million. So but we will do this mentorship brain date stuff. You'll see tons of it, right? And we do weekly workshop Wednesdays on the internet. We took 1 week off. We do 52 week a years of like 20 or 30, 40 people online. They're free. They're awesome. They're amazing speakers. But we won't do the stake things. Not this team. Not this DNA. In terms of other people do it and they do it well. But no one can do this. It's another way to look at it. Is a lot of people can get 20 founders together, but the skill set it takes. SaaStr Annual will cost $12 million. SaaStr London will cost $5 million. SaaStr Annual takes 18 months to plan. No one else, other people could do it, but no one else has the scale or the capabilities. So we want to do what we're good at. In terms of SF, like, don't believe the Twitter. Don't believe that. If there's no other lesson you can get today, is like, there's like elements of truth of everything on Twitter, but everyone's biased, right? Hopefully not me, but everyone's biased. The San Francisco of 2019, we had a 40,000 square foot co-working space. Things were crazy. I couldn't walk one block without bumping into a public company CEO. You know, the day before lockdown, I saw the president of Atlassian. The week before, the CEO of Twilio on the street. Okay, those days are never coming back. Okay. The other thing that's never coming back is that every B2B company had 500 sales reps in the Bay Area. They're never coming back. We're never renting 20 floors of Soma. Soma, South of Market, where everyone had 20 floors. It's crickets. It is empty today because no one's going back to having all of their SDRs in the Bay Area. It makes no sense. The genie's out of the bottle, right? They will have local offices, and I do think a lot of folks are coming to the conclusion junior sales folks benefit from the office. A lot of folks believe that, but it will not be in San Francisco. But half the VCs and half the founders never left, and people are streaming back. And I think one thing, and what is interesting is that it may not be the folks from the Bay Area that are coming back, it's folks from the rest of the world that want critical mass. And there's not a lot of APAC, Southeast Asian founders I've invested in, but I've invested in a ton of European founders. And the time difference from the Bay Area to Europe is brutal as it is to here, right? So I was just shocked that a lot of them never left. That all the Americans left when COVID hit from the Bay Area. They all went, I'm going to go live with my parents in Ohio. They all scattered across the country. The Europeans stuck it out. They stuck it out when San Francisco was awful, when it was locked down, when it was even filthier than it is today. And I kept asking, why you're French, you're German, you're Portuguese, why are you staying? And they're like, there's no founder community like this, right? And it's still true today. So I think you can build a startup from anywhere. I'm not one of those people that says you can't, but there in B2B, it will never be like 2019. So all the folks that say San Francisco isn't coming back, they're right in the sense that there will never be, no one will ever have 1,000 sales in San Francisco. But if you can go anywhere and you have a generic B2B product, you don't have a reason to be in a certain geography. You don't have a reason to be in New York or LA or somewhere else. You will never find the density of founders you find in the San Francisco. You'll never be challenged. You will never go to events and parties like you see there. You will never see that. And you don't need it to win, but it's powerful when you have it. It is powerful, and so that's I think people get it wrong. But is it dirty? Yes. We had our SaaStr office, our smaller one, our original HQ is in an old 19th century distillery, and it has 20-foot ceilings, and it's a corner office with natural light, and it looks like it's out of a startup TV show, like beautiful whitewashed brick and everything you see in TV. But it's at the outskirts of San Francisco. It's in an area called the Design District, which sounds cool, but it's really barely in San Francisco, okay? And the reason we picked it is because I lived on the peninsula in Palo Alto, and it was also the closest place to San Francisco, so I could get there without blowing my brains out in a commute. March 2020 was at the outskirts of SF. It was vibrant, okay? Today, there's no one left except Sensara, which IPO'd. It's all gone. The core is strong, but and so we let our office go. We let our office go. So if you came to the Design District where the SaaStr office was, which we moved out of just prior to this event, you'd be like, San Francisco's dead. Like, why? It's dirty. It's not clean. It's weird. The restaurants are half closed. But go to Second and Howard or go to other hotspots of entrepreneurship, and you'll see something I miss it. Like, I didn't miss it in 2021, and I didn't miss it in the second half of 2022, and I'm not sure I even missed it until our last couple times in the Bay Area, but it is just that there's something about density that it's been true since Rome, and it's true today. So it's still special. But anyhow, the old one's never coming back. Sorry if that's helpful or not. That's the real vibe check in SF. Yes. Okay. I mean, look, everyone tries to take shortcuts in community and buy a piece of software and tell people to sign up for a website or join a circle or a Facebook group. That certainly doesn't seem to work, right? Or join our Slack channel that no one moderates. You got to go all in. I mean, look, the best, I don't know a great, the couple of examples that stand out, older companies, obviously Gainsight and HubSpot invested heavily there. Gainsight, Nick believed in it from day one, he joined at $1 million in ARR as CEO and was and built a huge community around customer success very early. It was seen as a very strange strategy at the day, but it worked out very well for them, right? That's one you can look at. In terms of the more digital side, HubSpot did it from day one. They did it from day one from a content side, from all the rest, and they did it from inbound, which is a huge in-world community, and they haven't done all of the pieces, but I can't think of a public, non-developer-centric company that has invested as much as HubSpot is. So the playbook's evolved, but it's at least one to think about, right? And then I don't have all the perfect examples, and the third one that comes up, which community is an amorphous term, and people claim they have more community than they do, but if you have passionate users, I really think you can copy a lot of what Notion has done. And Notion is interesting because it took Notion 8 years to take off. Notion seemed like an overnight success story around 2019 or 2020. It was around for, I don't know when it was founded, 2012. It took a long time, right? And but what Notion calls community in some cases is just users, which is an issue. But I would look at everything they claim as community and just try to copy as much as you can, right? Those are the ones I know. The one that I need to study sorry, I should have brought a drink. That I need to study more is, and I should I'm going to write it up on SaaStr. I just keep forgetting, is there is the one. What's the LinkedIn for physicians that IPO'd? And they're huge. They're worth billions and billions of dollars. That's all a physician community built on top of community. No. Okay, dude, you're dating yourself. It's on my list of 5 interesting learnings to write up. But hold on, let's just look what it's called. But they really did it, and I'm embarrassed. What's that? Viva? No, not Viva. What's it called? It's called. It really should be. I'll read it up. Doximity. Let's see what Doximity's valuation is today. Quiet IPO, barely burned any money at all, and today they're worth. Hold on. Well, 6.4 billion. It's not bad. I mean, it's not 7 billion, but 6.44 billion is pretty good. So I actually Doximity's on my list to study and track, but that's another one that was very intentional. They wanted to build a LinkedIn for doctors. They connected, and people thought it was pretty weird in the early days, but they built this closed, regulated community, and it's worth $6.44 billion. Yeah, Doximity, Doximity. Yeah. You'll learn something from the examples. They're never perfect, but you can always learn something from them. Yeah. Thank you.
Hey, Jason. 2 questions. Thank you. Okay. I think the first one's answered. I was going to ask you what drink do you need. But the second one is, I mean, looking ahead, right? You were talking about differentiation and so on. There's this whole idea of there's a platform shift, generative AI, and there's going to be like category creation. And I'm just going to ask you, what does a category creating MVP look like in 2023? Is it
category creating MVP?
Yeah. Like, is it going to be? Does it need to be monetizable or monetized from day one? Does it have to have, because it's not competitive, so you can't really have it 10x better. You could.
I think the whole term of category creation is a stupid VCism.
Okay.
VCs are trying to simplify investing landscape and look for patterns of success, and they're looking for folks that were category creators.
Right.
I don't know too many founders that decided on day zero they wanted to be category creators.
Mm-hmm.
They decided, hey, we need a LinkedIn for doctors, or we need to build enterprise customer success software like Gainsight, or I think this is a manufactured term.
What
and
about
I think you have to be careful with manufactured terms that you take the right lessons from them, right?
Like Peter Thiel's, competing is for losers and things of that order.
Well, good for him.
Yeah. So you think it is one of his creation, like his and his folk?
Peter Thiel. I mean, competition is part of SaaS.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't think it's for losers. I do think being number one in your category in most cases in SaaS, you do get most of the economic benefits. There's no question. But I just don't think category creation's, let me put it differently. I don't think category creation's a strategy. What great founders do is they see white space that is real, that will become big, that others do not see. That's not category creation. They see white space. They see a gap in the marketplace that others, because they're too big, it's not worth their time, right? Or a market shift is happening that other people don't see. That's what great founders see. They have the personal experience. They work there. They know the problem, and they see something that to them is actually clearly there. It's fairly obvious, and other people don't see it. So I don't. And so that's my one answer. The other thing is I don't think there's any such thing as an MVP in SaaS.
Yeah.
Like if you want to be a B2C guy, great. I hate that term too. The term I use, and I used to talk about it a lot in the early days of SaaStr, but you want a minimum sellable product, not viable product. MVP is a crappy pre-milestone on the way to the only milestone that matters is a product a customer will buy. And if you stop for a V on a way to an S, you may never monetize your product.
Right.
So what will it take to get the question in SaaS is, and again, SaaStr, we try to be a little bit early. We don't try to be too early stage. So maybe that's why I'm pushing back a little bit, but if you got to get to 10 paying customers in SaaS.
Yeah.
There are examples of folks that build it off the back of free and freemium, and I've done a little bit of it, but the question is how you're going to get 10 paying customers, right?
Right. Okay. Thanks.
So thank you.
Yeah.
Anybody else got a question or two? We probably got about 10 more minutes, or I don't know when they'll kick us out. Yes.
Hi, Jason. How are you doing?
Thanks for coming.
Very great first SaaStr event in Singapore. So I have a question. So I read one of your article about late-stage startup, especially in B2B, and it seems like VC care more about rule of 40 and magic number rather than just growth in 2023. So can you share?
Sort of.
Yeah. Can you share some of the example where a company used to grow at all cost, but then they kind of change the way they operate and they be able to optimize their rule of 40 or magic numbers, either sales
I don't think any
or
of that
marketing?
stuff's true.
Yeah.
Again, I think this is where Twitter does founders a disservice. I don't think VCs care about the rule of 40 per se. I don't think they care. What VCs want today, and they did not want in 2021, is they want very strong growth that's capital efficient. They want companies, at a minimum, burning less than they're booking. I know we talked about bookings. But if you're going to go from 40 to 80 this year and add 40, they want you to be burning 20, right? And it's not really so much the rule of 40, like, it makes sense, but those metrics are really for public and very mature companies, right? They're still true, but rule of 40 kind of implies that mediocre growth is okay if you're profitable, and that's the disservice. No VC is interested in mediocre growth that's profitable. Like we started this early day. No one's interested in the rule of 30. VCs want rule of 100. Okay?
That's true.
And so, again, going back, we started this morning with kind of a venture AMA. It's bad advice to the internet. VCs are not going to invest in slow-growing, profitable companies for the most part, at least US. There may be local investors that are okay with small outcomes, but it doesn't work. You've got to get from 1 or 2 million to 100 million or more in 7 to 10 years, and slow growth doesn't get you there. The rule of 40 doesn't get you to 100 million in revenue, right? And so no one really wants that. It's just everyone wants growth. I don't know. I don't mean to ramble because I do get tired at the end of the day. It's a crappy time to raise a Series A, B, C, D, E, F, or G round. It's a crappy time. And the growth markets are back. Folks are willing to invest now, but they're still mostly frozen because valuations are low and folks want capital efficient companies. It's hard, right? It is hard, and people want folks. Anyhow, ask that follow up to the question because I want to make sure I fully answer it. But I think people take false comfort that slow growth and profitability is interesting to investors. It's not necessarily a bad path. Like, if you can get, and you talked about growth, right? If you can get to even 10 million in ARR. I really just wrote this up the other day on LinkedIn. It had like 2,000 upvotes. You get to 10 million in ARR, let alone 20, and even be growing at 30% a year, and you don't quit for 10 years, you get pretty big. You don't get to become GitLab or Zoom, but you can get to 100 million in revenue, growing 30%, compounding if you don't quit and you don't burn a lot of money, right? 30 to 40%. But it's very hard to attract venture capital.
Yeah, and I guess to follow up, let's say a company is going to IPO, right?
Yes.
And they have great growth, but efficiency is not there.
Well,
What do
they're
you?
not going to IPO.
I mean, I'm just curious. What should we optimize? Is it
It's not
sales?
even a choice. Here's the thing. Let me say. There's a lot of stuff. We can chat more about it. Let me just tell you, basically the reason that's not going to happen. I mean, there will be a few that IPO, right, like that, but they'll be destroyed in the public markets today. Basically, everyone that has raised a large growth round in the last 2 years, their KPI is get to cash flow positive.
Yeah. Exactly.
They're all, everyone. I have multiple investments I've made. I didn't invest in like a ton of crazy unicorns, but I have couple that raised at north of $1 billion in valuation with double digits millions in revenue. okay? And hooray, they have a lot of money in the bank. None of them are ever planning to ever raise another dollar of capital. It's unavailable to them. They will never be able to raise in the current market ever again. And so there's no efficiency, there's no rule of anything. It's an allowance. This is like the last allowance you get from your parents. Here's the last $100. This is all you're getting. It's all, you got to make it, how can I make it last, Mom, Dad? How am I going to, I know it's not my problem, kid. You're 18, this is your last allowance check, and you're going to have to get to cash flow positive on the last check. That's what's happening, right? And it just, and anyhow, you can ask one more follow-up if you want, because I just want to make sure it is an important issue, but I just think this is, and folks to IPO, and listen, as we chat about in the kickoff session, if multiples get higher, there will be less pressure on efficiency. There'll be less pressure on the market, and the IPOs will change. The only folks that are going to IPO for now in the next 12 to 15 months in SaaS are a handful of folks will be forced to IPO, and they may barely pull it off and have really crappy IPOs, or they'll be profitable or very efficient companies. That no one else will IPO. The ones in the middle will slug it out.
Thank you. Yeah.
Anyone else? We could probably do 2 more questions. I don't mean to keep people over. No? One last question?
Hey, Jason. First of all, thank you for hosting this event.
Thank you for
coming. This is the last question. Thank you, yeah. And I'm Nikhil from trimpixel.com. My question is, there are things that people should do in this environment.
Yes.
But there are things that people would do. And for us as SaaS companies, I think it's more important to figure out what people would do and target that rather than what people should do.
Okay. I'm almost with you.
Right.
What's the question?
Thanks. The question is, I would like you to sort of explain, given experience, I would like you to sort of just focus a bit on what people would do in these scenarios, given the habit of human nature, rather than what people should be doing. So that way, all of us here can sort of focus and cater to that, to our customers and prospective customers. Are you with me till now?
I'm almost, I know, but I'm going to try to be with you. I'm going to reframe the question so that I'm with you.
Thanks. I'm not very good at articulation, but thanks for that.
I think what many people are doing, I wrote this up a couple months ago, and I should update it. Not that long ago, but too many folks are doing a strategic retreat. Too many folks are saying, woe is me, the world is terrible, I'm going to batten down the hatches, I'm going to not grow, but I'm going to get to cash flow positive. There are times, I think most founders, I wrote an old SaaStr post update called The Year of Hell. Almost everyone has a terrible year. Not everyone, almost everyone has a terrible year. Usually it's not actually tied to macroeconomics, it's tied to a phase transition, terrible hire in sales and revenue, a market change. My year of hell was not during a global meltdown, it was during a rough VP of sales transition. But people have it, and sometimes in a year of hell, you have to make a strategic retreat. You have to say, listen, I got to survive, so I got to take a couple quarters to get my act together. Maybe move on from a few folks on the team that are destructive or not doing it. I got to get my burn rate under control. And that's fine, but you can't change the ultimate goal of building something big and real. So you just got to be very careful what the strategic retreat is. You have to be very aware of, going back to our kickoff session, what's my public comp? If my public comp is ZoomInfo or Monday or Doximity or Cloudflare, why am I not growing at their rates? Because it's you, not them. It's you. There's something wrong with you. But if you have a great team, you can fix it. We can build software. We're all building software. We can ship more code. We never get enough features. It's always too slow. It always takes too long. It's always frustrating. If you're a non-technical founder, it takes even longer. If you're a technical founder, they don't understand. They just don't understand. They never understand. And they're supposed to sell what I built. But a great team can always build. It's never too late for a great team in SaaS. They can always build more software and catch back up to the market. But if you settle in tougher times, I don't see those founders recovering. That's different than taking a quarter or two to get your house together is not the same as settling. Settling is saying I can never find a VP of sales. Settling is saying, I'll grow at 30% forever. Settling is saying, it's the VC's fault. Settling is saying they didn't give me more money. Settling is saying it's the macro environment, right? Settling is saying my competitor raised $400 billion. Well, Atlassian raised nothing. Well, Qualtrics raised nothing. Well, Zoho raised nothing. So sure, but maybe it's what you need is a friggin' kick in the ass. I've needed a kick in the ass from time to time. I go through, and maybe we can end with this story if it's helpful. I've invested in about 32 founders. About 4 don't like me. Now, I'm not cuddly, okay? I'm not kumbaya, but I'm about the most honest and earnest person you're going to find, okay? I'm not trying to screw anybody over. I'm just trying to help. And of those 32 founders, 30 have gone through a year of hell, okay? And usually, I'm the one that has to give the kick in the ass. I'm the one that has to say, look, it's been a quarter, it's been 2. Time to, stop feeling sorry for yourself and go build some fucking software and go get on a plane and go sell something. And the best founders do it. The best founders listen. Sometimes they get mad at me because no one else is honest. Everyone else is sucking up to them. Everyone else is scared of them. A couple founders hate me for it. They wanted to hear it's okay to quit. They wanted to hear it's okay to settle for mediocre growth. They wanted to hear that it's someone else's fault. They wanted to hear that it's too hard, that it's not my fault, our market segment's too competitive, that our ACV is too low, that our churn is too high. It's not my fault, our churn is too high. But the best founders go and fix it. They go and fix it. And I'm not exactly sure how I got completely on this tangent at 6:05 p.m. But in terms of should and would, if you ever had product market fit and you have a great team, you can get it again. If you ever had a time of good growth and you have a good team, you can get it again. You can get it back. If you have a mediocre team, once in a while, mediocre teams get lightning in a bottle and they grow really quickly and then they fail. It does happen. It's more common in B2C than B2B, but it does happen. But usually if you want it badly enough and you have 100 happy customers, you can find another 100. And if you have 500 happy customers, you can find 500 more. Do you want it? And in tougher times, do you want it badly enough? And once in a while, I'm the guy that has to kick him in the ass and tell him, you gotta want it. And what I usually tell them is what my investors didn't tell me. I tell them, hey, you're at 22 million in revenue, or 6 million. You're at 6 million in revenue, growing 70%. You're at 22 million in revenue, and you have 1,000 happy customers. You want to quit? You're just getting there. It's supposed to be a little bit hard. It's not as easy as 15 months ago. So what? Cry me a river. Go out and, find another happy customer just like the one you have. Go out, find another one just like your biggest customer. And that's I may be screwing up your should versus would question. But if you've ever had a good run, go find it again. Go find your groove again if you have a great team. It's just some bits. It's just some bits and bytes. And you know how to sell it, and you know how to make customers happy, and get your mojo back and go do it. That's my should or would. So anyhow, thanks everybody for coming. This was really great. We really appreciate it. Maybe we'll see you in London or the Bay Area this year, or we'll be back for APAC next year. So thanks for being at the first one. We really appreciate it. Thank you.